We find ourselves in an incredible interstellar era, which is the perfect place for any man. Our hero spends a huge amount of time on this journey. However, now its main reserves are almost depleted. An unknown enemy directs powerful energy beams towards him and opens fire. The captain realizes that, unfortunately, it is proving difficult to obtain something resembling a warship. Turning to his comrades, he says that he is sorry that he could not protect them. In response, they report that they never once regretted following him. As he embraces and prepares for death, he realizes that if he were given a chance to go back, he would not allow it. Suddenly, this world system activates a hidden time rewind function. The young man immediately agrees with this opportunity and tries to activate it as soon as possible. Despite the warning that this can only be done once, he continues to insist. He should hurry, because his ship cannot last long and is about to collapse. Luckily, they make it in time, and the time warp begins to activate. A few moments later, he suddenly finds himself in the body of a young man. Looking at the current date, he realizes that he is apparently being reborn. It turns out he jumps back 14 years, and now he has another chance. He recalls that 2 days later he receives a warship from the outskirts, and then the Shin family hunts for him for 10 years. The only habitable planet in the Black Rock region is located next to it. Our hero is returning, which means he can't make the same mistakes he promised. Having opened the system, he decides to find out what functions are currently available to him. Having learned that only the scanning function is currently working, he realizes that this is already not bad. He has a near spaceship that has not received the best rating, but is ideal for this planet. The rest of the features are not available yet because he doesn't have a ship with active growth, but that's not a problem. He soon detects a communication request, realizing that someone is trying to talk to him. After he presses the button, a bizarre hologram materializes in front of him. A beautiful girl welcomes him into this world and informs him that the window will remain open for another 10 hours. The hologram's name is Leah, and she is upset that the hero does not remember when her shift starts. To make amends, he promises to invite the hologram to dinner. After this, he goes to the middle training hall to regain his strength. After just a few training sessions, he realizes that his physical fitness is far from ideal. However, he now has new concerns, so worries about form have to be put aside. The onboard computer reports that Lao Shi is also selecting the second entrance. The young man notes that in his past life he was able to choose the best mining ship. Even though he cheated, there were always envious people like Lao Shi who tried to ruin his life. This scoundrel quickly contacts the hero and asks for some advice on mining ore. The hero's anger cannot be contained, and he demands an immediate duel with this villain. This fight immediately attracts the attention of other people, who realize that betting on Lao Shi is more profitable. They believe that if they allow Master Lao Shi to win, they can make a fortune. Lao Shi approaches a hero named Mateo and asks why he is challenging him. Mateo turns off the voice communication and enjoys the silence. A low-power laser designed for self-defense cannot penetrate the hull of another ship. Mining areas in the asteroid belt are known for their dangerous routes, but veins are always found in unexplored places. Thus, whoever reaches the deepest part of the mining area will be the winner. In his past life, Lao Shi wanted to cause trouble for Mateo and tracked him down, which is why he died. Mateo had nothing to do with his death, but he didn't expect his family to try to blame him for it. Although the death of this scoundrel was a joyful event, it brought more troubles. Asteroids are currently in a constant state of flux due to differences in size and orbit. This is why companies send out special rescue ships before mining operations begin. Miners call this a window period when they can rest and prepare. As soon as the appropriate command is given, the ships take off forward. Lao Shi happily steps on the gas and says that he will definitely win this time. Mateo gives the command to shut down the gravity generation system and redirect all power to the 8 engines. Compared to its competitors, his ship is significantly inferior in some parameters, but it has a greater number of engines. More engines automatically mean better maneuverability, and in this environment, that's a clear advantage. Viewers say Mateo is being too reckless and should stop taking risks. Lao Shi is also surprised by the protagonist's behavior, as he cannot understand what his plan is. Meanwhile, Mateo feels so confident that he seems to be able to go through everything with his eyes closed. In just a few moments, he performs several masterful maneuvers, deftly piloting the ship. One can only guess what his opponent, who in no way expects such a turn of events, is feeling now. Mateo smiles, because now he is saving this man while he is alive, which means he is getting rid of future problems. Knowing that time is running out, he hopes that his grand plan will work. It's time to get down to business. He still needs to extract quite a lot of minerals. The main value is represented by energy crystals, which are needed to maintain the constant functions of systems. In his past life, he did not have a sufficient supply of this resource, but now he plans to correct this. Scanning the targets yields no significant results, much to the chagrin of Mateo, who is desperate to find something valuable. After spending about 40 minutes in continuous searching, he finally stumbles upon a huge titanium mine full of treasure. Titanium ore is a very valuable mineral that is used in the manufacture of armor for military ships. He decides to use a magnetic rope to stabilize the ship's relative position. Like any self-respecting miner, he has a drill of fantastic mining power that destroys layers of asteroids. After spending 5 whole hours hunting, he realizes that this is a good catch, even though he failed to find the energy crystals. 10 hours later, he manages to explore several huge asteroids and extract valuable resources from them. However, he only finds a small piece of energy crystal ore in a large copper mine. Of course, this is a below-average result, so he has to be especially careful with this crystal so as not to damage it. After 3 hours of hard work, the result is not very impressive, considering the time and effort spent. However, Mateo does not give up, and raising his hand, declares that he will definitely complete his mission. After some time, a battleship of incredible size begins to materialize directly above his head. He is the one who is our hero's target, so he smiles happily, preparing to approach him. Suddenly, a giant spark battleship fires a beam at Mateo's ship, attempting to cripple its systems. Mateo is surprised that this ship uses MIE particles to disable detection and communication systems. This is a unique technique that resembles electromagnetic interference. Within the range of the particles, all wireless devices begin to malfunction. Notified of his low growth potential and the presence of the bloody destroyer, he realizes he must surrender and not resist. The battleship gradually lifts his ship, while Mateo ponders the reasons for the attempted takeover. After some time, he is met by huge robots that look quite threatening and do not bode well. Mateo recognizes them as Guardian 3 robots, which are renowned for their combat intelligence and ability to adapt to any conditions. As he moves further, accompanied by these security robots, he realizes that the captain of this ship is a man with deep pockets. He really doesn't understand where these robots intend to take him, considering that they don't utter a single word. After some time, they find themselves at the command module, also known as the ship's bridge, where the captain sits. As the doors open, Mateo wonders what a man who owns such a battleship could possibly want. Taking a closer look at the captain, he realizes that he has already met him in his past life, and remembers that this captain's name is Yunshu. Yunshu notices that Mateo is not at all surprised and informs him that he can no longer move, asking him to come closer. Mateo is happy that the time has come to play his assigned role in this performance. Taking a few steps forward, he says that he knows the man sitting in front of him very well. Yunshu says that he is using the Levinston civilization's military stimulant, which will allow him to last for another hour. Yunshu also refuses the hospitalization offered by Mateo, explaining that the nature of the injury is too serious. Mateo reminds him that he is an ordinary miner and would like to return home, to which Yunshu replies that this is impossible. The thing is, he kills 3 random descendants of the Jin family from the Jinliang galaxy, which means Mateo becomes his accomplice. Mateo realizes that he's in deep trouble when he gets involved with a family that takes revenge for even the slightest mistakes and insults. He recalls with amazement the story of how one of the members of this family caused the arrest of the rector of a women's college for a mere trifle. Yunshu is impressed by Mateo's knowledge, saying that it really is about that very vengeful family. Mateo, realizing he has no other choice, wonders about Yunshu's true purpose. Yunshu says that he is very pleased with his performance, and that Mateo is able to quickly grasp the situation and handle it calmly. Yunshu finally introduces himself and reveals that he is the dying master of Blood Tomahawk. Mateo hesitates a little, surprising Yunshu, who is already ready to hand over the authority to him. Mateo says he always dreamed of having his own ship. However, he planned to save money and then go to the Federation to enroll in the academy. Mateo notes that if he gets a spark ship now, it will save him about 20 years of hard work. He still admits that it is too early and sudden a gift, which makes Yunshu assume that he is not ready to accept it. Mateo states that an innocent man could get into trouble because of his wealth, and if he agrees, he will probably die. Yunshu laughs and praises Mateo's meticulousness and composure, saying that he chose the right person. Mateo understands that he has passed the test, because in fact the effect of the stimulant lasts not for an hour, but for a whole day. Yunshu admits that all these years he has been avoiding the vengeful family, not only because of luck, but also for the sake of the treasure in the form of an additional module. Mateo doesn't have time to respond to this conclusion before the robot suddenly grabs him, preventing his escape attempt. The onboard computer tells him that he has little time and injects him with the Yun family's secret poison, which will activate in a year. Yunshu says that he is handing over the captain's powers to him, and in exchange, he must kill a direct descendant of the Jin family within that time. Yunshu declares that he must now finish off this scoundrel within a year. Otherwise, he will die. Mateo replies that these are acceptable conditions, remembering that in a past life, he fell for this bait in exactly the same way. Yunshu is glad that fate has not completely taken away his hope for retribution. After this, he turns to the onboard computer and gives the order to transfer command to Mateo. The artificial intelligence accepts the higher-level instructions and notes that it has no objections. This is a turning point in Mateo's life, as he can now say goodbye to the lower classes. But this is only the beginning. Mateo asks his interlocutor if he wants to tell him anything else. Yunshu, who possesses the body refinement technique, says that he has one last small request. He says that he would like to spend his last hours here so that his soul will remain with this ship forever. Mateo accepts this request, reminding himself that this ship is still being pursued. He recalls that he did not dare to fulfill this request in his past life, and paid dearly for it by being discovered. Yunshu praises his adaptability, while Mateo grasps the turning point of his destiny. He comes closer and orders the ship to switch to silent mode and move to the specified coordinates. He also deploys disposable mini-drones to scout the area for him. Yunshu praises his caution and asks if he has piloted a ship like this before. Mateo says he is a big fan of the virtual game that involved controlling such ships. Mateo also wonders why this ship only has one main cannon. Yunshu explains that high-tier ships do not need to invest in excessive firepower. The thing is that the spark ship Tomahawk has a powerful energy shield, and its firepower is sufficient. He also explains that the higher the attack power, the more energy supply is required, which is very limited. From his point of view, the most important thing is the limitation of the power of the carrier spark, which can do little about. He also admits that he still has time to tell Mateo some general information about the ship. Mateo remembers that in his past life the captain was not so talkative and seizes the opportunity. Furthermore, Yunshu reveals that their ancestors were actually part of the seed fleet of a defeated civilization. Seed fleets are typically needed to maintain the development of a civilization on the brink of collapse. Their descendants overcome many difficulties to uncover the legacy of the remains, and receive a mysterious creation in the form of the source of the spark. After this, combined with human technology, the sparks extracted from the source are used on warships. Yunshu shares a secret that the creation of different stabilization systems rarely combines due to the differences in their technologies. However, the Sparks ship has a unique module slot that allows for the crossbreeding of technological creations. Mateo seeks to learn more information, and is informed that creations that carry faith within them are more likely to take root in the module. From Yunshu's perspective, compatibility and growth potential are the two main characteristics of the Spark ship. Mateo is pleased with this information because he now has an idea of what to do with the auxiliary system. Thanks to the special features of this ship, it can intercept teleportation signals in the voids of space. Pilots can control the ship to destroy the creations of civilization in this space in order to obtain resources. Yunshu says that the efficiency of resource extraction is halved with each transfer of power. He also laments that the Jin family wipes out most of his family in due course, leaving him all alone. Yunshu advises Mateo to change his name and hide as far away as possible after he receives the antidote. Mateo admits that this family is indeed very strong, and the confrontation with them will be bloody. He also speaks loudly about how he does not want to be locked in this family's death row and therefore will do everything possible. Yunshu praises Mateo for his intelligence and caution, recommending that he use the optical computer if he has any questions. After turning on the system, a verified window with the necessary information opens in front of him. Mateo happily activates high-speed human-computer interaction to download the ship's overall structure. Of course, he is not yet sure whether he has gotten rid of his pursuers, so he decides to keep the ship moving. After this, he contacts the ship's systems and orders them to move forward. A few hours later, he discovers that the ship's former captain is finally breathing his last. After bowing, he makes a promise that he will send his body into the ship's engine room to be incinerated in the reactor. Having fulfilled the captain's last wish, he sits down in the captain's chair and joyfully greets his old friend. Just like in its previous life, this ship still has 5 standard modules that will need to be upgraded. Mateo realizes that he needs to wait until the implementation is complete and return to the mining ship. At this stage in his past life, he had difficulty resisting attacks from Simdakao's ship due to a lack of resources. However, now he can take a more cunning approach and thereby destroy his opponents. Currently, the main character's ship rating is at level 6 and leaves much to be desired. Based on the images he received, Mateo realizes that he is indeed being pursued by Simdakao. He remembers that last time his enemy's ship was destroyed in an ambush, but he didn't expect that there would be something like a black box on that ship. Smiling, Mateo realizes that this time things are going completely differently and decides to change tactics. Immediately after this, he heads towards his mining ship and flies away at a respectful distance, camouflaging the battleship. While within range of the brainwave manipulation system, he is able to control the tomahawk remotely. Shaking his palms, he realizes he has done a good job, because now he needs to concentrate on finishing the catch. He also believes that he needs to hide his identity, so he goes to planet KQ-03. The next morning, dawn greets him with its cold, eye-irritating rays of sunshine. Once he gets up, he does a good warm-up to feel good while working. At the moment, his priority is to obtain standard power units as quickly as possible. He realizes that the ship he is entrusted with is a giant and consumes a lot of energy, which means he will have to work hard to provide it with everything it needs. Even a single engine jump requires hundreds of blocks, meaning he has to come up with something particularly creative. Previously, in order to secretly obtain energy blocks, he bribed a strange merchant fleet leader. At the time, this decision proved to be a bad one, as he acquired another faction of pursuers. Mateo remembers well this scoundrel who sold his data outright, despite receiving a substantial sum. This man's name was Hayos, and he was the leader of the 4th merchant fleet in the astrosphere. It is not difficult to guess how serious a grudge our hero harbored against this traitor. However, Mateo understands that rest is also necessary, and after taking a shower, he decides to play a little galactic travel. To do this, he heads to an internet cafe using magnetic rail platforms. Inside, he is met by 2 girls who greet him joyfully. Moving on, he approaches the employee and says that he would like to receive the regular rate. Sitting in a computer chair, he gives the system command to enter cyberspace. After some time, he loads into a game in which he has already achieved considerable success. Mateo orders the random singles match mode to be turned on to practice. He soon encounters a high-level opponent who is surprised that he was given a newbie. Mateo activates all thrusters and dodges attacks, randomly confusing the opponent. At a certain point, he switches to manual mode to launch a powerful counterattack. However, the enemy does not sleep and tries to destroy it with an attack from the main weapon. Mateo just grins, believing that this is far from all that he can counter. With his engines activated, he easily dodges the powerful beam that would have destroyed him. The enemy watches what is happening in surprise, and orders her onboard computer to reload the guns as quickly as possible. Mateo takes careful aim and gives the command to open fire to defeat the enemy. He is rejoicing over his victory when he suddenly receives important notice from his old friend. He remembers that he met this girl in his past life, and she became his first teacher in this difficult game. The girl offers him a duel, adding that in that case she will treat him more respectfully. She also asks if he would like to visit her, noting that her college teaches military subjects and entry is prohibited to outsiders. Mateo teases her, claiming that she's hardly that strong, but Rabbit states that she's the best in her class. The Rabbit points out that Mateo is too weak, and then says goodbye to him, leaving him alone in the city. Mateo didn't expect to see her again since she is a student of Royal Sky High School. The next day it's time to go to work, and he realizes that he needs to finish it as quickly as possible. Along the way, he overhears Lao Shu telling his friends about the appearance of Bloody Tomahawk. Of course, few people believe such nonsense, and all his stories are doomed to failure. The manager assures them that there is nothing to worry about as the Jin family will not pay attention to them. He also recommends that everyone hide in case of danger, after which he urges them to get down to business. Meanwhile, Mateo has already collected enough ore in advance and is now looking for a way to improve the Tomahawk. Returning to the ship, he hears the artificial intelligence addressing him and greeting him. Mateo recalls the ship's main competitive advantage, its ability to jump between universes. He also activates the Mirage system and orders the ship to become invisible in order to release the mini-drones. The ship is preparing to teleport to a combat zone in another universe. The system informs him that the radar has detected enemy tracks that do not pose a serious threat. Mateo speculates that Type 1 civilizations, capable of conquering their planets, have relatively weak ships. He also understands that he is very lucky, because his 6th-level ship should have encountered a more advanced civilization. However, his opponent is quite numerous. He has more than 2,000 ships capable of destroying his enemy. However, the Mirage system is effective, thanks to which he can penetrate the conflict zone undetected. Thanks to powerful radars, he can hack into information systems and inspect his opponents. After this, he gains information about the opponents who confront him, noting how ugly they look. His ship at level 6 still has a clear advantage over the enemy. He needs to harvest within 24 hours. Fire ships require identification, so he needs to get a lot of points to rename the ship. Each of his opponent's ships can only provide one starting point, meaning he has to destroy as many enemies as possible. Mateo remembers that last time he led Mercy to alien Russia, and it cost him dearly. This time he realizes that it was a mistake and begins mass destruction on the planet. Having quickly destroyed the planet and left its inhabitants with no chance of survival, he realizes he needs to hurry. He just as decisively and inexorably reaches the next planet and destroys it. Hostile ships begin to move towards him. but he realizes that they do not have even a fraction of the strength to resist him. All projectiles heading his way are reflected by an energy shield. Mateo loads his main cannon to destroy his opponents with one well-placed shot. After performing a special maneuver, he rejoices at how many lives he took, thereby receiving a large number of points. The enemy tries to surround the protagonist's ship, but they are unsuccessful. It turns out to be quite easy to break away from them, and Mateo gets an impressive harvest of points. Immediately after this, he decides to rename the ship and thinks about what to call the new vessel. The first ideas for a ship name turn out to be quite poetic, but they are already taken. Quite a long time passes before our hero finally manages to come up with an original name. Realizing he has a chance, he jumps up and declares that he wants to name the ship after Pond. The system notifies him that the ship has been successfully renamed, and Mateo activates the hull restoration. Leaning back in his chair, he realizes that his ship is simply amazing and capable of directly repairing itself. His ship also temporarily clears his name, but he still can't explain how he got the battleship if it is discovered. In addition, he decides to upgrade his armor to the next level to increase his durability. The system asks him if he wants to spend extra energy crystals to double the gain, but Mateo refuses. After the carnage, he levels up and decides to upgrade his brain manipulation system. Now the range of this ability is increased ninefold, which is very good news. Mateo stretches out in his chair, happy that he has completed all the primary tasks. After making sure that the situation around him is in perfect order, he returns to his ship and flies away. Meanwhile, the mysterious ship continues to plow through space, destroying asteroids. Sima Dalan approaches Sima Dekao and expresses his concern that Yunshu will fight desperately. Sima Dekao claims that his opponent is mortally wounded and will not be able to resist. A rivalry quickly develops between the two brothers over who will find the Tomahawk ship first. Sima Dalan reminds his cousin that he is not his equal and is just a greedy worm. Sima Dekao warns his brother not to be overconfident, reminding him that Yunshu is doomed, but the ship may not be empty. Sima Dalan expresses hope that his brother will not let him down and will be able to find this ship. Sima Dekao is left in proud solitude and angrily realizes that he must obtain this module. Turning to his assistant, he orders him to contact another person who acts much slower than Sima Dalan. Mateo, meanwhile, arrives at the class reunion and raises his hand in greeting. He comes there to gather news about the Jin family and notices that his friend Chen Lingfeng is causing a fuss again. Chen Lingfeng greets his comrade and asks how he is doing, and a friendly conversation begins between them. Chen Lingfeng admits that he wants to find an opportunity to go to Highland, because there is a school for warships there. He also reports hearing that Blackstone is planning to sign a limited free trade agreement. Mateo hugs his friend and rejoices at the good news, recommending that he prepare in advance. Their friendly conversation is interrupted by women asking why they suddenly started hugging in public. Turning around, he discovers Ding Ling and Li Jin standing in the establishment, after which he decides to retreat. His friend immediately jumps up from his seat at the sight of these two charming girls. Mateo grins and realizes that his comrades love girls more than life itself. He sits down next to Ding Ling, and she lovingly asks him how he is doing. A few moments later, their conversation is interrupted by a girl named Zheng Yan, who comes to announce the news. She confidently states that it is very difficult to reach a higher class, and therefore it is better to support each other. She suggests that they all go to Highland together for a chance to enroll in the naval school. After this, she turns her gaze to the main character, who has not shown much enthusiasm all this time. After some time, the meeting finally comes to an end and Zheng Yan stops Mateo to talk. She offers him cooperation, claiming that she will not leave him in trouble if he agrees to help her. Ding Ling says he can work within Blackstone's administrative system without any problems. Zheng Yan continues to claim that they will all be limited if they stay here, as their ambitions here are fading. It is not yet clear whether she is trying to belittle her classmates, but it is becoming clear that her goal is motivation. Finally, it's Mateo's turn, with whom she still hasn't exchanged a few words. She mentions that due to bureaucratic red tape, he won't be able to get into high school, but she knows the right person. Meanwhile, his battleship continues to be improved, enhancing its combat and maneuverability characteristics. Zheng Yan says that Hao Zi is an important partner with whom she has become close, and now he has recommended her for a promotion. Mateo never expects his classmate to be able to establish contact with such an important, yet controversial figure. Zheng Yan says he plans to assemble a small team, each member of which will enjoy privileges. Some classmates express skepticism about Haozi's figure and his power. One of Mateo's comrades says he would like to command a Spark-class ship, and Zheng Yan replies that it is possible. Zheng Yan sees great potential in his classmates and asks Mateo what he thinks about it. Mateo gives a long historical account of the astrosphere, ultimately concluding that he is not interested in it. He also adds that no one guarantees him control of the Spark-class ships, and warns his friend. His classmates look at him and can't believe that he knows such secret information about the company. Jung Yan trusts him, but the fact that she is being led around by the nose makes her incredibly angry. After this, she decisively turns around and says that she will check his words, and if she was deceived, she will make the culprits pay. Dingling warns Mateo that the patrol fleet has been put on high alert. Mateo remembers that in his past life, after killing Sima Dakao, he starts fighting with Sima Dalan and acts recklessly. Suddenly, he is overcome by the memory of Hayo's recently acquiring a module for a purple-class aircraft carrier. Returning to the ship, he again indulges in memories of his past life. Either way, he decides to head to the energy mines to replenish his supplies. At this point, he finds ore and uses a special net to extract crystals from it. This time, luck is completely on his side, and he finds the mineral. Having received a huge pile of ore on board, he admits that he is incredibly exhausted. One of the miners asks him if he has heard about the reward for information about the Spark-class ship, but he only denies it. Mateo happily notes that his opponent's cunning remains the same and decides to focus on the task at hand. To do this, he heads to one of the planetary cities, which is shining with flashes of neon. There he overhears an informant sharing valuable information with his comrade. One of them says that someone has offered a generous reward for news about Spark-class ships and aircraft carrier modules. Mateo chuckles, realizing that he has been spreading rumors himself for the past few days, and now they are going viral. Meanwhile, Sim Dalan receives word that they have a lot of information about the aircraft carrier module. Sima Dalan asks her assistant if the Astrosphere merchant fleet should be looked into. After analyzing the data, he comes to the conclusion that the merchant fleet is the most suspicious. The assistant reports that they have checked several members of this fleet and have discovered a module of unknown origin. Sima Dalan says he is satisfied with the results of the investigation in any case. He also claims that he will trick his brother into leading an attack that will end in his death. Sima Dakao learns of this and is outraged, saying that his brother has gone too far and demands most of the spoils. Without thinking twice, he orders his assistant to call his brother Zhongdu. Meanwhile, Mateo receives a call from his friend Zheng Yan. Zheng Yan thanks him for his help as she checks the information and finds out that Hao Zi is just a pimp. The girl is indignant, not understanding why this man is plotting against her, and claims that she has already taken revenge on him. She also says that Hayozi will leave the Star region in 5 days and mentions the Jin family, but Mateo advises not to pay attention. So far, everything is going according to his plan, and at this rate, he expects to finish this hunt soon. In Sima's past life, Junda discovers his true identity, and the brothers begin to quarrel again. Mateo understands that Sima Junda is a valuable resource, because if he betrays his family, it will cause irreparable damage. Meanwhile, his battleship continues to move forward at cruising speed. Mateo counts 18 units of low-level energy crystals in his battleship's reserves. After this, he decides that it is time to go back and runs into a meeting organized by Zheng Yan. In it, Dingling says that Hao's will take revenge, but Mateo claims that the Astrosphere does not pose much of a threat now. He also states that if anything goes wrong, Zheng Yan will take care of it without any problem. Chen Lingfeng advises not to worry about trifles, expressing the opinion that Hao Ze may not have a chance to survive. Chen Lingfeng explains that several local forces on the planet, in the mining region, have already taken action against him. Zheng Yan says that after the Shark Merchant Fleet entered the game, the Tiger Merchant Fleet will not sit idle. She also tells them that at least 4 warships from the park were involved in this conflict. This girl always pays attention to the possibility of social mobility, but in the Kingdom of Butona it is simply impossible. Li Jin states that they should think about other places, such as the neighboring country. Chen Lingfeng says that they can move there if the conditions there are really favorable. Li Jin claims that rumor has it that there are no feudal holdings in this federation, and its citizens can move freely. Mateo reminds them that the privileged class in this country cares more about reputation than their counterparts in the Redbud Kingdom. He also states that the Black Stone is located far from this federation, meaning it will be difficult for them to cross the border. Chen Yang wonders if they are just going to do nothing and waste their time here. Mateo understands that career advancement is an important goal for everyone and hopes that his friends can adapt. After a while, he approaches the taxi, surprised at how quickly it arrived. The employee hands him the keys to the motorhome and informs him that he can use it for 15 days. Mateo knows it's not a cheap rent, but he has no other choice because every second counts. Logging into a special network, he sees a notification that he is going on vacation. After some time, they find themselves in a rather abandoned and deserted place, which is ideal for our hero. The thing is that this is where he decides to hide his battleship. After this, he disguises the robot on the ship as himself and makes it travel along predetermined routes every day. Mateo orders the battleship to remain invisible and head towards its destination at full speed. This is the first time his ship has left the protection of the asteroid belt's mining region. Thus, his remarkable galactic journey is just beginning. Mateo conducts a comprehensive combat assessment of his opponent's 2 warships and realizes that they are much stronger than him. In his past life, he was pursued for decades, so he has a lot of experience in disguise. Seeing local ships on radar, he realizes that their systems are not strong enough, and therefore he will be able to slip through undetected. Sitting in the storage compartment, he realizes that the fleet ahead has been silent for 2 days, while he himself has managed to obtain a lot of crystals. Having read the plan in his head, he quickly jumps to his feet and rushes forward. Our cunning hero commands the ship to switch to stealth mode and catch up with him at full speed. Meanwhile, House is thinking about how the shark merchant fleet has been following him for several days. However, before he can even consider that they have no hostile intentions, shells begin flying towards his ship. He immediately turns around and orders his subordinates to turn on the energy shield. Having given the command, he watches as his fleet carries out the order. Shima Dekao, who is the initiator of this attack, smiles and says that he is ready to compete with these scoundrels. While the villains sort things out with each other, Mateo cautiously watches them, hiding behind an asteroid. Shima Dekao's ship has an additional module installed that allows him to maintain the advantage in this battle. As soon as he voices these thoughts, the merchant fleet decides to launch a powerful attack on the approaching Shima Dekao. However, at the last moment, he turns on the energy shield and laughs because they were unable to damage him. Shima Delan realizes that his brother truly deserves the nickname Mad Dog. Mateo is having a sort of reflection about how they won't be able to destroy the merchant fleet with a surprise attack anyway. However, everything changes when another contender, Shima Junda, enters the fray. He immediately launches powerful missiles, which act as neutralizing projectiles for shields. The explosion is so powerful that it would blind someone looking at it without sunglasses. Even these projectiles are not enough to penetrate Shima Dekao's ship, causing his henchmen to rejoice. The captain himself orders the activation of additional modules and the launch of high-speed projectiles. Shima Dekao's ship continues to be under constant attack, but its shields still hold up like real walls. However, the opponents have more aces up their sleeves than it might seem at first glance. A sudden energy attack paralyzes all of the ship's systems, forcing it to drift through space. Shima Delan is very amused to see this spectacle, as she finds the shells effective. Flight attendant Sim Junda informs him that his attack tactics were amazing. Shima Junda is very pleased with such praise, especially considering that this ship does not even belong to him, and other people are assigned to it. He understands that the risk of his plan is too great, but the result is still not guaranteed. Mateo, sipping port, reasons that the Hyo's merchant fleet is not very weak, but against the combined forces, it is nothing. Meanwhile, another powerful beam attack hits the merchant ship. Shima Dekao is surprised that his opponents have lasted so long. However, everything goes according to his cunning plan, and a sinister smile appears on his face. He is informed that the remaining ships do not pose a particular threat and can be easily dealt with. Hayos gives instructions to his subordinates, saying that each of them must act, sensing how the situation is getting tense. His opponents turn out to be not just some small gangs of celebrity bandits, but real criminal kingpins. Shima Delan carefully counts the number of assault ships approaching him, and gives commands to his brothers. Their self-confidence makes them move forward despite possible danger. Shima Delan can't believe that his opponent is behaving in a rather unpredictable manner. Sim Yun's adjutant suggests that he use ramming tactics, but he stops them. All this time, he has been cherishing the opportunity to escape from the command of this family, as he believes that his days are already numbered. The merchant fleet continues to suffer significant losses, and only 2 ships remain in service. Shima Dekao joyfully celebrates his incredible and crushing victory over his opponents. Shima Delan once again wrinkles his face in frustration, because his competitor is performing much better than he expected. The one who really isn't to be envied is Hayos, who just lost a huge amount of resources. The only one who remains completely unperturbed is their brilliant protagonist. Hayos frantically calls all representatives of the local armed forces to enlist their support. At the moment, this is his only hope, as all other allies are being destroyed. Other merchant marine representatives refuse him, citing that they have their own busy schedules. Hayos tries to put pressure on them, claiming that they are acting contrary to the international trade agreement. This argument makes an impression, and the merchants suddenly agree to help him. Mateo continues to plot his cunning schemes, according to which he plans to approach the enemy unnoticed. A massive cloud, which most likely signifies an approaching hyperteleportation, continues to form near the battle site. It opens fire on the invaders, completely destroying their plan. Several ships are quickly destroyed, and the stellar force's advance continues. Shima Dekao reports that their ship is taking serious damage and insists on a change of tactics. He orders all 103 power sources to be used and emergency armor repairs to be initiated in order to escape the battle. After some time, it releases a powerful energy charge, destroying a large number of ships. This gives them time to retreat and destroy a few more enemies. Sima Dalan praises her brother's achievements, stating that he truly deserves the nickname Mad Dog. However, this villain's insidious plans are not so easy to destroy. He continues to plot something. The opponents give each other the order to pursue the merchant fleet to the last. Sima Dekao understands perfectly well what his brother is up to and calls him disgusting. Even their main character, Mateo, doesn't expect Sima Dalan to demonstrate such unscrupulousness. At this time, Hyos comes up with a brilliant idea. To turn around and leave the battlefield, Sima Junda discovers that the main cargo is trying to escape and decides to stop it at any cost. Having concentrated all his power in the main gun, he orders to open fire. A bright purple flash begins to cut through space. Within moments, the Hausi fleet loses its main ship. Mateo finally gets the chance to take revenge on his opponent, who badly let him down last time. Sima Dekao receives a report that his ship is barely staying afloat. Sima Dalan praises his dedication, stating that he will now take care of everything else. Sima Dekao realizes that he is just being used as a human shield to take the trophy with impunity. The Jean family's battleship reaches a special module that is very valuable. Sima Junda admits that they are suffering a crushing defeat in this operation. He also understands that he must defeat his opponent in one blow if he wants to get the trophy. Suddenly the robots revolt, and the reason for this is Itan's order. The angry adjutant reminds him that it is time to pay the bills. Sima Dalan grins, and everyone echoes him, admitting that no one can compare to him in cunning. Suddenly, he receives notification that neutralizing shells are aimed at his battleship. A real space duel ensues between them, and it promises to be very exciting. Mateo watches what is happening with interest, noting that the situation has changed dramatically. Sima Dekao watches the disaster unfold and realizes that this is his chance. He orders them to move towards the stern of the enemy ship and calls Sim Dalan to contact him. As he gets closer, his anger grows and the situation escalates. At the first request, he is given a capsule, and Sima Dalan tries to curry favor with him. Sima Dekao does not succumb to his flattery and declares that they must stay away from this ship and retreat immediately. Moments later, the Star Destroyers separate from each other, and Mateo discovers the pod. After giving the order to attach a mini-detector to her, he decides it's time to come out of the shadows. Sima Dekao is happy that they are finally approaching an inhabited planet, but it turns out to be too early to rejoice. Mateo menacingly declares that it is necessary to activate 3 MIE particles and prepare the main weapon. After this, Mateo takes proper aim and presses the fire button hard. Powerful energy beams are once again beginning to cut through space. Sima Dekao does not even have time to understand what caused his subsequent tragic death. The next moment, a powerful flash occurs, signaling that the spaceship has been destroyed. Mateo doesn't grieve for a second over the man's murder, believing he deserved his fate. Immediately after this, the robots jump into space to scan the remains of the ship, after which they leave the galaxy. This turns out to be a very successful tactical move, as Mateo gets rid of a serious adversary who would otherwise have haunted him for years. In addition, it receives at its disposal a powerful purple-class infrared reconnaissance radar. He immediately gives the command to replace the old radar with a new acquisition. After this battle, unlike the previous one, which took place in another universe, the situation turns out to be more favorable. He finally returns to the planet where he previously hid his treasure. They also manage to receive a signal from the detector, confirming that the capsule they found did indeed contain Sima Junda. Mateo pays tribute to the man who rose through the ranks thanks to his hard work. Before entering the shelter where Sima Junda is located, he prudently calls for an ambulance. Sima Junda regains consciousness after some time, greatly surprised by what she sees before her. Mateo introduces himself and says that he called an ambulance after hearing an alarm. Sima Junda immediately introduces herself under a false name and thanks him for his help. This young man's situation turns out to be dire, since the family he betrayed will certainly try to take revenge on him. Sima Junda says he needs money, but Mateo says he will pay his expenses. Sima Junda adds that he needs much more funds, hoping that this decent man will lend at least part of it. Mateo continues to play the part, saying they just met, but admits that he sees him as an extraordinary person. Mateo understands that such a large sum will arouse suspicion, but that doesn't matter to him now. Sima Junda shares his sadness about not having a bank account, but for Mateo this is not a problem. Quite quickly, he decides to leave the hospital to take care of his own affairs. Handing over his business card, he says that he can always be contacted at the number provided. Mateo completes another important task with incredible success, changing his destiny. Having received the long-awaited antidote, he realizes that he will soon feel sleepy, and decides that it is better to get some sleep now. Without thinking twice, he injects the medicine into the shoulder so that it will work faster. Finally, the hero is freed from the shackles of the past left by the captain, and can now control his own destiny. However, the next morning, Zhenyang visits him to tell him the latest news. She also suggests calling their mutual comrade Chen Lingfeng and getting together. With incredible speed, they all find themselves in an internet cafe to discuss the shocking events. Zhenyang fills them in on the details, unaware that Mateo already knows everything firsthand. Chen Lingfeng says that Haoze got what he deserved and is surprised that anyone cares. Li Jin reminds everyone that Count Astravera will not be pleased with his people being exterminated near this planet. She also expresses concern that they themselves may come under suspicion, as they have recently caused trouble for the Count. Dingling agrees, saying that no one will investigate what really happened. Zhenyang nonchalantly claims that they have nothing to worry about, as Count Astrover has more important things to do. Li Jin recommends closely monitoring the news to take further action if necessary. Chen Lingfeng points out the obvious fact that this planet is no longer so peaceful and carefree. Zhenyang states that Haoze is on the surface, and therefore no one will look for him. From his point of view, the Count would not take any offensive action, so they could breathe a sigh of relief, but Zhenyang should be wary. Zhenyang asks why he is laughing at her, implying that he is not paying attention to the two petite girls. On this comical note, their meeting ends, and they decide to go home. Mateo decides to continue his space journey again, and starts a conversation with a virtual friend nicknamed Rabbit. She tells him about the leader of the civilization party, and Mateo smirks when he hears the name. Looking at his age, he understands that in our time it is easy to live to 150 years. Mateo brushes it off, saying he's heard of the man before. Along the way, he plays through some memories of this man's life in his mind, without attaching much importance to them. After some time, he heads home after work, hoping to soon travel to another universe to take part in new battles. His colleague informs him that their boss will not be able to save his mine, and will be forced to sell it. He advises to extract as many resources as possible to get maximum profit, and offers to give him valuable ore. Mateo recalls that his boss used to be the largest contractor in the mining area. However, in a clash with the merchant fleets, he finds himself forced to lose, since they have far more resources. Unfortunately, one of the merchant fleets that provides protection to his commander turns out to be too weakened. With incredible determination, he declares that this does not concern him, because he intends to destroy any head of the Tiger merchant fleet. Jumping into his starship, he quickly starts the engines and rushes upward. Once he reaches his ship, he activates the Mirage system and begins capturing signals from different universes. Having received the necessary signals, he decides to enter the battlefield to destroy hostile civilizations. The ship begins to shimmer and quickly disappears into the darkness of space. This time he is lucky again, and he goes into battle with a Type 1 civilization. Studying the history of this civilization, he realizes that this sector is quite abandoned. He suggests that the new radar he just received might help provide new information. After just a couple of sonar scans, he already discovers something that might interest him. As a reward, he is offered laser mining guns and a mineral detector. Mateo grins, as now that he has these components, he will be able to use them in the future. His warship systems are brought to combat readiness, and the energy shield is immediately activated. This planet doesn't have a single chance, and it quickly destroys all life on it. After this, it extracts useful resources, as well as 2 mining city modules. Now that he has these modules, his ship can shoot at any moving objects. Finally, he decides to completely destroy the planet and rushes away. Mateo is upset by the low efficiency of pumping, but the bitterness of this unpleasant fact is brightened by 2 new modules. Another day passes, and no reinforcements arrive for the destroyed civilization. However, after some time he discovers a private ship belonging to some rich man. Looking at the astronaut who has emerged from there, he suggests that it would be better to stay away from him. However, upon closer inspection, he realizes that this young man seems familiar to him. Mateo recognizes this awkward boy as Qing Wanli, who once helped him with his problems at school. Being a generous man, he decides to save this astronaut and deliver him to the ship. One can only guess how surprised Qing Wanli is when he meets his old acquaintance in the middle of space. Mateo reports that the mining area is quite large and wonders what is happening to it. Qing Wanli shares information about being followed, and Mateo tries to calm him down. Apparently, the situation with the shark merchant fleet is getting so bad that even people like Qing Wanli are at risk. In fact, Qing Wanli completes the secret deal, and despite Mateo's protests, claims that he has nothing to worry about. Qing Wanli is chosen as a mediator because his brother and sister are being monitored. Upon learning that Chung Su of the Tiger Fleet is following him, Mateo invites him onto his ship. 2 days pass, and they decide it's time to stop hiding, as Chung Su should be leaving by now. Ching Wanli assumes that he is already presumed dead, so he can go home. Mateo says that his help does not require gratitude, because they are best friends. Mateo watches Ching Wanli as he lands on the asteroid. Upon his return, he is met by an enterprising colleague who reminds him that he promised him the ore. Mateo quickly makes it clear that he didn't actually promise anything and puts an end to the brazen manipulation. Thus, this scoundrel is left with nothing, and all that remains for him is to sharpen his teeth on our hero. Mateo, as always, eavesdrops on conversations to extract some valuable information from them. It is becoming clear that the Tiger merchant fleet has been aggressively attacking merchant ships lately. However, today is his day off, which means he can happily spend time with friends. However, in reality, he is unlikely to have a quiet evening. Suddenly, agents from the Tiger Merchant Marine burst into the company and announce that they are buying it. They immediately begin to demand compensation from employees for damaged ships. They also claim that they specialize in debt collection, so it's best not to argue with them. Mateo tries his best to avoid trouble, as he will soon no longer be a minor. His plans to get out of the situation peacefully are ruined when an unfriendly businessman approaches him. They hand him a piece of paper and ask him to read it, stating that he will be assigned security. Having studied the documents, he understands that these people have found themselves a good accountant. According to these documents, they are cunningly trying to lure him into becoming an intelligence officer and helping the corporation. This work is quite dangerous, since even military ships do not always manage to pass through these areas intact. The deal looks extremely unprofitable, and besides, these people are using signal jammers. Mateo also recalls that according to data, there are many valuable minerals in this area, but they are never found. He is woken up early in the morning and forced to go to the mining area without being given a good night's sleep. At the facility, he sees a very expensive, high-quality research ship. Arrogant businessmen claim that ordinary miners are not allowed to board these ships. The miners look at their ships in surprise and say that they do not have armor for reconnaissance in this area. One of the businessmen tries to calm them down, saying that their ships have energy shields to ensure safety. The miners are slowly beginning to trust these words, assuming that the military shields will be able to withstand at least one blow. Only the main character understands that all this is just dust in the eyes, designed to deceive them. The new head of the Enterprise orders the formation of groups to begin gradual reconnaissance. Mateo carefully studies the schedule and realizes that it is full of shortcomings. Since the mission is different from previous mining operations, he decides to choose a lower quality ship. Lao Shu suddenly overtakes him, demonstrating his previous sluggishness and stupidity. He thanks Mateo for choosing the best ship, noting that he has always had a good understanding of these machines. Mateo smiles, realizing that this man has dug his own grave. An armada of spaceships engaged in mining operations looks truly impressive. Mateo realizes that these mining ships lack surveillance equipment, but they do have security. The captain of the exploration ship tells his friend how he got it. He reports that his father began preparing this research ship long before the current mission. The captain grins and adds that he has been given a vital mission to reconnoiter the area. A business conversation ensues between the entrepreneur and his boss about how their plan is progressing. The entrepreneur reports that, according to preliminary data, the likelihood of finding rare minerals in this area is low. The boss replies that these reports were deliberately distorted in order to reduce the enthusiasm of other participants. The entrepreneur learns that the probability of finding rare minerals is actually 68%. He is also told that the operation is strictly confidential and will not be made public. At this time, Mateo realizes that he needs to warn the others as quickly as possible. To this end, he tries to speak to them through a special jargon, inviting them to an Edelweiss cocktail. Among the miners, the name of this cocktail means radiation, so they should understand what he means. The miners continue the conversation as if nothing had happened, making it clear that they understood him perfectly. Mateo is delighted by this fortunate coincidence, but understands that it is too early to relax. He continues to speak to them in a veiled manner, hoping that outsiders will not understand him. His plan works, and one of the businessmen announces that the time window is approaching. The miners continue to move forward cautiously, trying to figure out what to do next. The businessman notes that mining in the outskirts is generally safe. As the frequency of meteorite falls there is lower than expected. Mateo moves further into an area where the space environment becomes increasingly complex. He turns to one of the shift supervisors and says that in this place one can see a rare, beautiful landscape. The miner takes the hint and replies that he would like to take a look at this landscape. In reality, this nest is a gravity trap that can explode at the slightest disturbance. After some time, they end up in this very nest. After a pause, Mateo informs all his comrades that their ships have gravity shields installed that kill people. The captain of the research ship, observing what is happening, wonders how this young man knew about this. It is not surprising that others are also in deep shock from such a revelation. Mateo is surprised by such radio communication and assumes that the opponents will deny everything and will not give themselves away so easily. One of the businessmen tries to justify himself by saying that they cannot afford such expensive technologies. The miners say they don't believe them and try to escape, hoping to save their lives. As it approaches, the giant spaceship creates gravitational turbulence. Lauscher asks the protagonist why he is taking so long. Moments later, his ship crashes into a meteorite and explodes, taking his life with it. This man thinks he has chosen the best airship, but his stupidity leads to his death. The assault ship prepares to target the fleeing miners and open fire, but crashes into the asteroids itself. Seeing the huge explosion, the businessman is glad that he did not follow the ship. However, unfortunately, this does not save them from the fact that all the other miners, except one, managed to escape. He plans to locate them using an inspection radar, but the range of this device is limited. The scale of the reputational damage they will suffer once the incident becomes public shocks him. However, this is far from the only problem that will continue to haunt them. All this time, Mateo allows his battleship to follow him in stealth mode, and now he finds himself in an advantageous position. His opponents make a big mistake by activating the recovery turbojet, which is now not so easy to escape from. The whole space is disrupted and a gravitational avalanche occurs. On the one hand, you can lament the fact that the fools are the ones being sent first. But on the other hand, this ship was faulty from the start. The fact is that there is an obvious problem in his system that violates the integrity of the structure. The businessman senses turbulence and understands that the miners did not flee without reason. One can only sympathize with these scoundrels, because now they will be covered by a wave of asteroids. The outer layer of the ship is rapidly beginning to collapse, leaving no chance for salvation. However, the businessman is not discouraged, as the ship's armor seems strong, and he believes that they have every chance of survival. However, he is suddenly informed that only the outer layer of this armor is made of silver. The businessman laments how he spent the money and asks for an evacuation ship to be prepared. After some time, the ship explodes, and the evacuation shuttle manages to emerge from there. Mateo is surprised by the foresight of these people, realizing that they fled from danger. The people there are already preparing to go home. However, our hero rushes to the rescue of these people, hoping to ruin their holiday. Taking careful aim, he fires orbital lasers at them to reduce their mobility. The robotic landing force also moves forward to finish off the survivors. With incredible ease, they break through the hull of the ship and climb inside. The ship's staff try to fight them off with firearms. Of course, this all turns out to be a futile attempt, and they are quickly shot. Laser weapons can pierce multiple people with a single hit, making robots ideal fighters. Mateo is informed that all dangers have been eliminated, and the data from the optical ship has been read. After the robotic landing force returns to its home port, the evacuation shuttle is destroyed. Mateo receives important data from the optical computer, and now has information about titanium deposits. However, these are not all the enemies that must be destroyed, so he rushes forward. Meanwhile, the miners cautiously peer out from behind the asteroids and discover a giant warship. They talk to each other, trying to figure out what to do and how to avoid the threat. The miners sincerely thank Mateo for warning them and appoint him as the new senior on their shift. Mateo says he is too young and refuses the offered privileges. He also shares with them the intelligence he has received regarding the enemy's infrastructure. He suggests that if they just wait a couple of days, the reconnaissance ships will already be heading home. After some time, their adventure ends, and Mateo greets all the surviving miners. He is informed that the Tiger merchant fleet appears to be losing the trade war. Ching Wanli also comes to greet his comrade. Mateo asks him what he is doing here, to which Ching Wanli replies that he arrived as soon as he heard the news. They also share information with each other regarding the trade war that took place, which the sharks won. Ching Wanli happily reports that the merchant fleet not only gave them all of their profits, but also a lot of their savings. To properly celebrate this event, they go to an expensive restaurant. Ching Wanli asks Mateo if he has ever had a real rest. Mateo grins and says that Ching Wanli is lucky to have such a cool car. Ching Wanli also mentions that this party was organized by Lin Kai, whose family is the master of this planet. Lin Kai is the new head of his family, and today's party is all about sharing experiences. Ching Wanli warns that the family is not so simple and has lived here for many hundreds of years. Mateo also receives information that this family has its own Spark-class ship. Ching Wanli clarifies that they had such a ship 3 centuries ago, but it recently disappeared. This family really turns out to be not so simple, and our hero needs to be careful. The rest of the journey is silent, but short-lived due to the car's incredible speed. Once they arrive, they prepare to show their best side at this party. The villa where this prince lives turns out to be incredibly beautiful and built in a traditional style. Lin Kai joyfully welcomes all the guests, including our main character. Mateo exchanges pleasantries with the man, realizing that he truly is a handsome prince. However, he believes that one should not delude oneself, because he came here in order to acquire connections and a guide in society. In his past life, Baron Blackstone declared him his heir, but here he must obtain the title of heir in a different way. Among the other guests, he suddenly notices his old acquaintance, Jenyang. Mateo notices her with his gaze, noting her beauty, which has not changed at all. Qing Wanli guesses that they know each other. After that, he informs him that Lu Tao and Lu Yang, who own an internet cafe, are nearby. He also glances at a man near the window named Huang Wu, who is the heir to the martial arts club. The people gathered here are not the most influential, but they also have some power. Qing Wanli knows all these people thanks to his excellent memory, which is the best quality in his work. Mateo is surprised by the taste of the local tea, and suddenly a beautiful girl takes up the conversation. Qing Wanli asks a girl named Luan Xing what exactly brought her here. Luan Xing grins wryly and claims that, in fact, this villa belongs to her. Qing Wanli awkwardly says that he knows this very well, but he didn't expect to see her here. After that, he calls her by her full name, Gao Luan Xing, and the protagonist definitely pays attention to her. Mateo greets her almost ceremoniously, after which Gao Luansin says that he can just call her Luansin. Mateo looks down and says he doesn't think it's appropriate. The sly girl mocks him and remarks that she has heard of his exploits, as he is now called the Tiger Miner. Mateo begins to justify himself, saying that they were forced to fight back. Luansin mentions with a smile that Qing Wanli sends his regards to his sister. Mateo says he looked his best, and Qing Wanli reassures him that they both looked great. Luansin was born in the Star Mine region, but later leaves it and begins to build her own career. Due to her mysterious past, there are rumors that her husband owns a powerful Spark-class warship. Mateo doesn't understand why you need to open a villa when you have a ship like that. But Qing Wanli doesn't know the answer either. The party starts, but the atmosphere quickly dies down. The guards approach the prince and inform him that people from Astro Square have arrived here. These uninvited guests come to find out what happened to the Heo's fleet, and this spoils everyone's mood. The prince goes outside to find out where these people are. The uninvited guests claim that this is just a pathetic villa, and there shouldn't be so many rules. Security guards claim that breaking the rules will result in expulsion from the villa and being blacklisted. One of the ambassadors steps forward and asks, who is the most important person here? Gao Luanxing is clearly unhappy with their visit and calls them pathetic bastards and infections. That is why she gives the order to expel them, ordering them to be removed from the territory with nothing. The messengers are tied up and stripped of their clothes so that they can be sent back in a humiliating state. If anyone were to claim that anyone was saddened by this incident, they might be in the minority. After the party ends, Mateo is amazed by Luanxin's fearlessness. Qing Wanli says that Astro Square is pursuing her husband, which is why he was forced to go on the run. However, due to the discord that reigns in the Dominion, they cannot direct all their forces here. Back at work, Wang Do is given good news that the duties have been lifted. He is also informed that one of the corrupt officials from their company had his arms broken and was sent to prison. The other miners joyfully greet their comrade who led them out of a deadly situation. Once you've completed your daily chores, it's time to destroy other civilizations and score points. Mateo goes into stealth mode to activate the signal from other universes. Having chosen a suitable opponent, he decides to move to the battlefield in another universe. This time, luck turns against him, and he faces truly formidable opponents. After analyzing the history of conflicts, he understands that these ships fight at close range. Thus, he decides to deliver a powerful blow to all opponents at once, without really aiming. The main weapon destroys a huge number of ships, leaving no chance of survival. Interceptor ships are heading towards the protagonist, but are unable to penetrate his energy shield. Mateo makes a tactical decision to avoid attracting unnecessary attention. The enemies continue to shoot at him, but to no avail. At the same time, the main character approaches the inner part of the battlefield and encounters a large number of enemies. After quickly analyzing the situation, he realizes that the blue team is at a disadvantage. For him, this has only indirect significance, because he is going to destroy them all. The defensive ring is broken through by his powerful attacks. He begins to detect electromagnetic waves, signaling a desire to begin negotiations. However, before he can decipher anything, the ship's warning system activates a red alert. Of course, this means that the negotiations fail, and now the hero will have to fight. The situation looks extremely strange, as the opponents are behaving unusually. Even such a smart hero cannot figure out the reason for the changed behavior of the enemies. After a few moments, the solution becomes obvious. A huge black hole appears, sucking in the ships. Mateo wonders how lower civilizations came to have gravity collapse bombs. The battleship is going through hard times, as nothing can survive being sucked into a black hole. Gradually, the hull becomes damaged, despite the powerful energy shield, because gravity acts everywhere. To prevent further damage, Mateo must act decisively. The situation is heating up, and we can only hope that Mateo's chosen plan will work. The situation is not going well for now, but he decides to push all his engines to the max. However, at the last moment, the huge black hole explodes, reducing its suction power to almost zero. Mateo can breathe a sigh of relief after heroically pulling the ship out of a deadly trap. The medical robot brings him a nutrient solution and receives commands to repair all systems. Mateo can afford to spend 1/10 of his resources on repairing the ship. He also discovers a mysterious contraption that creates a mini gravitational collapse field. After another confident victory, it's time for a snack, because he's racking up a huge number of points. It takes other ships years to do this, but Mateo is a master of his craft and takes the best from everywhere. Having received a powerful artifact, he understands that now he needs to use it for his own purposes. He decides that such a powerful weapon is worth a huge amount of money, which means he can sell it and forget about the problem of poverty forever. He decides to sip some tea, while thinking about creating a special network of sparks. This network allows ships to exchange information with each other, but he needs to register a new account. After returning to the home universe, all that remains is to remotely control the ship's upgrades and keep a low profile. He also has an appointment with his colleagues, so time is running out and he needs to hurry. It's time to max out the engines and head back to the home planet to avoid suspicion. At the same time, it increases the effectiveness of remote control using brainwaves. He rushes as fast as he can, hoping that he won't be late for an important meeting. Jen Young informs him that he is not late, and invites him to join their little celebration of life. They clink glasses and decide to enjoy the evening, despite the fact that they have all recently had troubles. Once home, Mateo reflects on the fact that in 2 days, the fleet will arrive from Blackstone to the mining planet. According to his memoirs, the Baron comes from within, and he has many relatives, as well as another illegitimate child. This whole situation with the heirs turns out to be quite confusing, and not at all what it seems at first glance. However, if the Baron is deprived of his title, the nobles only benefit from this and start a war. Last time, one of the combat followers died protecting Mateo, and this time he is determined to prevent that from happening. After some time, he finally finds the ship, which suddenly appears that day and destroys his ally. He immediately orders the reconnaissance drones to follow him, hoping that this time he will attack first. As he approaches his invisible carrier, he activates the gravity lock system. These technologies are so advanced that even in the modern world they can be used in amazing ways. His plan is to place a time bomb on the meteorite and asteroids near the ship. Thanks to their improved design, the delivery systems of these bombs are among the most advanced. To our hero's surprise, his enemy is hiding in a relatively large city. With time almost running out, our hero decides to retreat, relying on the strength of his ship. There is a huge explosion that can be seen even from neighboring planets if you look closely. This explosion turns out to be carefully planned to trigger another gravitational avalanche aimed at the warship. This leaves no chance to escape from this trap. Mateo looks resolutely at his opponent's ship, hoping that it will die quickly. Soon our protagonist's gaze is pleased by a bright flash, signaling an explosion on the ship. Mateo orders that the black box be found on this ship, the trophies be taken later, and the remains be destroyed. After analyzing the supplies he received, he realized that this was the very same mercenary ship sent to destroy the Count. Due to turbulence in the asteroid belt, the remains of this ship are gradually scattered and disappear, so there is nothing to worry about. After some time, an unknown person rings his doorbell. He comes to invite him to the mansion of the leadership of the mining planet. People who meet him say that he looks exactly like the Baron in his youth. Mateo knows he should pretend to be nervous, but he's not doing a good job of it. The Baron's assistants report that they see him as a young boss and are preparing to take a blood sample. After some time, they insert a syringe into his skin to obtain a DNA sample. The sensor built into the syringe gives a positive result quite quickly, to everyone's surprise. After this, they apologize to our hero and introduce themselves as direct knights of the Baron. Mateo accepts their apology and states that he never doubted their good intentions for a moment. One of the knights named Chen Shu muses that Mateo is a suitable heir. Another knight named Ding Wei says they took blood to check the relationship. They tell him that according to the results, he is the son of Baron Blackstone. Mateo admits that after leaving the orphanage, he vows to himself to achieve great things. However, he notes that one must not forget that he is the Baron's illegitimate child. Chen Shu says that, unfortunately, Blackstone's status is declining year after year, and therefore now is not the time for formalities. Ding Wei assures our hero that his efforts and hard work are not in vain. He also says that the Baroness wants to adopt a child from her original family and make him her heir. Mateo says it's a very dangerous title and is immediately given the opportunity to refuse. Our hero is not like everyone else, so he prefers to take fate into his own hands and act decisively. Chen Shu and Ding Wei could only clap their hands in satisfaction after hearing such an impressive speech. Mateo often admits that he knows nothing, and his situation is complicated by his low origins. Chen Shu is surprised by his interlocutor's incredible ambitions and praises him despite his youth. Chen Shu also says that the Baron's other son, Wang Jijin, has extraordinary abilities. Of course, it can't be that simple. That means Wang Jijin has some kind of special ability. Mateo realizes he needs to find out if there are any other candidates besides his half-brother. Chen Shu bitterly admits that most people are against the Baroness's decision. Ding Wei reminds our hero that he has his own advantages that need to be used. They also offer him to go to Blackstone tomorrow, and he immediately agrees. What's surprising is that Ding Wei didn't show such enthusiasm in his past life, which means everything becomes confusing. Ding Wei gives great support to our hero, and they now have 20 assault ships. Ding Wei and Chen Shu act tactfully and set up protection around his house during this time. Before leaving, he decides to record a message and warn his comrades. In this message, he tells them that he doesn't know when he will return and asks them not to miss him too much. Mateo understands that in the Kingdom of Redbad and the surrounding star regions, the privileged have long been appropriating everything for themselves. He continues to explore his memories of his past life and realizes that he needs to act faster. After the incident, he also sends out a drone to secretly monitor the Tiger Fleet's reconnaissance ship. He discovers another trail that can be followed. Having selected a target, he commands the observation drone to stealthily catch up with the object and continues to monitor what is happening. The whole point is that stations are sometimes installed along the navigation route to monitor the situation. Without these stations, he won't be able to do anything, so he needs to get them at any cost. Meanwhile, life on the warship continues as usual. Another ship captain wonders if they have gotten rid of all the spies. He also states that once they leave the star regions and go into outer space, they will be able to go wherever they want. They rush forward and realize that they left the planet only thanks to their own minds. However, due to the space station being destroyed, they crash into a massive asteroid field and explode. Mateo carefully flies up from behind and takes over all the resources of this ship. He manages to return the next day to take part in the audience. A few hours later, he arrives at the right place, where he is asked to help with the next journeys. Having boarded the ship, he turns around and says goodbye to his native mining planet. The ship has a standard routine atmosphere as everyone works to diagnose the systems of this giant machine. Mateo asks how much stronger their ship is compared to their opponents, to which he receives a whole lecture full of technical details. He is also told that they are in an administrative galaxy that is controlled by Blackstone. Mateo remembers that there are bandits operating nearby and receives the answer that it is indeed difficult to control everything in this region. The main problem is that the Baron is in very poor health and cannot rule with the same strength and power. Chen Shu notes that the situation is not actually that bad, as the Redbad Kingdom remains stable. Mateo notices the naivety of this man, who believes too much in the power of the kingdom's authority. Thanks to the second chance, he understands perfectly well what will happen next, but decides not to argue. He is more interested in whether it is worthwhile to spend so many resources on his escort, but he is reassured on this matter. Mateo is also interested in the possibility of meeting the bandits, but Chen Shu reassures him, saying that they are of no value. Mateo remains vigilant and says that some bandits will kill for less. He also states that the fleet must be powerful enough to protect him, as he is now a valuable target. After thinking for a while, he wonders what force is the most powerful in relation to them. Suddenly, hostile ships from the Highland State appear on radar, posing a serious threat. The situation is heating up, and it is time to increase combat readiness and form a battle formation. The ships instantly carry out the command of their commander, which evokes surprise and respect. Mateo recalls that he previously destroyed an Asteroid Edge-class warship, but now realizes that the enemy may have a spare one. As if that weren't enough, the scouts discover even more suspicious details. According to a quick intelligence analysis, a Tiger Fleet ship was recently in the asteroid belt. Chen Shu understands that regardless of whether they are pursuing the Tigers or the traces of the Star Bandits, the situation remains tense. Mateo advises not to back down before they have a chance to figure out the whole situation, so as not to make things worse. He encourages him, telling him that he will be responsible for the consequences, because he himself chooses this route. 4 days pass, and they are already halfway to their destination. Mateo remembers that in his past life, a surprise attack occurs in an area located not far from here. His plan, as always, turns out to be correct, because he detects a huge number of enemies through sensors. It seems that they have no business here, since this is a rather dangerous place for bandits. But who knows what these scoundrels have in mind? Meanwhile, the heads of the res are talking to each other, expressing concern that they have wandered so far. The pirate commander reports that the target is different from the original one, and therefore he does not intend to risk his men. The employer argues that the plan should remain in effect, since they have already taken care of all the excesses. The bandit leader asks if he can be sure that these groups will not abandon him in the event of a direct confrontation. He is informed that he will be working with the rest of Bone, and this instills in him the thrill of the hunt. The employer assures that one can now be confident of the success of this operation. Meanwhile, the protagonist's ship receives information about the discovery of an unknown fleet. Mateo tells Chen Shu that he is receiving data on these ships, among which is the vessel of the bandit leader nicknamed Whitetooth. He believes that knowing someone like Lin Kai could open the door to outstanding intelligence reports. Chen Shu carefully studies the enemy and orders an attack on Belozub's ship. The ships go into combat readiness and receive coordinates at which to open fire. Chen Shu continues to lead the operation with his characteristic brisk tone. After his subordinates distribute all the necessary particles, they decide to change the original direction. The situation in Belozub's control room is becoming increasingly tense, as they still don't know what's going on. The captain notices a projectile approaching him and tries to activate the shield. Of course, it turns out to be too late, so almost the entire fleet of criminals is destroyed. Even Belozub's ship is damaged and loses a significant amount of strength, but still stays afloat. A warning comes in about another projectile approaching from the horizon, and Belozub assures everyone not to be afraid. He smiles grimly and states that his ship is only slightly damaged, and that this is not enough to destroy it. He also asks the customer when Steelbone will arrive, and receives the answer that it won't be long now. Unfortunately, there is little reason for optimism, as another shell is coming. Numerous allies report taking heavy damage and falling. White-toothed, angry, clenches his fists, unable to change anything in his miserable fate. As a result of the shelling, 6 warships are damaged, 2 of which are completely destroyed. A few moments later, 4 ships are disabled. Panic sets in, and in such a situation you can only rely on your wits and strong will. Belozub, being a prudent commander, tries to retreat to avoid major losses. However, his employer recommends that he stay, as help should arrive soon. The employer, of course, keeps silent about the fact that he has no intention of helping pirates who can simply be used. Meanwhile, Mateo applauds his comrade, claiming that he deserves the highest praise. The operational situation is gradually stabilizing thanks to a timely preemptive strike. However, he suddenly receives notification of another fleet approaching. The scout ship shows him an image according to which another fleet of bandits is about to arrive here. The Steel Bone pose a serious threat due to the high durability of their ships. However, Mateo is not discouraged, as he believes that Steelbone can be impulsive and make mistakes. Chen Shu knows a little about this group, as they have been wanted before. Chen Shu orders the main ship to retreat while the others head towards the wormhole. According to his calculations, they should be much faster than the bandits' ships. Despite the fact that the overall combat power rating of the group is 15th level, they win in speed. However, the plan does not go as planned, as the enemy unexpectedly turns out to be faster. The assault ships receive orders to intercept the enemy and wonder where the pirates get such technology. Chen Shu understands that if the distance between the ships is reduced, they will be able to use the exomorphic jump function. Mateo refuses to give up so easily and orders the drone to release invisible bombs. The moment of truth is approaching. Now it will become clear how the main character will cope with an even more powerful enemy. Chen Shu offers him to evacuate, promising to buy him enough time. Mateo asks for an exoskeleton kit because he is good in combat and can take care of himself. Meanwhile, the invisible ship continues to operate from the shadows and drops bombs. He is very surprised by this outcome and orders the bombing to be stopped immediately. Despite the damage they sustained, the mercenary ships are beginning to recover at an alarming rate. Chen Shu reminds them that their true goal is to enter the wormhole to escape from here. Sima Junda contacts under a covert name and reports that he has blown up an enemy engine and needs help. Mateo is surprised that in this life this man turns out to be much less rational and claims that he needs to be saved. Chen Shu warns that it could be a trap, as Steelbone is very dangerous. Mateo states that the pirates have no need to set such a trap, so they need to hurry. Chen Shu agrees with his arguments, adding that the Baron always acts nobly, so this man should be saved. Chen Shu orders everyone to turn around and head towards Steelbone, and the assault ships to open fire. He notes that a real massacre is about to begin, and calls for especially careful monitoring of the main character's actions. Having suppressed the enemy's fighting ability, they rush forward to pick up Simjund. After some time, the escape pod appears on board, and they open fire to finish off the rest of the fleet. A powerful ship's cannon cuts through bandit ships like a knife through butter. Mr. Steelbone contacts them and declares that he will never give up. Chen Shu claims that he leaves him no choice, but the protagonist intervenes in the conversation. Chen Shu warns him that he will bear full responsibility for dealing with such a dangerous opponent. Mateo shows his face to Mr. Stillbone and tells him that he is his target. He also calls him a capable man and expresses the opinion that being a star bandit is a waste of time, offering to join him. He adds that he is not too concerned about the competition for the inheritance, since he will get the title one way or another. Mateo admits that he himself is racking his brains over how to combat the noble force in the neighboring region. Stillbone claims that he would rather die than serve anyone, having been treated like a fool all his life. Chen Shu remarks that it is useless to try to persuade him, but Mateo believes that he knows how to approach this scoundrel. He starts shouting and says that all his relatives died, and he himself renounced the rank of soldier and his connections. He asks if Stillbone doesn't want revenge on the Empire and questions his masculinity. Stillbone claims that no one has the right to judge him because they have not experienced what he has gone through. After this, he launches into a long tirade about how much he has lost on the path to his revenge. Mateo says that many of his people died, but he still stopped his path of vengeance. Stillbone counters by telling of the ambush he set for his enemy. Mateo accuses him of giving up on his revenge, and a squabble ensues between them. Stillbone interrupts the pointless argument and states that if he were in his place, he would simply run away. Mateo is adamant that he would never give up and would dedicate his entire life to taking revenge on his enemy. Stillbone listens to the protagonist's words and agrees that he should not die until he becomes powerful enough. Mateo states that they are his allies and reminds them that the only one Stillbone should control is himself. He makes a promise that if he wants revenge, he can only rely on himself, because now he is a star bandit. Mateo also states that he is willing to accept him as the lost knight he once was. After some time, Sima Junda contacts and reports that the former commander of Stillbone committed suicide. This message is also heard by other participants in the negotiations. White-toothed wonders in surprise whether this tough nut really gave in so easily. Mateo turns to Sima Junda and thanks him for risking his life for him. Sima Junda explains that he had little time, and that is why he had to take the risk. Mateo tries to find out how his friend is feeling and receives a rather detailed explanation that he is fine. Mateo extends his hand to him and asks for help in this difficult situation. Sima Junda extends her hand in a reciprocal gesture, stating that they still maintain their friendly and business relationship. This is exactly how, according to the narrator, true and strong male friendships are built in the harsh galactic world. Meanwhile, the story moves to the planet Blackstone to reveal even more interesting things. Chen Shu informs Mateo that over the past 2 years, as the Baron's health has worsened, the level of training of the troops has only increased. It is because of this that their airport provides the Stillbone fleet with good supplies and services. Having reached the required place, they finally descend down in a super-fast capsule. Thus, Mateo finally finds himself in a place where he has not been since his past life. He notes that the air here is really pleasant, and Blackstone is a great place. After admiring the scenery for a while, he finally decides to approach the car waiting for him. Mateo understands that the Baron is not in the best health, but he is conscious and has great influence. Chen Shu introduces a butler named Shen Fugi, who is the Baron's confidant. Shen Fugi greets Chen Shu and Mateo, who remembers that the old man is much stronger than he looks. After this, he says goodbye to the knight, and Chen Shu decides to set off on his way to the mansion. Shen Fugi states that they will travel by car since the danger level in Blackstone has not been raised. During the ride, Shen Fugi notices that Mateo seems quite relaxed, and adds that there is no point in being nervous now. Shen Fugi asks if he wants to know anything, but Mateo finds it more important to meet the Baron and listen to him. Shen Fugi inquires about the motives behind the recent actions, and Mateo calls it a necessary measure. Shen Fugi smirked and thought that the Baron was just as impudent as Mateo when he was young. Shen Fugi quotes a funny saying that the Baron always spoke the truth, except for his last words. After this, he becomes serious and says that the Baron is slowly dying, and this gives the vile people a reason to act. Mateo understands that this is a rather sensitive issue that needs to be resolved somehow. Mateo realizes that they are trying to test him and gives a rather evasive answer, passing this test. After this, he claims that the Baron is in the prime of life and does not understand what illness he could be talking about. Having entered into a discussion regarding the Baron's illness, they come to the conclusion that it cannot be cured for now. Mateo expresses hope that everything will be fine, remembering that he has to protect the Baron from the traitors. Finally, he reaches the red carpet that leads to the massive Blackstone castle. He is greeted by rows of maids who bow their heads and hands in a respectful gesture. Shen Fugi introduces him to the history of this castle, showing him portraits of previous owners. Finally, the time comes for the long-awaited audience with the Baron, and the door is opened for him. Mateo walks into the office and finds himself in front of a tall man with black hair. The Baron invites him to sit down and asks for forgiveness for what happened to him and his mother. Mateo argues that apologies are unnecessary, as growing up on a mining planet wasn't all that bad. The Baron states that only people with broad horizons can put up with such things, and praises his composure in the situation with the Tiger Fleet. Mateo explains that the Tiger Fleet knew nothing about the specific situation in the mining area, and he took advantage of this. The Baron wonders why the least experienced person has suddenly taken charge of the operation. Mateo evasively replies that he merely took advantage of the situation and the naivety of the merchant navy. He also claims that if he had a choice, he would prefer to be cautious, as people should live a harmonious life. The Baron admits that Mateo surprised him again on the way back to planet Blackstone. The Baron tries to find out what happened during the confrontation with Steelbone, and Mateo says they have a deal. The Baron becomes curious to know what he plans to do next, but Mateo calmly agrees to accept his terms. All this happens because Blackstone is the Baron's territory, and Mateo knows nothing about it, and therefore cannot act independently. The Baron asks him what he thinks of the Silver Castle, and he replies that he is very impressed. Mateo gets to his feet and is told that his little brother will be arriving soon. As soon as he leaves the office, the butler calls the maid and asks her to take Mateo to his room. A polite maid greets the protagonist and asks him to follow her. Immediately after this, Shenfugi scolds the Baron for leaving his guard mode. The Baron notes that people like Mateo even tried to control Steelbone, meaning they have no authority. He also notes that this person is very different from the profile he saw before, and at first he could not even believe what was happening. He decides that this man is still his son, since he does not feel any alienness in him. Shenfugi wonders with interest if the Baron wants to make Mateo his heir. The Baron states that this is logical since Wang Jijin is still a child, and other candidates would be simply ridiculous. Shenfugi and the Baron exchange a few words about how difficult it is to resolve family matters. Meanwhile, we are transported to Mateo's bedroom, where he is lying down and thinking about something. Mateo recalls that in his past life, he foolishly got involved in a title defense battle and was not a good son. The last attempt ends rather sadly, as the Baron fights for 2 years but then dies, and everything goes to waste. The next day he comes to the Baron again for an audience, and he is given a method for perfecting the technique of body purification. Having received assurance that all other matters do not require his presence, Mateo leaves. The moment of truth is finally coming. Now he can begin his own evolution and rise up. Walking through the corridors, he prepares to train his body and increase his lifespan. He is met by a teacher named Lin Hui, who will teach him body improvement techniques. Lin Hui begins with a short greeting and a brief historical overview of the creation of this technique. Mateo reflects on the heights he can reach and hopes that he can surpass his past self. Lin Hui admits that the technique of body cultivation produces extraordinary effects and should not be neglected. He explains that once a person reaches the premium stage, they can gain a special ability that suits their body type. The possibilities that a person receives when he reaches this peak are beyond imagination. Mateo opens the manuscripts and realizes that mastering this technique will be quite a difficult task. Sitting down on his knees and going into meditation, he reflects on the fact that he needs to take Stargrass to speed up. Lin Hui begins to teach him the first exercise, which requires turning his hands in a given direction. The next stage involves more serious training, which must be endured no matter what. It is reported that if a person cannot endure pain, then he clearly has no place in this kingdom, which accepts only the strongest. Thanks to his past life experience, Mateo adapts very easily and endures this challenging training. He feels the energy of the stars, directs it into his body and dulls the sensation of pain, which greatly surprises the teacher. Lin Hui praises him for his excellent work and encourages him to continue in the same spirit. He is advised to eat at 4 o'clock in order to monitor his diet and not overload himself with unnecessary stress. Mateo promises to arrive on time and continue teaching this amazing technique that can change the world. This technique is truly amazing, but it takes a lot of time to get used to it. In the evening, Lin Hui gives his student additional praise and recommends that he get plenty of rest before the next lesson. Mateo is asked to keep his progress a secret, and the teacher understands this, nodding and adding that the only exception will be the Baron. Mateo has been improving for 3 days now and is achieving amazing results, but he thinks it's too early to stop. It's time to take part in the Baron's family dinner, attended by his 2 daughters and 1 son. Mateo bows respectfully and states that it is a great honor for him. The Baron's wife, Shi Fanghua, arrives from one of the 2 inhabited planets in Blackstone territory. Baron Blackstone introduces his older brother to his younger children. The older sister's name is Wang Guang, and she turns out to be a very shy book lover. The middle sister is named Wang Guangbei, and she is much more talkative and confident than the eldest sister. Finally, it's time to introduce Wang Jijin, who is the younger brother and the youngest member of the family. Mateo greets them politely, and finally the family banquet begins. The Baron watches the first communication of his separated offspring, and this brings him joy. Shi Fanghua watches the hero with interest, becoming more and more impressed with each passing second. Mateo assumes that the Baron probably knows who he is, because before calling him to the mansion, he had to check everything. After a while, it's time to head off to another body-strengthening session. This time, Mateo is accompanied by his relatives, who arrive on time. Lin Hui announces that from now on, they will practice the body improvement technique every morning. During training, Wang Guang looks rather mediocre, since he doesn't really like sports. Mateo understands that this is slowing her progress, especially when combined with her lack of talent. Wang Guangbei, on the other hand, shows incredible talent despite her young age and is able to perform 26 exercises. Wang Guangbei is also not overly modest and believes that she did an excellent job with the task. However, she will soon have to face something that she will not be able to come to terms with for a long time. Mateo already has the skill to fully refine, since this is not his first life. As soon as he completes his spiritual practice, Wang Guangbei invites him to a friendly competition. Mateo realizes that this may not end well and tries to tactfully refuse, knowing that he will be in trouble. Wang Guangbei is offended, turns away and hopes that in the future he will be able to make up for lost time and improve his self-esteem. After this, he asks her not to tell anyone about his progress. The young members of the Baron's family unanimously assure him that they will not let him down. Lin Hui announces that training is over for today and suggests that everyone go and rest and recuperate. At dinner, the young members of the Baron's family ask Mateo to tell them something about his adventures. That same evening, he decides to contact Sima Junda and thanks him for his work, realizing that he is not sitting idle. As he gets dressed, he notes that he needs to go outside, although he doesn't want to. After some time, Shen Fugi tries to teach him etiquette to suit his new status. In conversation, he asks his wife what she thinks of the recently announced heir. The woman replies that her opinion does not matter, since everything depends on defense. The smiling Baron says that despite any circumstances, Mateo is ideally suited for the title. He also reminds his wife that Mateo grew up in an orphanage and received no parental support. Shi Fanghua agrees that Mateo is great, but adds that her children are no worse. The Baron notes that if someone from Shi Fanghua's family or his original family were to be born, it could have a bad impact on the castle. He also adds that he does not care about his original family and other claimants to the throne, who seem disgusting to him. He notes that Shi Fanghua's father may not have the best intentions towards their kingdom. Shi Fanghua says that Mateo is still young, and it will be difficult for him to hold this title alone. The Baron chuckles at his wife, and reports that Mateo is already trying to win Steelbone over to his side. Shi Fanghua is skeptical about this success, saying that it only happened because Chen Shu flattered him with his presence. The Baron counters, claiming that Chen Shu has been his subordinate and partner for many years, so he is not capable of such a thing. From his point of view, everything that is happening perfectly demonstrates Mateo's abilities, and he considers him an excellent candidate. The Baron also says that the rumors being spread about his son only make him more determined. He believes that, given all the circumstances and his foresight, Mateo is the ideal candidate. Shi Fanghua says that news of Mateo's appearance has already spread among all the contenders for the throne. Meanwhile, Shen Fugi listens to Mateo's proposals, which surprise him. He notes that Mateo's desire to get back into mining comes as a surprise. Mateo explains that this is his first time here, and the changes in his surroundings are putting a lot of pressure on him. Shen Fugi accepts this argument and says that he will convey the Baron's request. The Baron, in his healing capsule, orders all of Mateo's demands to be met. Along the way, he reflects on the fact that Mateo may have lied to him during their last conversation. Lin Hui is sent with him as an escort, as he is a great warrior. Mateo apologizes to the foreman and says that he needs to sort out some things, so he is taking 2 days off. Lin Hui informs him that traffic control is being carried out in the city for safety reasons. Soon, Mateo finds himself at Chen Shu's villa to discuss several issues with him. Chen Shu introduces him to his son, who was trained as an Orthodox knight and achieved great success. Mateo remembers the dark future of this family in his past life and decides to prevent it, no matter what the cost. Mateo asks Chen Zed to be his armed escort, and he replies that he will do everything in the best possible way. Without thinking twice, they board the ship and head out into outer space. Chen Shu and Lin Hui say that they will leave them alone so that they can sort out all their issues. Sima Junda says that over the past few days, many people have shown interest in purchasing portable modules, body armor, and exoskeletons. Mateo asks Steelbone to take care of the logistics and supplies, as he will arrange everything. Sima Junda is delighted by this news, saying that they have an independent station and a large number of soldiers. Sima Junda also states that the original Baron's family holds the title of Count, and that the current lord is his great-uncle. Thus, the two candidates who arrived by fleet are direct descendants of the original family. Mateo tries to find out his comrades' opinions regarding the current situation and the new contender for the throne named Wang Jinli. Sima Junda states that, according to the information gathered, the defense is sufficient for now, and the world is controlled by Blackstone. Stillbone also says that these guys are not serious opponents for Mateo and his team. Mateo firmly states that they do indeed have sufficient advantage to defend this land. Mateo also admits that he is not sure when he will take possession of the title, which means he needs to act quickly and without violence. He also says that he should pay attention to Wang Juju and An Jinling, who are famous for their cunning. Sima Junda says that this will not be difficult to do, since their fleet now has the status of a guard fleet. Sima Junda also states that most of the Steelbones' property was taken, but they still have a means of subsistence. Sima Junda also states that some of his family members are moving to Blackstone, but he doesn't want anyone to know about them. Mateo is confident that this is unlikely to be a problem for him in his current situation. Mateo also says that Qing Wanli can help with this issue and settle everything properly. Compared to the mining area, there are far fewer resources here, and you have to dig deeper. Mateo finally gains his freedom and realizes that he must now hurry. Rushing to his ship, he immediately decides to enter the battlefield in another universe. Having torn the fabric of reality, he suddenly finds himself near a gigantic structure. This structure is a microparticle servicing robot and is of great value. Mateo immediately orders the main cannon to be loaded and aimed at the enemy ship. Almost instantly, he decides to open fire and makes a huge hole in this Death Star. The result is not long in coming, and the giant structure partially fails. Mateo fires another volley, this time piercing the massive robot. Mateo scores a few points, but the biggest surprise is the portable module that he manages to capture. He also decides to open the boxes he received from the recent ambush and discovers stargrass inside. After opening most of the boxes, he finds low-level energy crystals that may also be useful. However, the most valuable item turns out to be a powerful, high-level shining crystal. Legendary crystals are extremely rare, which makes them a cause for celebration. Currently, its auxiliary systems perform two functions, and this module will come in very handy. Mateo has just been given the amazing opportunity to pilot the ship and realizes that he has an important choice to make. Luckily, Tiger's merchant fleet has been destroyed, so he doesn't have to worry about anyone looking for him. He also finds titanium crystal, one of the most valuable resources monopolized by the aristocrats. Mateo understands that once news of the presence of such crystals in the region spreads, it will end badly for Blackstone. If it weren't for the fact that Zone 13 is located deep in a mining area, no one would dare to venture there. Unfortunately, he can't defend Blackstone right now because he's not strong enough yet, which means he needs to get stronger. However, news about the crystal's location remains confidential for now, and Mateo can breathe a sigh of relief. Without thinking twice, he decides to activate the remote control to perform a few maneuvers. He asks to remove the brainwave manipulation system and add a robot to service the microparticles. Time waits for no one, so he needs to get stronger as quickly as possible if Mateo wants to change anything. After this, he immediately begins to improve his body using purification techniques. By focusing on meditation, he achieves unprecedented success in the run-up to becoming the heir and receiving the title. After 15 hours of practice, he gets a good result, which costs him a whopping 220 points. After returning from another universe, the system requires several hours of buffering before it can be started again. At the next audience with the Baron, he is informed that in a month and a half, on October 2nd, a dinner party will be held. Mateo recommends that the Baron rest, noting that broad-spectrum antibiotics can cure the bacterial infection. The Baron asks him not to worry, and says that he is not that weak, but recommends that he mind his own business. Mateo confidently declares that he will not let the Baron down, and promises to do whatever is required. Returning to the training hall, he is met by his younger sisters and brothers, who complain that he did not take them with him. Mateo brings them small gifts, and is already showing them beautiful crystals. As he activates the remote control, his ship is sent to the Phoenix Galaxy. He needs to connect his drone to the Spark network to gain access to the advanced communications system. After some time, it heads to the specified coordinates and arrives in the Phoenix Galaxy in 8 days. This place is considered the best trading platform between different civilizations of the entire northern sector. High Commissioner of the Business Department named Susan Phoenix welcomes all newcomers to the galaxy. Mateo reports that he has come here for the purpose of trading and supplying supplies through the local port. Although Mateo is not physically present on the ship, technology makes him feel as if he were sitting there in a chair. He is informed that a payment is required to connect to the Spark network, which he makes without any problems. Mateo registers a new account, posing as a drone to avoid attracting unnecessary attention. Majunda shares fresh information that he believes members of the original family are up to something. Mateo recalls that in his past life, these members caused a riot in Blackstone and escaped. It also becomes known that Wang Jinling is trying to give Wang Guangnan a fire fruit that can enhance a person's energy. Mateo concludes that these people are receiving support from someone in Blackstone and have completed preliminary preparations. After some thought, he realizes that the time has come to act and take advantage of what he has saved. After some time, he finally sells the gravity collapse generator for 30,000 coins. While he is delighted with the speed of transactions in this place, he notices the price of the fire fruit. In her past life, Wang Guangnan trained hard but reached a low level, but now he can buy her the resources she needs. Mateo looks through the possible goods that are worth purchasing and realizes that he has a chance to get something really valuable. After making purchases, he receives a notification that the goods have been delivered. Since he connects to the Spark network with a new account, the subscription cost is reduced. Suddenly he finds a flower called the Light Lotus, which he believes can help cure the Baron. Mateo contacts the seller and decides to purchase several copies at once to ensure success. However, when buying in bulk, he realizes that the offer is not very profitable, but he cannot change the situation. He reminds the merchant that he is not the only seller, and that an alternative can always be found. However, he soon finds something really interesting. He is offered a contract to capture Zhong Shengshu, who has been declared a traitor, dead or alive. Mateo continues to test the speculator's patience, and he eventually gives in. Thus, the hero acquires 8 lotuses, which should be enough to heal the Baron. He receives a notification that in 71 hours the prices on the market will be adjusted. Returning to Blackstone the next morning, he decides to train with his relatives. Mateo notes that his past life did not have such a happy atmosphere and is happy about the changes. Shenfugi reports on the progress of his etiquette training, noting that Mateo is studying very well. The Baron shares that he has been in a life support capsule for several years and is beginning to despise himself. Shenfugi claims that no one would dare to look down on the Baron if he was afraid of it. He also reports that among the 8 knights, key figures support Mateo even without direct orders. Shenfugi also shares information about the balance of power among the other contenders for the throne. Baron believes that the current balance of power lacks self-regulation, and the struggle is becoming increasingly fierce. Together they come to the conclusion that it is necessary to declare Mateo the heir and make his identity public. Shenfugi asks the Baron if he informed Mateo about what will happen at the upcoming banquet. The Baron says that if Mateo wants to become a leader, he needs to remain calm in the face of chaos and threats. In his opinion, if Mateo passes this test, nothing else will be able to crush him on this difficult path. The Baron admits that he will probably not live to see this moment, and asks Shenfugi to take care of his family after his death. Mateo recalls that in his previous life, his position as heir only became official after 2 years. But now everything is different. In the form of a hologram, he moves to his ship and monitors changes in the trading. After some time, he deliberately raises the price above what is necessary to ensure victory at the auction. The system notifies him that all purchased goods will be delivered within 7 days. Meanwhile, in the galaxy, Sima Junda reports that Wang Juju and Wang Jinling continue their scheming. In the estate itself, life goes on as usual, and the maids continue to work with incredible diligence. Before the banquet begins, Mateo's relatives ask him if he's not nervous at all, but he laughs it off. Finally, the grand evening arrives, when guests from all over the universe gather at the estate. After some time, the Baron comes out into the main hall, accompanied by his wife and relatives. He greets everyone present, emphasizing that this is a great honor for him. Wang Juju and Wang Jinling watch their rival closely, recalling his past. Their uncle orders them to be silent, explaining that the Baron has supreme power and will not tolerate such words. Meanwhile, the Baron announces that his heir and eldest son will be Mateo, who will take the title of Baron Blackstone after him. No one expects such a sudden turn of events, and everyone freezes from indescribable shock. Mateo is also surprised that the Baron decides to voice his decision right now. Wang Juju and Wang Jinling frown deeply, as Mateo's identity as the heir will be carved in stone. He quickly gives the order to one of his comrades, who begins to try to dissuade the Baron. Mateo recognizes these people and remembers that their names are Eugene and Zhu Lang, who have their own interests in this fight. The Baron glares at his subordinates, giving them a look full of indignation and disappointment. Chen Shu and Lin Hui defend the Baron's point of view, arguing that his choice is not up for debate. Wang Jinling launches into a long democratic tirade, admitting that he has become disillusioned with men. He points out that it is not proper for knights to accept ordinary people as leaders. Suddenly, he is interrupted by a woman who claims that on the way back, Mateo achieves glorious victories over criminals. She wonders what is the true measure of courage, if not such actions. Mateo recognizes the woman as his etiquette teacher, Mrs. Taylor. and is pleased with her support. Wang Juju and Wang Jinling are surprised that their new competitor is so popular. Mateo decides to intervene and asks how exactly he should address them. He also states that while he doesn't have much experience with etiquette classes, he understands that they don't have a title, and therefore they are equal. Chen Shu chuckles and remarks that they are all from a count's family, but they do not receive any titles during their lifetime. Mateo says Blackstone is renowned for its self-made courage, and he will continue that tradition. He makes it clear that these lands and he himself do not need anyone's recognition in order to act. The elder who appears agrees with this, and claims that Blackstone truly deserves its reputation as a brave place. He also adds that if the two welcome guests from the capital want to see this, then Mateo must demonstrate it. Shi Fanghua immediately says that her father never warns her about such antics. Mateo recognizes this man as Shi Xiaodong, who is the Baroness's father and wants to gain control. Wang Juju and Wang Jinling agree to this proposal and declare that they demand a duel. Mateo understands that in this case they must fight one-on-one, and the one who loses the ship's energy shield first loses. Wang Guangnan, Wang Guangbei, and Wang Jijin side with their brother, insulting Wang Juju and Wang Jinling. Mateo states that he has only been here for half a month and is just beginning to practice the purification technique, without even acquiring armor. Wang Jinling and Wang Juju praise his insight, but claim it won't work on them. Mateo claims he has the title because he is the heir to Blackstone, unlike them. Chen Shu continues to laugh and says that Wang Juju and Wang Jinling call themselves nobles but do not have any titles. Wang Juju promises revenge on Mateo, claiming that he will show him the gap between him and the commoners. Mateo reminds him that dignity, self-control, and behavior befitting one's status are the right of true members of noble families. Wang Juju claims that they can even the odds by using exoskeletons of different ranks. Mateo realizes that this is not enough, and adds that he is not stupid enough to agree to this. Suddenly, Gu Feng intervenes in the dispute, offering to fight him first before attacking the heir. Mateo is surprised that this man decides to speak on his behalf, and is glad that he is on his side. Shi Xiaodong gently insults Mateo, pointing out that he has lived among the commoners for 20 years, and volunteers to witness the battle. Wang Jinling agrees with this proposal and fully approves of Shi Xiaodong's decision. Mateo promises that he will not disappoint those who challenge him in hopes of testing him in a duel. Shi Xiaodong argues that the conditions proposed by Wang Juju are generally consistent with the concept of justice. Mateo also says that he will accept the challenge if Wang Jinling swears to be Blackstone's vassal. Wang Jinling agrees to these terms and states that he accepts the challenge as proposed. Once the moment of the duel arrives, Shi Xiaodong appears as a witness and officially opens the duel. Wang Jinling suggests starting the battle immediately so as not to delay. Mateo responds by regretting that he won't be able to enjoy the gourmet food right now. After the battlefield is announced, his younger brothers and sisters call him to them. Mateo tells them that when he defeats his opponent, he will bring them some coal fruits. Amidst loud cries of support from his relatives, he heads to Steelbone's ship. The Baron watches what is happening and hopes that his heir will be able to cope with the difficulties. Shi Xiaodong states that the exoskeletons for both participants will be new and unopened. Mateo turns to his comrades and says that he will need their help in the current situation. After this, he turns to Wang Jinling, and the duel officially begins. The artificial gravity turns off, and Wang Jinling wonders if this is Mateo's trump card. Rushing forward, he claims that this is absurd, because his combat training is systematic and professional. In fact, a crushing defeat awaits him, since the main character turns out to be much stronger. Wang Jinling can swing his arms from side to side as much as he wants in the hopes of hitting his opponent, but it all turns out to be useless. Mateo continues to fight resolutely and demonstrates a true masterclass in martial arts. Lin Hui watches his student perform in battle and cannot help but express his approval. Mateo looks really cool in his armor, which perfectly matches his movements. Wang Jinling assumes that if he can block the attack, it will at least give him some advantage. But his calculation turns out to be wrong. Mateo instantly finds himself behind his opponent and prepares to deliver a crushing blow. One blow is enough to punish the aristocrat and put him in his place. Wang Jinling, of course, loses consciousness and remains in this state for some time. The highest level of mastery of high-quality striking technique has just been demonstrated. Mateo asks Shi Xiaodong if it's time to announce the results of this desperate duel. Wang Juju claims that something is wrong with Mateo's armor and desperately tries to express his indignation, but it turns out to be useless. Mateo continues to beat the unconscious Wang Jinling, much to the horror of his comrades. He justifies his actions by the fact that the results of the duel have not yet been announced, which means the battle continues. Wang Juju and Shi Xiaodong quickly give up, raise their hands, and acknowledge Mateo as the winner. Sima Junda addresses the ship's crew and orders them to carry the defeated enemy away. Wang Juju wonders what this all means. and Mateo announces that he is taking him prisoner under the laws of dueling. Shi Xiaodong asks for Wang Jinling to receive medical attention, but Mateo states that he will be fine. Looking at Wang Juju, he menacingly asks if he would like to join his brother. Wang Juju loses his temper and claims to have been insulted, then challenges them to a holy duel on the warships. Shi Xiaodong accepts the challenge and officially announces the start of this duel. Mateo states that they were hasty in doing so because he does not have his own warship. Wang Juju replies that if he does not have a ship, he can choose any of the available ones. Sima Junda stands up for Mateo and states that aristocrats always achieve their goals by dishonest means. Wang Juju claims that if Mateo is not confident in himself, he can refuse. But he says he has two conditions. Mateo declares that he will accept the challenge if they fight on the ships alone. Wang Juju remains confident, as he knows his ships well, and agrees. Mateo advises him to think carefully before agreeing to this duel. The fleet commander, observing what is happening, says that he gives his word that everything will be done fairly. Mateo says that he will trust him, remembering his past achievements. Shi Xiaodong specifies the time and place of the duel, noting that it must take place within 3 days. Mateo understands that this old man must be dealt with right now, despite the fact that in his past life he was more calculating. Wang Juju chooses the interstellar route around Planet Black, believing that Mateo will not be able to use tricks there. Mateo states that he doesn't want to waste much time and chooses the steel bone as his ship. The duel begins immediately, and Mateo immediately rushes to attack his opponent. The Baron, watching this, admires the piloting skill, realizing that this maneuver is difficult to perform. Mateo's younger siblings continue to support their older brother no matter what. Both participants in the duel activate energy shields, thus beginning a brutal duel. The radar comes into action, and now the most interesting test for the main character begins. Mateo quickly takes aim at the enemy ship and moves on. Despite his injuries, he remains able to control an entire warship. The enemy ship comes into the sights of the main gun, and Mateo immediately opens fire. Chen Shu speaks highly of his student, realizing that he is behaving very unusually for someone who has not previously participated in battles. Lin Hui says he has never received any information about Mateo being able to confidently control cosmic energy. Meanwhile, Chen Shu reports that Wang Jinling is currently under the control of the former Steel Bone commander Zhou Tai. Wang Juju controls his ship rather poorly, and takes a powerful projectile directly into his energy shields. A powerful flash erupts, but it is not enough to win. Mateo's siblings are starting to get nervous, but they remain optimistic about his victory. Mateo receives information that his shield's durability has dropped to 90% and analyzes the enemy's rate of fire. Without thinking twice, he orders the release of my particles and the activation of automatic evasion mode. A huge number of projectiles fly towards him, but Mateo easily dodges them. Wang Juju doesn't expect such maneuverability from his opponent and shouts that something is clearly wrong here. Mateo takes careful aim and begins to fire powerful energy blasts towards his opponent, but he dodges. He chuckled and stated that it was a pinpoint attack that only took down 4% of his shields. After this, he immediately gives the command to move forward in order to reduce the distance and increase the chance of hitting. Suddenly, his shield's health is reduced to a crushing 39%, and Mateo decides to put an end to this farce. A powerful explosion is heard, causing devastating damage to the space shield. The durability of Wang Juju's ship's spacecraft drops to 0, causing him to be declared the loser. Wang Juju can't believe what's happening and only wonders how this could have happened. Mateo's main support group rejoices, happy that their favorite has achieved another unconditional and confident victory. Even the Baron is surprised by what he sees and briefly becomes immersed in his own thoughts. Mateo and his comrades have the expression of true winners on their faces, and greet their success with victorious shouts. Chen Shu happily notes that these guys left the banquet to greet Mateo. Wang Jijin, Wang Guangnan, and Wang Guangbei praise him for his excellent work, and he apologizes for making them worry. After that, he asks Shi Xiaodong if it is time to begin the final procedure of formalizing the duel. He suddenly turns to Zhu Leng, causing him to assume that he is about to be punished right now. However, instead he states that he would like to appoint him as commander of one of the ships. Mateo believes that he currently does not have a suitable warship at his disposal, so this needs to be rectified urgently. Lin Hui asks Chen Shu if he agrees with this, to which he replies that he has thought about the proposal carefully. Zhu Leng takes a solemn oath of allegiance, thus cementing his defection to Mateo's side. Mateo acknowledges his loyalty, shares his glory, and places the ship at his disposal. Finally, he turns to Chen Shu's son with a request to accompany Wang Juju to transfer the captain's powers over his ship. Chen Shu thanks him for his incredible loyalty. Mateo asks Chen Shu's son if he is ready to become the commander of the Saber ship. Chen Shu's son takes a solemn vow to dedicate his life to service, and Mateo accepts it. The time has come to turn to your comrades and give the necessary recommendations and orders. Mateo realizes that he has achieved a lot in just 2 months, but he believes that it is too early to stop. Now he decides to take a short break and finally continue the banquet, which was interrupted by the duel. Eugene tries to stop Mateo to discuss an important matter with him. Suddenly, Captain Steelbone appears next to him, which fills Eugene with genuine horror. Eugene realizes that if he were to confront the man face to face, he would probably be killed, and concludes that it might be time to retire. Meanwhile, Mateo continues to participate in the auction, selecting suitable artifacts for himself. Wang Guangnan asks him what he is going to give her, and Mateo tells her that she will soon find out for herself. After seeing the flaming fruit, she says she could never have imagined anything like it. Mateo asks her if she likes things like that, to which she replies that they are too expensive gifts. At an audience with the Baron, he learns that the relevant materials were submitted to Parliament several days ago, and now he must go there. Mateo says he will take the ship Saber with him, as he believes it is better to remain modest. The Baron tells him that he himself has never been to the capital, and knows that there are a huge number of Iskra ships there. He recommends that Mateo act more pompously, since the goal requires it, and he agrees. Mateo realizes that he will have to play stupid games with the aristocrats, and begins to plan everything carefully. In a conversation with Sima Junda, he asks to conduct an inspection of the materials needed to grow fruits. Mateo recalls that his ship buys more than 10 materials needed to grow pure fruit. These fruits, in turn, are necessary to increase potential and help the Baron cope with the disease. Having activated the radar system on his ship, he quickly finds himself facing a new challenge in another universe. He finds himself on a mysterious planet located in the north, with a huge number of intelligent beings. After analyzing the situation, he realizes that the air on the planet is heavily polluted and decides to resort to lethal fire. He targets all the native inhabitants to ensure the most effective destruction. The optical computer calculates the routes of all targets and fires multiple shots, destroying all living things. This is followed by 2.5 hours of training to strengthen the body's recovery techniques. Having dealt with the most important matters, he notices 2 bright red signals that need to be investigated. Taking a closer look, he discovers the entrance to the main shelter and decides to load the main weapon. A powerful explosion destroys the ground in front of him with incredible ease, leaving no one a chance of survival. After the outbreak, all that remains are mountains of charred corpses, slowly smoldering on the surface. Mateo understands that everything will be much easier now, and continues shelling civilians. Another explosion takes countless lives, but at the same time paves the way to something very interesting. The system reports that a medical capsule has been detected, and Mateo immediately directs the ship forward. As a reward for destroying the civilization, he receives an additional purple-class module. Mateo reflects on the fact that he will now finally be able to cure the Baron's illness, and begins to invent a legend about how he found the capsule. To make things look convincing, he plans to wear 2 spacesuits and stay in place for a day. Having set off for the planet, he carefully evacuates the life support capsule, trying not to touch the debris. Mateo orders all airlocks and isolation doors inside his ship to be closed. Having completed all the necessary steps, the ship begins to drift in space, heading along a predetermined route. With only 4.5 minutes left, it's time to return to the original universe. Even though the mining ship is in the same compartment as the module, it must leave the ship immediately upon returning. A few moments later, he finds himself in the original post-asteroid universe. Mateo exhales tensely to prepare himself for the next challenge. He contacts his friend and tells him that he wants to mine some more minerals. Smiling, he realizes that everything is done, and now all that remains is to wait 24 hours. The ship's system informs him that the biochemical capsule has been successfully loaded and initiates the cleansing procedure. Mateo does a few extra checks to make sure he actually got something of value. Returning home, he receives information that he is now becoming Captain Blackstone's deputy. The Baron introduces him to Su Jung, who is Blackstone's adjutant. The family sees him off on his journey to the capital, hoping that he will return safe and sound. There is no point in them worrying, since the main character will soon return with new stories. On the ship, Su Jung informs him that all ships are ready, and Mateo orders them to begin moving and form a circular formation. Su Jung immediately relays this information to all the other ships so that they carry out the leader's order. Within minutes, all the ships form a spherical formation, protecting the flagship. 3 days later, Chen Shu tells the protagonist that there is only one more distant star portal left to pass through in the northern lands. Mateo asks what Blackstone's main sources of income are, and is told that it is mostly based on orders. Mateo realizes that Chen Shu's annual income is 200 original coins, meaning the fleet is very expensive. After some time, Su Jung reports that their fleet has bypassed Highland and entered the airspace of the square. Interstellar navigation turns out to be a rather boring exercise, as absolutely nothing happens for many days. Suddenly they discover a large ship, which turns out to be a cruise liner, open for inspection. Mateo flies closer with interest to climb onto the liner and wander around it. He is immediately met by a tour guide who delivers a profound quote. The Twilight's tour guide reports that the ship follows a circular route, starting from the capital and ending at the edge of the galaxy. Quite quickly, he shows Mateo the restaurant on board, which has a 3-star rating from the Kingdom of Bhutan Gourmet Association. Chenshu asks Mateo if he likes the place and receives an approving answer. After a while, they return to the ship, and Mateo notes that it was a very good and educational day. However, troubles do not sleep. Another obstacle appears on the protagonist's path that must be overcome. He receives a notification that fast-moving objects are approaching the area. Mateo receives this notification first, as he sends his ship ahead to scout ahead. These ships belong to criminals who fire at the flagship, calling the aristocrats dust under their feet. Mateo orders all ships to immediately change course to the given coordinates. Chenshu wonders if something unusual is happening on the route. Mateo says he has a bad feeling and needs to deviate from this galaxy's route immediately. The situation escalates as Mateo is unable to evacuate the other fleets using his intuition alone. At this time, the action moves to the ship Fury of King Kong, which encounters a cruise liner on its route. The captain of a ship carrying a fugitive bandit cannot change course because it will disrupt their plans. They contact the command center of the flagship of the next fleet and order it to contact the cruise liner, demanding that it change course. Meanwhile, the radar crew on the cruise ship Twilight is confused about who the rednecks trying to contact them are. The dispatcher is inundated with numerous calls, and according to regulations, he is obliged to report this to the captain. The escort fleet forms an emergency defensive formation around the cruise ship to avoid any potential problems. The captain demands that the radar operator explain why a warning was not issued earlier. The controller states that the inspection radar cannot fix the location of the enemy in question. Other crew members claim that Twilight is protected by an interstellar group of cruisers, and there is nothing to worry about. The captain, however, insists on the opposite, stating that there is reason to worry, as a battle between the Federation and its enemies is approaching. Doing a quick calculation, he realizes that 9 ships will be involved in the battle, including battleships and 8 cruisers. Meanwhile, the situation is rapidly escalating, and a huge number of bandits continue to pursue Mateo's ship. The commanders of King Kong's Fury Control Center order their comrades to remain calm. An escaped prisoner speaks favorably of King Kong's Fury and claims to have heard much about its fame. The team receives a message that the enemy's energy weapons will be recharged, which causes everyone to be very surprised. The situation is rapidly evolving as another mini wormhole suddenly appears. Now reinforcements are also arriving at the scene of the battle in order to turn the tide of the situation. King Kong's Fury tries to contact the liner to force it to leave. The captain orders the order to be carried out, declaring that he takes responsibility for all actions. Smiling, he declares that the interests of aristocratic families are above all else for him, and traitors must be destroyed. Under his command, the fleet opens fire on the enemy, but the latter easily dodges all the shots. The ship's commander cannot believe that the enemy has such evasive methods. He calls in artillery support from his comrades, causing waves of lasers to rain down. Mateo asks his comrades to hold on as tight as they can, as they are almost there. After some time, a powerful explosion occurs, and the captain of the ship Twilight looks at it in surprise. Seeing the damaged Twilight, the ship's crew realizes that the mission is a failure and decides to leave the area immediately. Su Young expresses surprise at how powerful the bark battleship's main weapon is. Mateo orders emergency messages to be sent and a rescue operation to begin immediately. He also realizes that he must direct his ship to collect materials from the destroyed vessel. Little by little, they evacuate the necessary resources, as well as escape pods. Mateo finds a gold-class supernova blaster cannon that could be sold for a profit. The cruiser group's rescue fleet arrives fairly quickly to stabilize the situation. The interstellar cruiser group thanks Mateo for his assistance and gives him a special web map. After completing all operations, they reach the long-awaited portal, which sends them to the capital. Mateo reports that they have been on the road for quite some time, and he wants to take a look around over the next 6 days. Upon reaching his main cabin, he immediately requests that the ship replace the cannon with a new gold-class weapon. In addition, he continues training in body improvement techniques. This time he achieves a small breakthrough, resulting in a significant improvement in his physical condition. Mateo realizes that thanks to the experience he gained in his past life, he is achieving incredible heights during these days of practice. He quickly dresses and rushes back to his ship to go through the Stargate. The escort ships slowly approach the giant funnel that will direct them to the right place. It only takes a few seconds for them to find themselves on the other side. where Mateo is presented with the premium card he had previously earned. Chenshu shows him the capital, which they arrive at after long wanderings. Soon enough, he is met by a beautiful girl named Lin Shunxing, who informs him that she has received a title. Mateo decides to follow her to complete all the necessary procedures. It turns out that bureaucracy in the capital is almost non-existent, and everything gets done quite quickly. Mateo now receives permission to link himself to the spark ship. Lin Shunxing asks if he has any other requests, hinting that he is a VIP guest and can ask any question. Mateo thanks her for her help, saying that he definitely couldn't have done it without her. After some time, he decides to order a ship from the Circle, and he is told the date on which he must appear to purchase it. Now Mateo must find a way to hide his identity in order to get a new ship. Suddenly he receives offers to sell his Lotus of Light at a favorable price. Mateo looks closely at the proposed price and is surprised at how high it goes. Everything goes according to plan as information about the miracle cure leaks online, and he now makes a fortune. Smiling, he thinks it's time to go shopping. He spends quite a long time choosing various ships that could be purchased, but does not find anything worthy. Unfortunately, there are quite a lot of speculators here, so finding a good ship is not easy. However, he has a brilliant plan, which, unfortunately, he completely forgets about until this moment. To solve the problem, he purchases an invitation letter to an auction of advanced modules for Iskra ships. Having carefully studied everything, he understands that there is very little time left before the start of the auction. Looking at one of the excellent examples of armor made of immortal silver, he realizes that it can be useful. The price of the module is rapidly increasing, but nothing can stop it when it comes to high-quality artifacts. After some haggling, he manages to buy the module for 66,000 of the original coins, which is a colossal sum. After this, he spends a long time buying various artifacts and finally calms down. The goods he just purchased are delivered to him quite quickly, which makes him very happy. Time is running out, and Mateo decides it's time to step onto the battlefield in another universe and show what he's made of. Unfortunately, this time the catch turns out to be rather modest, as he only manages to destroy the research fleet. He also acquires several invisibility suits made from a special material that can conceal the wearer's identity. Looking at the ship, he understands that if this trip goes smoothly, his fate will be sealed. The first thing he does is head to the ship that was sent to take him up. He is met by a servant named Susie, who is a representative of the appointed royal shipyard. The girl reacts quite calmly, despite the fact that Mateo is dressed in some kind of strange costume. She informs him about the history of the construction of the royal shipyard and other interesting facts. Mateo suddenly reaches out to gently touch Susie and pass something to her. Susie bows quickly and announces that she needs to retire to the restroom. Looking at the tablet that is handed to her, she discovers that 3 million orums have been transferred to her account. Once she returns, Mateo asks if there is anything he needs to pay attention to during the process. Susie understands that for the incredible amount of money she receives, she is obliged to work hard for it. Susie tells him about the standard auction procedure and shows him the possible ships for sale. She asks him to be sure that their engineers comply with the appropriate visitor privacy rules. Mateo asks her how many destroyers are available to contact the Iskra ship, to which she replies that over 200 are available. Mateo wonders if it's possible to see all the ships in the shipyard that can be linked to Iskra. He notes that, according to the rules, each client is given only one opportunity to change the exhibition dock. Mateo claims that he does not need to inspect the ships thoroughly, explaining that he only wants to see their silhouette clearly. Susie states that it is extremely easy to arrange, and quite quickly informs him that everything is ready. The excursion continues for quite a long time, but Mateo still cannot find a suitable ship. Mateo says there's still time and thinks it's time to go to the giant dock. Susie says they can't go there. Mateo asks her to trust him, hinting that he can double the reward. Susie says that her friend is responsible for the entrance and exit to this very dock. Susie quickly resolves all the issues and informs them that they can now get to the right place. After some time, he finds exactly the spaceship that suits his taste. He tells Susie that he chooses the ship that is to his left. Some time passes, and the exhibition destroyer he chose arrives at the required location. Mateo hands the card to the employee and asks him to begin completing the necessary procedures. He also states that he would like to receive this ship as soon as possible, if possible. The whole point is that this ship is an incredible diamond with amazing growth potential. Mateo waits for the ship's special spark to arrive so he can begin the process of linking with the ship. The employee shows him his ship's spark, stating that he can enter the chosen warship and open the container inside. Susie reports that the process usually takes about 10 to 15 minutes. Mateo enters the ship, sits in the captain's chair and prepares to open the spark. Before he gets to grips with these things, however, he turns to his first ship. Using a hologram, he orders all important parts to be removed and a self-destruct procedure to be initiated. The self-destruct sequence is initiated, and the giant ship prepares to melt in mid-air. Mateo realizes that he cannot be captain of more than one battleship, and is forced to abandon this worthless ship. Finally, he says goodbye to the giant ship that has carried him through the vastness of space for a long time. Right now, thanks to the incredible level of development of body-hardening techniques, the success rate is 100%. Without thinking twice, he injects himself with a special substance to speed up the process. Immediately after this, he opens the capsule and his face is illuminated by the bright light inside. Along with this comes an incredible amount of pain, as the procedure of connecting to the ship turns out to be quite painful. The ship's system asks him if he is ready to take the oath of the pilot of the ship Iskra. Mateo repeats every postulate that must be uttered with incredible confidence in order to pass the test. Ship Spark successfully contacts, and the system notifies him that he has received ownership of the ship. Mateo spends one high-level energy crystal to choose his stats. He is also asked to choose one key perk for the ship, and the choice here turns out to be quite obvious. Mateo confidently states that he chooses the perk that doubles the number of additional module slots. He is also given a short briefing on how the ship's module upgrade system works. He is asked to choose a suitable name for the ship, and Mateo smiles sincerely. He takes out from his bag a huge list of names that could be tried. After some time, the system informs him that the name Dark Rook is available for use. He provides false information to shipyard employees in order to hide his identity. Mateo wonders when he can finally go, and Susie informs him that he can do it right now. In this simple way, Mateo acquires a new Spark-class ship of incredibly high quality. However, first he must control the automated robots to dismantle the wreckage of the previous ship and transfer supplies. Special repair robots immediately begin their work, and Mateo gives instructions on the system. After taking a short break, he also decides to go to the battlefield in another universe in order to fight the enemies. This time the battle will be quite difficult, since his ship is still not upgraded. Mateo is well aware of his ship's weaknesses and decides to act more cautiously. Fortunately, his opponent turns out to be a not very highly developed civilization, which, in his opinion, will be easy to destroy. Using his main gun, he smashes to smithereens all the ships flying nearby, which do not suspect a thing. Mateo swoops down on them like a falcon soaring through the sky. He is happy to know that he can get one initial point for destroying one ship, which significantly speeds up his progress. He also decides to contact the fleeing ship and establish contact with representatives of the civilization he just saved. An unknown girl contacts them and explains that many of their people do not understand the motives and intentions of strangers. She cries gratefully, stating that the alien civilization came to their aid when they needed it most. Mateo informs the refugees that enemy reinforcements are approaching and asks them to stay close. New enemy ships, bent on destroying all life, are heading towards Mateo. Despite this, they are not capable of putting up any serious resistance to such a powerful ship. However, Mateo notes that these enemies are not to be trifled with, as a full 3,000 ships are arriving on the battlefield. He believes that he is making a successful sortie, considering the number of points he receives. Seeing the enemy's main fleet, he realizes that he can become the richest man if he can deal with it. The enemy race cannot understand how they lost so many ships without even scratching the enemy. They receive constant notifications that an unknown ship is attacking them and begin to disperse. Mateo praises this strategic decision, as now he can deal with enemies one by one. His ship has a significant speed advantage, allowing him to outshoot opponents before they even realize what's happening. After 8 hours of truly bloody battle, he finally defeats all his opponents. He addresses the ship of refugees, wishing them luck on their difficult journey. They respond with words of gratitude and offer him a sincere gift as a token of appreciation for his kindness. Mateo is surprised by such a gift and decides to check what is inside. The scan does not reveal any anomalies, meaning this thing can be used in the future. Inside the chest is a contract from the Alliance of Reformers, which is a very valuable find. This contract is currently worth a fortune to Mateo, and he knows he can't let it go. Mateo has been fighting alone all this time, but he admits that he can't continue like this for long, which means he needs a team. He believes that his kindness has definitely paid off this time, but it is time to return home. Mateo is genuinely happy that thanks to a wisely chosen passive ability, he has received a lot of expansion slots. By dragging everything he needs, he replaces the main gun, engine, and infrared radar. Now, after the upgrade, he has a chance to encounter civilizations of a higher level. All that remains for him to do is throw the parts of the old ship into the smelting furnace and wait for their complete destruction. After some time, he completes all preparations and activates the Mirage system, setting off. Chen Shu and Lin Hui greet their old comrade, congratulating him on receiving his official title. Mateo says he's leaving the preparations for the return to them, and is interested in the latest developments. Chenshu shares rumors about the appearance of an antibiotic that costs 10,000 original coins, but is capable of curing the Baron. Mateo reassures them, saying that he has found a solution, and that they no longer need to rely on speculators. He explains this by saying that at a banquet he met people who have a ship module capable of treating infectious diseases. Turning to his PDA, he suddenly contacts Rabbit, who says that he is now in the capital of the galaxy and offers to meet. The Rabbit replies that he really wants to meet, but he will soon have to take part in a training exercise. Having agreed, they wish each other good night, and the girl goes to rest. Chenshu reports that after a day of preparation, the fleet is ready to return, and Mateo says that the captain he mentioned will arrive soon. After some time, a ship appears on their way, which is supposed to join the fleet. Mateo declares that it is time to go, because they are returning home. After 15 days, the Dark Rook is finally registered in the official galactic registration system. After some time, they receive strange signals that attract Mateo's attention. Su Young states that a wideband message has been received on an open frequency, in which someone is asking for help. Mateo understands that this is an unusual message, because someone managed to threaten level 20 destroyers. Lin Hui says that the situation may concern the heir, and if they ignore the message, they will have to face the consequences. Mateo states that Astrover is still in chaos, meaning they don't care about the self-proclaimed heir. Lin Hui says he agrees with their commander's proposal. Chenshu suddenly remembers that this ship did not actually rescue passengers, but stole cargo after the attack on Twilight. He reports that the distress message came from this very ship, so it can be ignored. Suddenly, a Starsphere fleet patrol appears next to them, immediately demanding that they follow it. Mateo says these threats are not worth paying attention to and suggests speeding up. Mateo understands that they will definitely face some problems for ignoring this message, but he believes that it doesn't matter now. The Baron's family meets Mateo, who comes to them with expensive gifts for his relatives. Mateo gives very rare and expensive toys, and the children thank him loudly. Wang Guangnan receives a complete collection of the best-selling books she loves so much. Mateo even brings a gift for Shi Fanghua, and she tells him that his father is waiting for him in the office. Mateo explains what happens during the journey, and the Baron asks him not to worry about the astrosphere. From the Baron's point of view, thanks to Mateo, the representatives of Langya arrived in Blackstone last month and will now be eternally grateful. Suddenly the Baron feels ill and starts coughing, causing Mateo to immediately get up from his seat. The Baron stops him, saying that he is fine, and that these are just the consequences of the illness. Mateo reports that on his journey he meets a captain who has a module that can cure the Baron's illness. The Baron says that if this man comes from far away, then there is no point in keeping him waiting. Mateo smiles and suggests that they board the ship together to maintain privacy. After some time, they find themselves on Mateo's ship, who leads his father to an already prepared module. The Baron carefully places himself in the capsule and says that there is no need to worry. He can handle it. The system detects a second-level biochemical infection and immediately begins treating it. Mateo only has to wait a certain amount of time until the procedure is completely completed. As soon as the doors open, the Baron emerges from the capsule completely transformed and unrecognizable. Looking at his hands, full of strength, he wonders how this is even possible. Mateo tells him that the microbial effects in his body have been completely eliminated, and he is regaining his health. The delighted Baron thanks his son for bringing such amazing news. Mateo says that, unfortunately, they cannot stay on this ship for long, as they have more important things to do. The Baron regrets that he cannot meet the ship's captain in person, and Mateo declares that he will always help his family. The Baron laughs and says that Mateo really deserves to be his son, and then heads home. At the banquet, he says that he can finally eat solid food, and this makes him almost cry. At the moment, only Mateo and Shenfugi know about the recovery, and the Baron asks his son not to tell others about it. Mateo guesses that his father is up to something and agrees to his request. A few days later, he re-embarks on his ship under the pretext of mining. He immediately orders the expenditure of 1 unit of low-level energy crystal to activate the signal capture. A little time passes, and he is suddenly transported back to the battlefield in another universe, where the swarm civilization appears before him. First, he activates the precision detection system to understand exactly where to strike. However, he quickly becomes disillusioned with the fact that nothing interesting can be achieved with this base. The enemy's civilization is at a lower level, and he has no need to hide. The aliens notice an unknown approaching ship and try to drive it away by all available means. The security fleet is deploying interceptors, but Mateo believes they are not achieving much success. The aliens are surprised that the ship could be given such serious combat power and allowed to invade their region. However, they do not give up and decide to concentrate their fire to defeat the enemy. Their efforts are commendable, but to no avail because Mateo's ship is too maneuverable. It would seem that it should have split into pieces if even one projectile had hit it. but the aliens are left with nothing. They make pathetic attempts to surround the protagonist in order to fire split volleys. A series of cosmic explosions are heard, which, theoretically, could cause at least minimal damage. Mateo is pleased that the ships of primitive civilizations cannot penetrate his golden armor made of immortal silver. After he destroys most of his opponents, he realizes that this is not enough for him. The aliens watching him are amazed by his incredible firepower and range. The alien commander makes a number of tactical decisions to attack the enemy from different flanks. From his point of view, once they damage the nozzles, the outcome of the battle would change. Mateo continues to watch, assuming that the aliens are doing everything they can to keep him in this sector. The time has come to retreat, shooting back at the pursuers along the way. The ship slowly escapes pursuit, but in response, a huge number of energy beams fly at it. This gives the aliens false confidence. They begin to think that their enemy is not so invincible, and they have a chance. After some time, Mateo calmly counts the number of those destroyed, and realizes that it is time to destroy the base. With these thoughts, he directs brand new shells towards the giant ship, and the aliens can only pray. The weapon of last resort turns out to be an orbital laser capable of destroying entire planets. Mateo's ship doesn't take any serious damage, so he decides to do some patrolling. To lure in a big bait, he steps away from the helm for a while and practices the hardening technique. He receives notification that 10,000 ships are approaching to fight him, and knows it is time to act. A fleet from the aliens' home planet arrives, and the mindless swarm decides to counterattack. The evil aliens claim that after exploring it, they will definitely capture this battleship. All of them, as one, raise their hands in a solemn cry, preparing to fight the implacable enemy. Mateo, meanwhile, orders the supernova blaster cannon to be charged and prepares to attack. Mateo smiles and orders the main gun to fire. A powerful golden beam erupts from the giant battleship, destroying everything in its path. A real fiery funnel is created, sucking in ships and destroying them. 2/3 of the enemy fleet are destroyed with a single salvo, and this weapon proves itself to be the best possible weapon. The command center calls on its allies and orders an immediate retreat after the losses suffered. However, one of the main aliens claims that all of this is a trap into which they were lured. He decides to stay to draw attention to himself. But everything turns out to be not so simple. One of the aliens reports that the president, who arrived on the battlefield with the fleet, has died, and now command passes to him. He apologizes for leaving a mess for his colleague, but says he has a duty to ensure the survival of the swarm civilization. His assistant replies that only the commander can carry out this task, and it is he who must evacuate. The commander, on the contrary, claims that he made a mistake and must now answer for it. Left alone, he concentrates all his efforts and activates all subsystems to detain Mateo. Orbital lasers are aimed towards Mateo's ship in hopes of damaging it. This has no effect, and Mateo easily counterattacks, destroying the base in seconds. Mateo analyzes the battle, realizing that the rate of fire of his main weapon leaves much to be desired. However, the time comes to return, and the next morning he wakes up fresh as a cucumber. His friend contacts him and confirms the feasibility of the secret technique for growing those fruits. Mateo realizes that he has finally obtained the technique that Shi Xiaodong possesses, which means it's time to finish with this old man. Mateo goes to an audience with the Baron and learns that he is planning to officially resign and fake his death. The Baron argues that the new heir will not be able to suppress the opposition of the vassals, since he has only just received the title. Mateo says he plans to travel a lot over the years, knowing he needs to get the necessary modules. The Baron assumes that Mateo already has specific goals and plans for the trip. Mateo states that true chaos is just around the corner, and Raven respects his approach, offering to look into Blackstone's affairs. At this time, Mateo imparts to him the secret technique of cultivating the fruit of clarity, which is owned by Shi Xiaodong. The Baron grins and understands that now the days of this pathetic old man are numbered. After some time, he meets Mr. Taylor, who is the head of the merchant fleet. This person has great influence on the region's economy, and therefore is an important figure. Next to him are also the ministers of the Interior and Foreign Affairs, who are considered exemplary officials. Mateo thanks them for keeping Blackstone afloat all this time. The Minister of the Interior replies that they acted as any decent officials should. After a few days, he finally goes to the chess planet to do his business. It is this chess planet that turns out to be the very place where he once acquired his first ship. The staff who greet him chat among themselves, realizing that Mateo is one of the fastest moving people on the career ladder. The leader of the ceremony admonishes the others, telling them to be quieter and not gossip. Mateo, accompanied by his new comrades, exits the ship and looks around. Looking at his old good friend, he notices that they haven't seen each other for a long time. General Dean welcomes him to this planet with a polite bow. He asks about the plans, to which Mateo replies that he came to get acquainted with the administrative work. General Dean fully supports this approach and accompanies him to the residence, while Mateo steers the ship. Thanks to the auxiliary system with the height doubling function, his modules are twice as strong as those of other people. After arriving at the meeting place, the escorts carefully leave the room. He is asked how he feels these 4 days, and he states that everything seems quite simple to him. He also asks how Dingling is feeling, and the general replies that she is currently on an internship. Mateo reflects on the fact that brothers Wang Juju and Wang Jinling are no longer a threat and will not seek revenge on anyone. Having risen to his feet, he declares that he has become familiar with the administrative work and plans to leave here tomorrow for a vacation. General Ding is surprised that anyone could actually enjoy digging ore as a leisure activity. Mateo studies the reports and realizes that, according to the information received, there may be deposits of titanium crystals here. He is not very lucky, as he often encounters gravitational vortices during his travels. But even after several days of searching, without sleep or rest, nothing catches his eye, and after 2 days the results remain 0. However, after some time, he does pick up an interesting signal on his radar. The golden marker means that in front of him is finally exactly what he has been looking for all this time. Rushing his ship forward, he pulls out a powerful drill, which begins to cut through the rock. After 2 days of intense work, our hero's body can barely stand on its feet, and he urgently needs rest. Chen Shu's son asks him about the results of his recent trips. He honestly admits to him that the trip is not the best, and that he wants to find something interesting as a gift for his family. Chen Shu's son notes that his master's hobby not only does not require money, but also brings in profit. Mateo continues to explore the zones, finding nothing interesting in them and gradually losing hope. However, as he approaches the next zone, his broadband probe again finds a prey marker. There are only 3 known areas of space left on his map where he can search for loot. Having found nothing in the nearest sector, Mateo goes to explore the last one. Luck smiles on him again, and this sector turns out to be rich in deposits of energy crystals. When he looks at these deposits, even his eyes run wild. Mateo watches with joy as his ship is restored thanks to its self-regenerative abilities. After scanning everything, he discovers high-frequency deposits of energy crystals, which is a great find. Having received them, Mateo decides to continue to go deeper in order to check the marked sector. However, as soon as it gets closer, it discovers a huge number of gravitational anomalies. According to legend, such unusual astronomical conditions may indicate the presence of extremely rare resources. Unfortunately, it is impossible to explore them under current conditions, so Mateo decides to return to base. In a special compartment, he spends long hours processing a significant amount of crystals, and realizes that the equipment needs to be updated. The harvest this time turns out to be just right, so we can confidently rejoice for Mateo, because now he will either get rich or level up well. While taking a shower, he calculates that he manages to obtain 28 units of tectonic crystals in one go. Returning to the ship, he turns to Chen Shu's son and informs him that the time has come to head to the planet Heishi. Upon his return, the Baron notes that the recipe for the transparent fruit has been confirmed and asks what he plans to do next. Mateo states that he has no particular thoughts, and that Shu should resolve these issues directly with the Baron. The Baron also informs him that he is now retiring, so Mateo himself must deal with all these problems. The main character says with a smile that in that case he will go to this planet in a few days, and then go on a journey. His younger relatives greet him joyfully, saying that they haven't seen him for a long time. Mateo tells them that he has prepared gifts for them, bringing even more smiles to their faces. Mateo is willing to do anything to ensure that these children do not become isolated in this life due to the harsh reality. After 10 days of work, he finally gets a chance to escape and relax on his ship. He spends a considerable amount of points on upgrading his ship, and then goes out onto the battlefield. An interdimensional portal opens and throws him into unknown space. This time, things turn out to be far from easy, as unforeseen circumstances arise. The scanner shows enemy ships that belong to a more advanced civilization. Mateo realizes that they have the highest level of camouflage, as they manage to get quite close before being detected. He is confronted by a warship from the civilization of Theseus, the hull of which is over 2,000 meters long. A warship from the Shatai civilization, with a hull length reaching 3 kilometers, also appears in the arena. Mateo realizes that his ship looks incredibly tiny in comparison, so he decides not to make any sudden movements. Meanwhile, civilizations begin to fight each other in an attempt to divide this zone of influence. The giant organic ship takes heavy damage from a high-tech enemy, but does not slow down. Mateo guesses that the ship actually takes almost no damage due to its structure. In order to interrupt the fantastic self-healing ability, Theseus's technological ships fire several beams at once. Each beam successfully reaches its target, and deep ruptures appear on the organic ship. Theseus unleashes hundreds of volleys on his opponent, but everything remains in vain due to the latter's strong defense. Mateo watches this incredible carnage in fascination, trying to understand what secrets these civilizations possess. As the Shitai civilization's ship nears its opponent, it spews out a massive cloud of poisonous gas. This gas is so powerful that it can even block and damage energy shields. Mateo realizes he's in deep trouble when he decides to hunt down simple civilizations, and now he has to figure out how to get out of it. Meanwhile, the battle between the two giants continues with unabated force. Mateo, however, favors the more technologically advanced race, assuming that the outcome of the battle is already decided. A powerful explosion occurs, which surprises him again and makes him think hard about his choice. The thing is, the organic ship just increases the length of its tentacles several times. Thus, the giant machine rushes forward to deal with its opponent in close combat. However, a technological civilization could not be considered so advanced if it did not have aces up its sleeve. Using a powerful explosion, she throws back the giant creature, cuts off its tentacles, and continues to shoot lasers at it. Mateo realizes that this is a great chance to distance himself from the battlefield. The diamond-shaped ship uncontrollably releases scarlet spears, each of which possesses monstrous attack power. Very soon, all that remains of the biological ship is a life island riddled with energy blows. However, if anyone thinks that this is where it all ends, they are mistaken, as the ship is still in service. Mateo can't believe that such a wounded creature still has an ace up his sleeve. Quickly growing new tentacles, the ship lunges forward to grab its diamond-shaped opponent. The diamond-shaped civilization deals the final blow to push back its enemy. A hole of incredible size appears in the organic ship, which is almost impossible to sew up. Mateo realizes that now a real mutual destruction is taking place. Taking advantage of the opportunity and noticing that the second ship is falling apart, he opens fire from the main gun. Having destroyed all the survivors, he gradually swims towards the organic remains. However, things turn out to be not so simple, since organic ships are indeed tenacious creations. Looking at the swaying remains, he realizes that in just a little while they will turn into a full-fledged ship. Mateo decides to prevent this at any cost and opens fire with his main weapon again. Having destroyed all the opponents, he finally deals with these difficult enemies. He also discovers a Tier 1 civilization observing everything that is happening and immediately wipes it off the face of the earth. This time he discovers several modules, one of which turns out to be incredibly rare, and decides to steal them. Mateo understands that the 4th level biomass essence is not so easy to use, but he still considers it necessary to take it. After weighing all the resources he receives, he decides that it is time to return to his home galaxy. After some time, it approaches the planet Tsu, which is located at some distance. An adjutant contacts him and informs him that the head of the Zhang family and Shi Junho want to meet him. Mateo understands that now he has to sort out a hypothetical war between two houses, one of which is losing its influence. Soon both family representatives contact him and warmly welcome him. Mateo asks young Shi Junho why the head of the family himself did not come in person to talk to him. Shi Junho turns out to be a man with outstanding abilities and a very good arsenal of technology. Mateo interrupts him and announces that he intends to personally visit Shi Xiaodong. After some time, they approach the Shi family residence, which is guarded by several battleships. The head of the family's assistant states that they are clearly being approached with ill intentions and reports this to the elder. The loudspeakers tell Mateo to stop immediately because there is an important object ahead. The elder warns Shi Xiaodong to be careful, as Mateo is likely determined. Shi Xiaodong declares that he will immediately come out to meet him and invites the guest to enjoy all the hospitality of his family. Mateo asks Shi Xiaodong to come on board for a personal meeting so they can discuss the terms. Shi Xiaodong takes this as an insult and orders immediate fire if the ships cross the defensive line. Mateo accepts the challenge and announces that he is placing the entire fleet on full combat alert. Shi Junho turns to his grandfather and says that Mateo is a formidable opponent who cannot be defeated so easily. Shi Xiaodong stands his ground and says that today's fight should confirm Shi Junho's reputation as a top young talent. Shi Junho, unlike his grandfather, soberly assesses the odds and understands that the fight will not be easy. After thinking for a while, he realizes that he has only one way out of this situation. Contacting Mateo in front of the main battleship, he challenges him to a one-on-one battle to test his strength. Shi Junho understands that if he wins, he will deliberately declare a draw at the last moment, and if he loses, that will also be advantageous. Mateo praises Shi Junho's strength and confidence, but reminds him of the fate that befalls those who challenge him. Shi Junho states that he simply wants to witness Mateo's prowess firsthand, and that his challenge has no ulterior motive. Shi Xiaodong decides to announce the start of the duel, adding that the protagonist can choose any ship from his fleet. Mateo accepts the family's challenge, declaring that he will enter the battle on one of his ships. After the ships part ways to begin the duel, Shi Junho carefully analyzes the enemy. After analyzing his strengths and weaknesses, he comes to the conclusion that in this case, it is better to keep a middle distance. Mateo approaches the duel site and announces that Captain Steelbone will take command of the fight. Both commanders are preparing for a fierce battle to find out which of them is the most worthy. The first projectiles are already heading towards Mateo's ship, but the energy shield easily absorbs them. Shi Junho continues to command his ship and orders preparations to repel boarding. Shi Junho has an innate ability that increases the accuracy of artillery units by 30%. Meanwhile, Steelbone calmly gives orders to his crews to prepare for boarding and return fire. When the right moment arrives, the Shadow Jump module is activated to avoid damage. Steelbone makes a decision fairly quickly on whether to board the enemy. Having received the appropriate order, he leaves, and Mateo has understood this for a long time. A special assault compartment has already been prepared for it, with strong armor allowing it to move quickly through space. Steelbone decides to change his mask to keep his identity unrecognizable. He and the stormtroopers head forward to load into the assault ships. These ships are something like a drill with a space engine attached, designed to pierce the hull. Meanwhile, Shi Junho continues to leisurely analyze the enemy's capabilities, suspecting nothing. After some time, he receives a notification that the enemy ship is activating Twisting Jump. Shi Junho understands that this means the squad needs to prepare for an assault from an unknown direction. Meanwhile, Mateo's ship continues to rush forward, dodging the shells. There is only a small distance between them, and this becomes an ideal chance to board the enemy. Mateo immediately activates his lock-on beams to lock onto his opponent. Special assault ships are pushed out of the compartments using gravity catapults and pierce the hull. The stormtroopers inside immediately leave their defensive shelters and enter the battle. However, the defense of Shi Junho's ship is also at a high level. Shi Junho realizes that the stormtroopers on his ship are also equipped with green-quality exosuits, and parity is established between them. However, after some time, a variable appears that he could not take into account in his calculations. Steelbone sends opponents flying left and right with his incredible abilities. Shi Junho realizes that an expert who has achieved perfection in the art of the body has entered the battlefield. He is offered evacuation, but he replies that further resistance is pointless. Shi Junho declares that his opponent was not so simple and publicly admits his defeat. Mateo respects his words, noting his restraint and composure. He quickly contacts Xu Xiaodong and informs him of the defeat. Xu Xiaodong can hardly believe what is happening, and blood begins to drip from his mouth. After some time, they head to the Shah family residence along with their fighting squad. Xu Xiaodong's eldest sons wonder why they ended up here in the first place, as things could have been different. Mateo demands that the head of the family be brought in for a forced audience. The stormtroopers bring to him an old man who is now only a shadow of himself. Mateo declares that Xu Xiaodong is no longer fit to be the head of the clan, and Shi Junho will now be his subordinate. Xu Xiaodong just smirked, knowing that Mateo wouldn't be able to apply his knowledge so easily. He reports that trade in the transparent fruit makes up a significant portion of the Baron's income, and the recipe is known only to him. Mateo smiles and hands him a small tablet, recommending that he take a look at something interesting. Xu Xiaodong approaches, shocked at how this is even possible and how Mateo got the recipe. Completely morally destroyed, he falls to his knees, while Mateo decides to go to the Zhong family's estate. At the estate he is greeted warmly and sunny. Even the weather at this moment is favorable to the event. The head of the Zhong family welcomes the new master and expresses a desire to shake his hand. He says that he has heard about Xu Xiaodong's actions and assures that there are no such people in his family. After this, he shows Mateo a man named Zhong Shiji and asks him to take him as his subordinate. Mateo understands that this man is no less talented than Shi Junho and decides not to refuse such an offer. Zhong Shiji takes a solemn oath and Mateo solemnly accepts it. After this, he says that he has arrived to take one person with him and hopes that the chief will not interfere. Having received everything he needs, he leaves the planet's orbit, finally completing his task. After some time, he returns to his home planet, and his return is immediately announced. He is met by an audience with the Baron, who praises him for a job well done. 2 months after his return, he participates in galactic battles several times, but does not receive anything significant. Now the Baron has fully recovered from the weakness caused by the microbial infection, and life is gradually getting better. In 2 months, he spends over 1,000 source points, and finally reaches the intermediate level of mastery. After reaching an intermediate level of mastery in the art of tempering, he gains the ability to replace modules on spark ships. He also hopes that this time he will be able to have a lot of fun during the galactic battles. He activates the tower system, enters stealth mode, and moves into the spatial battlefield. In front of him appears an ordinary second-level civilization with low military power, which he intends to destroy. However, it quickly becomes clear that there is a black hole of enormous size in this area. From his point of view, a civilization of this level could not build a space city next to a black hole. He immediately discovers a ship that, under normal conditions, should have been pulled inside long ago. To find out the nature of this phenomenon, he decides to conduct a data analysis and is surprised by the results. According to the analysis, this ship has been drifting for a long time. Its entire crew has already died, and it contains valuable items and artifacts. Mateo carefully examines the equipment on this ship and realizes that there are 2 artifacts there that need to be obtained urgently. As he gradually approaches the black hole, he realizes that the cannon located on the abandoned station is the battleship's main weapon. He believes that if he gets something like this, he will be able to possess truly destructive firepower. As he gets closer, he notices the black hole growing stronger. Realizing that it is too risky to rush headlong, he decides to think for a while. He comes to the conclusion that the chance of finding another such ship is negligible, so he does not miss the opportunity. Mateo realizes that one defeat could decide everything, and decides to abandon the sortie on this ship. However, after some time he discovers that the civilization nearby is doing something. Suddenly several ships fly out from a large space city. They create a strange device that somehow interacts with the abandoned ship. Mateo immediately activates active hacking mode to find out what exactly they are up to. He intercepts information that the aliens intend to use high-power gravity bombs to stimulate the ship. According to their plans and years of research, even if the crew perished, the onboard computer would try to escape the black hole. So if they push the ship a little, it will immediately react and help. This plan seems incredibly reliable, like a Swiss watch, but in a few hours the ship will completely lose thrust and fall into a black hole. That's why they urgently need to detonate gravity bombs to pull the ship in. One of the reptilians states that they are acting on orders from the Supreme Leader, as the operation must be successful. Other representatives of the reptilians respond that their civilization belongs to the highest. Mateo doesn't expect the ship to have much power left and realizes it's a good decision. Representatives of the alien civilization continue to prepare for their large-scale and daring operation. They begin the countdown, hoping that their years of hard work and investment will pay off. Mateo watches them very carefully, trying to understand how their idea will end. A detonation occurs, and a powerful gravitational bomb explodes at the edge of the black hole. When it explodes, it creates another vortex, which gradually pulls the ship towards itself. The reptilian orders his comrades to move forward and activate the trap beam generator. Multiple assault ships use specialized equipment to pull out the giant ship. This is where things get interesting, as the collision of 2 small black holes could be a recipe for disaster. Mateo watches what is happening with great tension, realizing that there is one last push left. However, at the last moment, the gravity beams break away from the protected ship, and it begins to fall down again. The reptilians complain that it is all over, and now they have failed, and their hopes for stabilization are destroyed. Mateo realizes that the situation is bad, as the ship no longer seems to be showing any signs of escaping the black hole. Having activated all his systems, he realizes that he no longer has a choice. The ship's shields disappear, and it begins to collapse under incredible pressure. Mateo rushes after him to avoid missing the valuable modules. He orders the onboard computer to accelerate towards the black hole as fast as possible. Mateo realizes that he must find the module before the black hole completely consumes the ship, otherwise he will die. Despite numerous warnings about hull damage, he continues to operate the ship like a true professional. They are almost at the right place where the valuable modules are located. Mateo quickly activates the gravity grab to rip the module out of its sockets and take it to his ship. To be able to take these modules with him, he disables several less important systems. Meanwhile, the ship continues its fall into the black hole, and the situation rapidly escalates. Mateo realizes he must hurry, as the gravitational pull on his ship is increasing with each passing second. He quickly activates the Black Hole Wanderer's subsystems to escape from here. Powerful shields are activated, and now the black hole affects only a small part of the ship. Mateo realizes that the main ship continues to fall deeper, and he urgently needs to find another module. The research continues, and he quickly reaches the point where the desired object is located. Rushing forward, he finally finds the death ray cannon and pulls it in with his gravity grab. He finally gets rid of the need to be on this ship and rushes away. An extraterrestrial civilization watches the approaching ship in surprise and wonders where it came from. Mateo responds to the aliens with destruction. He does not enter into dialogue, but acts. His shot pierces the entire space base and destroys all representatives of civilization on it. Mateo gains amazing loot from this interdimensional battlefield that cannot be overstated. He realizes that he can now significantly shorten the long period of development of his ship. Or, having looked around, he still decides to return home, because this turns out to be a tense story. After some time, he comes to an audience with the Baron and is surprised that he returns so quickly. The Baron reports that an unexpected message is coming and shows him a strange thing. Mateo realizes what it is and comes closer to take a closer look. This thing turns out to be a summoning decree that serves as the initiator of all the brutal changes in the galaxy. The summoning is initiated by the nominal Supreme Commander of the Star Region, the Northern Duke. The space operation has been flourishing in recent years, and that is why the Northern Duke decides to call upon the nobles to fight the pirates. From his past life, he remembers that this event has far-reaching consequences, as the Northern Duke is actually hiding his motives. The whole point is that, under the pretext of a war with pirates, a fleet of nobles encounters a planetary life form. These creatures prove to be very dangerous, but their cores allow for powerful evolution of cruisers. In a past life, the fleet inflicts significant damage on the creature, but at the cost of losing 30% of the ships. After this, the Duke's pre-prepared forces try to finish off the creature in order to obtain the core, but they fail. Mateo also recalls that the Duke subsequently manages to catch up with this creature and obtain his own battleship. This kind of unilateral strengthening of power is in no way consistent with Mateo's core interests, so he decides that something needs to change. The Baron says this is the first summons from the new Northern Duke since his ascension to office. He also notes that the information it contains is contradictory, which makes him doubt the true motives. Mateo says that the star region they are heading to is close enough, but it will take time to gather strength. He also claims that something strange is happening deep in the planet's asteroid belt, and he needs to check it out. The Baron says that if Mateo considers it necessary, he must leave immediately. After some time, Mateo again finds himself in the 13th sector of space, noted in the intelligence report. Studying the indicators, he notices that in the very depths of this ore region, there is a large zone surrounded by gravitational cartilages. Now he can pass through them without any problems thanks to the technology obtained from the ship. He activates the black hole's gravitational wanderer and calmly passes practically between the anomalies. His ship sails smoothly among the anomalies, without being affected by the external gravitational field. Having passed all the traps, he suddenly discovers an incredible treasure that is impossible to even comprehend. He assumes that the culprit of what is happening must also be in the area surrounded by many giant anomalies, but he has never seen such a type before. To study Emerald Hill, he orders the ship to turn on its broadband and superwave detectors. Inside this hill are titanium crystals, as well as collapsing photon stones. Mateo watches the stones with interest, which he sees for the first time, and tries to understand their value. After consulting the reference book, he learns that this is a space artifact that is a key element in the evolution of warships. Mateo launches his galactic drill and begins to extract vast quantities of valuable materials. In just a few minutes, you manage to extract 19 units of tectonic crystals, but the main thing is still ahead. The gravity beam is very helpful in such situations and attracts huge pieces of precious rock. Mateo reflects that emitting such stones is a difficult task due to the lack of suitable equipment. There is certainly no such equipment on board his ship, but this does not mean that they cannot be processed directly. Looking at this low-level space artifact, he realizes that it is worth a fortune, and he will never sell it. Even though his ship is still a newcomer, its evolution does not depend on speed. Once a ship absorbs a space artifact, even a low-level one, it will be able to complete its own evolution. After the retrieval of the space artifact, a real catastrophe begins, and a black hole appears on the horizon. Mateo orders the ship to leave the sector as quickly as possible. The spectacle of a black hole's formation is truly breathtaking, so Mateo stores the data in an optical computer. The system informs him that the ship is beginning to evolve and is forming the characteristics of a new module. Mateo ponders what happens when destroyers evolve and leans back in his chair. Further improvements to the ship will cost a lot of money, of which Mateo doesn't have much left. Meanwhile, oscillations in the asteroid belt continue after the dissipation of a large gravitational collapse. Returning and having an audience with Raven, he learns that he is using his connections to obtain information about this. Mateo listens attentively to his father and notices that he is getting better. The Baron remarks to his son that when he grows up, he too will not be able to avoid this illness. Mateo changes the subject and reminds that if something is hidden from normal channels, then it will not be possible to obtain this information. He also says that he heard a rumor that a small group of adventurers has discovered a planetary life form. He realizes that everything now fits together, since the previous disappearance was connected to interdimensional actions. He guesses that the summoning of the new Duke is nothing more than a pathetic trap. Mateo says he would like to fly himself because he is very interested in seeing a humanitarian form of life, which has happened before. The Baron looks at his son in surprise and asks how he plans to board a planetary life form. Mateo reminds that, According to available information, the ruler is bedridden, and therefore his status as heir will be sufficient. The Baron recalls that the House of the Northern Duke is based on military discipline, and bribery is equated to the death penalty. Matteo says that under the previous Duke, such loopholes would have been unthinkable, but the current Duke has not yet consolidated his power. Matteo discusses the dangers of the humanitarian life form, adding that he has a feeling that this time the enemy will come with all their ships. The Baron asks him why he doesn't fly on his ship. Matteo states that his ship is still quite far away, and wonders how soon he will be able to use it. The Baron trusts his son, knowing that if he decides something, he probably already has the perfect plan in mind. Matteo thanks his father for his trust and declares that he will not let him down in this task. Matteo contacts Sima Yunda and instructs him to establish communications in the Northern Duke's domain. Matteo invites him to join him in the Northern Mines, and he immediately agrees. Matteo decides to use the League of Reformers contract to recruit Sim Jun to his ship. The next moment the action shifts to the moment when they head into the depths of the mine sector. Matteo suddenly stops and says that they have arrived, surprising his friend. Suddenly the cloaked ship uses a gravity trap to pull in a small mining ship. Sim Yun's suspicions are gradually confirmed, as he suspected that something was wrong here. Matteo welcomes him aboard his ship, showing off its luxurious interior and technological systems. Sima Junda looks at everything carefully and mentally tells himself that everything is exactly as he expected. Matteo hands him the contracts and asks if he wants to become a scout on this ship. Sima Junda carefully reads the conditions and notices that they only talk about preserving the specialty, but nothing is said about the prohibition of betrayal. Matteo says he doesn't like harsh methods and adds that only insecure people use such clients. Sima Junda smiles and says that she gladly accepts the contract. Matteo nods with satisfaction and shows his surprised comrade the structure of the hull of the ship they are on. Sima Junda, seeing the legendary orange hull module, cannot believe her eyes. After carefully examining everything, Sima Junda comes to the conclusion that his former ship, Yun Shu, is now in his hands. Matteo confirms that this is exactly how it happened, and it is he who sees the man off on his final journey. Sima Junda shares inside information that the Jin family has confirmed Sima Dacao's death, and will now send out a new fleet. Matteo claims that Sima Dacao's ship was completely destroyed, and there was no evidence left to indicate what happened. Sima Junda takes a solemn oath to serve Lord Matteo until the end of her days. Matteo snaps his fingers, and the device gives him a strange handle that resembles a lightsaber. A few moments later, a concentrated red beam of light emerges from this handle, and Matteo witnesses this spectacle. Matteo also reports that Sima Junda will soon be able to regain her true name. After some time, he meets Zhong Shiji, who is assigned to accompany him during the conscription order. Matteo thanks him in advance for his work and acknowledges the dedication he has shown recently. Matteo understands that there are not many legal ways to obtain rare crystals, and one of them is to fight pirates. Matteo decides to form a powerful fleet and trains in advance as the commander of his squadron. He is already undergoing intensive training, and with only a week left before the operation, Matteo believes it is too early to relax. A little later, he turns to Chen Shu and asks for 2 days of rest for his crew. With his new status, replenishing supplies has become much easier. He can take as much as he wants as long as the Baron has resources. Finding himself alone on his ship, he decides to go to the interdimensional battlefield. This time, he sees a huge spaceship in front of him, using its spherical shape to move more efficiently through space. Matteo notes that he has not encountered a third-level civilization for a long time. He believes that such opponents require careful study before engaging in combat. Taking a closer look at the ship, he discovers that all the creatures in this civilization are metal robots, 10 to 20 meters tall. Suddenly, one of the civilization's representatives jumps into the air, initiating a strange transformation. Just a few moments pass, and the metal giant transforms into a flying fighter. Matteo wonders why this civilization needs ships at all if they can transform. Matteo decides to keep a low profile and continues observation, activating the cloaking system. Since the cloaking can't last forever, Matteo hides behind an asteroid to wait it out. The next 19 hours are spent intensively upgrading all of the ship's systems for the upcoming battle. Having activated special shields, he goes into battle to fight the extraterrestrial civilization. First of all, hundreds of thousands of lasers are produced in his direction, which do not even scratch shields. Matteo's ship is so powerful that absolutely nothing can compare to it. Civilization sends out a distress signal to call for the 4th carrier group as reinforcements. Meanwhile, the entire planet enters the range of Matteo's ship's main weapon. However, he says that it is too early to open fire, and decides to think about his actions a little. The whole point is that the auxiliary system uses 1 unit of high-quality crystal to activate the doubling of points. In order to use the double points bonus again, they would have to spend their last crystal. which is not ideal. Before opening fire, he reactivates his spiritual scan to weigh everything carefully. It turns out that this civilization only stores 2 green quality modules, so he decides to continue firing. Having loaded his orbital cannon, he prepares to destroy the planet along with all its inhabitants. He fires forward and instantly creates a gravitational collapse, causing all the robots to be destroyed. He gets a huge amount of points for destroying an intelligent civilization. In just 2 shots, it turns the surface of this metallic planet into an ocean of molten metal. Seeing the huge amount of points he received, he realizes that most ships don't get that much even in their entire lifetime. Mateo realizes the need to maintain anonymity and activates the Mirage system to hide in space. More than 2 hours pass, but the enemy is still in no hurry to come to the aid of their already dead. After waiting a little longer, he notices a flash that catches his attention. Looking closer, he guesses that it is some kind of teleportation technology. A warship with impressive weapons appears from a huge portal. Mateo realizes that these ships are launching hundreds of reconnaissance drones, and if it weren't for the Mirage system, he would have been discovered already. He notes that the civilization he is fighting against has warp teleportation technology that is impressive by their standards. According to the latest estimates, more than 3,000 aircraft carriers are arriving to help, which represents an impressive force. According to radar data, the aircraft carriers are not equipped with shield generators, which is logical, since such systems are typical for level 4 civilizations. He decides to wait a little while to restore his shields, which are designed to counter black holes. With only 30 minutes left in the battle, he realizes it's time to act. While lying low, he decides to launch a powerful sneak attack using his main weapon. With this shot, he destroys many aircraft carriers, which receive a huge amount of experience. Aircraft carriers use combined fire, but even in this mode they inflict monstrously little damage. Mateo grins and says that his ships are not at all afraid of such attacks. In his characteristics, he notes that his shields already have time to fully recover in a short period of time. Meanwhile, the metal civilization realizes that this mysterious ship is clearly superior to their forces. The metal priest uses a special antenna to contact the Cybertron civilization. Mateo decides to pursue the fleeing robots and asks them where they are heading in such a tight formation. After charging his main weapon, he once again releases a massive beam of destruction to eliminate as many enemies as possible. The mass death of representatives of the robotic civilization brings him a huge number of points. He manages to completely destroy the enemy forces, after which he returns to the base to recover. After a few moments, his ship leaves behind only a flash of energy that quickly dissipates. A few minutes later, a portal opens, from which a huge cybernetic ship emerges. They realize that a civilization under their protection has been destroyed here, and the culprit has escaped, and they set out in pursuit. Before leaving this galaxy, they decide to destroy everything that remains of a once great civilization. Using their orbital cannon, they fire at the planet, piercing it in the blink of an eye. The blast is so powerful that the planet splits apart, scattering across space. Mateo looks happily at his source points balance and rejoices at how lucky he is. After this, he decides to improve the hull structures to make them even stronger. Having received information about the cost of each improvement, he gives the command to start the modernization procedure without hesitation. He also expresses a desire to rewire some of the bays so they consume a little less power. After some upgrades, he gains the ability to use planetary scan as many as 4 times per battle. Now it's time to head back and prepare for departure, as they are about to embark on an incredible expedition that promises to be exciting. He heads to the defense headquarters and solemnly declares that the fleet is fully prepared to depart at any moment. At these words, he also does not forget about etiquette and places his hand on his chest. Those present note that this is Mateo's first time participating in military conscription and advise him to be careful. Mateo nods, knowing he's willing to do whatever it takes to return alive and bring back the spoils. After this, he turns to his comrades as their fleet sets out. Having boarded the ship, they leave the orbit of their home planet to set off on a journey. Mateo contacts a special consultant to get information about the current situation. The consultant reports that more than 60 noble fleets have now completed their registration and invites him to an official reception. This evening, a huge number of aristocrats actually gather, and many tables are set for them. One of the aristocrats looks around at those present and tries to figure out which of them can be recruited. Approaching Mateo, the man introduces himself as Zhang Jinju and remarks that his talents are legendary. Zhang Jinju replies that he is flattered, but he remembers very well that this man is actually evil. After this, he announces that he needs to check the readiness of the fleet and leaves with his comrades. Zhang Jinju immediately becomes angry, realizing that this scoundrel is ruining all his insidious and cunning plans. Mateo meets new friends who offer to support each other when needed. Mateo reflects on the importance of maintaining relationships with neighbors without unnecessary obligations. unless they are enemies. After some time, he contacts Simajunda and informs her that the collection period is expiring, so it is necessary to expand her circle of acquaintances. Simajunda confirms that he will definitely gather the necessary information while the others head to the reception with the Duke. Matteo stands among his colleagues and realizes that absolutely all representatives of the noble fleets of the Star region have already arrived. After some time, the Northern Duke himself comes out to the public to deliver a speech. Instead of the usual greeting, he declares that orders must be followed without question, and violators will be punished. Matteo smiles, thinking that he now understands that the Duke only seems so menacing on the surface. After some time, he returns to the ship, waiting for the end of the meeting between the military leaders. He holds a mug of coffee in his hands to keep himself alert at such a difficult time of day. Some time passes, and he is finally sent an operation plan according to which he must act. Matteo carefully studies the document and understands that the plan is divided into stages, including the destruction of small pirate workings. He is introduced to military judge Gao Rong, who will document the progress of this operation. Gao Rong explains how warships should line up before battle. He also informs him that he can only select one target at a time from the list of factions, and Matteo makes a quick decision. After reviewing the list, he declares that he will fight the star pirate group Ada. Gao Rong clarifies whether he is confident in his choice, adding that it is quite risky. He explains that weak groups usually leave their bases immediately, and therefore suggests choosing a stronger opponent. Gao Rong reflects on the fact that, as a military judge, he has a duty to be here, and admits that he is a little scared. However, nothing can be done, and their comrades go forward to fight the pirates. Matteo reaches his opponents and loudly declares to them that they must surrender if they do not want to be destroyed. The captain of the star pirate group, Van Ida, replies that he is not at all afraid of some brat. Matteo turns to Shi Junho and informs him that he is now entrusting this matter to him. Shi Junho takes command of the ship and directs it to focus on the firing parameters and actions of the enemy. Once they reach a suitable distance, they open fire on the enemy before he has time to get closer. Shi Junho proves to be an amazing commander and skillfully leads his comrades. At a certain point, he decides to launch a series of attacks from the beam dispersion cannon. Van Ada orders his subordinates to disperse, as the enemy has weapons of mass destruction. However, it turns out to be too late, and another powerful explosion destroys a large number of their ships. Shi Junho is just warming up and orders to concentrate and move sideways to perform an evasive maneuver. The pirates return fire, but achieve nothing as Shi Junho demonstrates superior command. Gao Rong praises Matteo's talents, noting that his fleet is indeed well-trained and equipped. Matteo responds by saying that his colleague is being too kind, and that they were just lucky, and asks that everything be recorded objectively. Gao Rong notes that the small boarding ships of the Ida group do not pose a serious threat. Meanwhile, the pirate ship is under constant fire, losing strength with every second. Van Ada's henchmen advise him to retreat to save their lives. Van Ada opposes this decision, claiming that they are about to catch up with these pathetic nobodies. From his point of view, a breakthrough is the only way to salvation, and they must act as he orders. As he gets closer, he happily realizes that he's about to show these brats what close combat is. Matteo praises Shi Junho for doing a great job and takes command. He orders the strike fleet to retreat and increase the distance to push back the scout ships. Matteo calls on Captain Stillbone to deal with the enemy's main flagship. After this, he gives the order to the other ships to fire without stopping. Gao Rong watches this newly minted nobleman closely, amazed at his ingenuity. He also recalls that in just a few months this man rose from the very bottom to the level of an aristocrat. The pirate ships gradually approach the enemy, but they are immediately fired upon. Matteo's ship engages the pirate vessel in close combat, giving them an opportunity to board. Van Ada rejoices at the opportunity that has fallen into his lap and prepares to infiltrate the enemy ship. After some time, Steelbone destroys absolutely everyone on board and reports that the mission is completed. Matteo is surprised at how quickly his subordinate completes the task and nods approvingly. Gao Rong proudly calculates that they did not suffer a single loss during the entire operation. He also takes stock of Matteo's accomplishments and realizes that he earned a huge amount of points for the total destruction. After this, he asks if Matteo is going to hand over the captured ships. Matteo says that he has already thought about this matter, and Gao Rong immediately adds that he can dispose of the trophies as he sees fit. Matteo declares that he intends to transfer all captured ships to the possession of the duchy. Gao Rong notes that few people usually choose this path. Matteo grins and claims that his interlocutor underestimates both him and the barony he represents. He also adds that Gao Rong made many valuable suggestions from the very beginning, so he considers this a victory for them both. From this, he concludes that they both deserve the spoils, which should be divided equally. Gao Rong objects that his modest merits are not worth mentioning, but Mateo's generosity does not allow him to refuse. Mateo smiles slyly, realizing that he has acquired another informant and valuable ally. Gaorong reports that the price for 2 spark ships, at his maximum authority, is 255 points. Mateo also claims that his current achievements are the result of his father's far-sighted strategy. He wonders how he can get a lot of merit points while remaining in the shadows. And Gaorong informs him that there are 2 possible options. From his point of view, the first option is small transactions within which agreements can be reached. The second option turns out to be riskier, but more profitable, since if exposed, they will incur the wrath of the duchy itself. Mateo shows keen interest, and Gaorong explains that they can run an underground business and trade in valuable artifacts. Mateo admits that Gaorong lives up to his reputation as the best of the young military judges, as both options seem viable. He adds that these paths will allow them and their allies to take moderate risks, and then calls over Sima Zhongdu. He shows an 800-year-old painting by a famous artist and asks how much it is worth in merit points. Gaorong points out that works of art are not usually considered trophies, and Mateo reminds him of the confiscation of rebel property. Gaorong carefully checks everything in his databases and confirms that this work really exists. Mateo claims that they are experts, so for the sake of authenticity and modesty, he suggests setting average or even lower prices. Mateo remembers that in his past life, other people had already used this loophole, but now he is going to make a fortune from it himself. After some time, they destroy another pirate base, leaving behind only death and destruction. Gaorong informs the protagonist about how many pirate groups they destroyed during this month. Mateo realizes that Captain Steelbone is an indispensable leader of the assault forces and decides to increase his importance. Gaorong declares that the first phase of the northern cleansing operation has been completed, and the order to return to the star system is issued. Mateo is earning a huge amount of points and realizes that it would be inappropriate to spend them in large quantities now. Mateo comes to the conclusion that he will need some volunteers to act as front men in order to maximize his profit. To settle things, he contacts Zhang Shiji and hands over the captured cruiser to him, hoping that his expectations will come true. Zhang Shiji vows not to let his boss down, and his boss smiles, knowing he's handing over a level 16 ship to him. Sometime later, Mateo returns to his home galaxy after another foray into other systems. The protagonist sadly realizes that during all this time he has only managed to closely interact with the public space twice. Gaorong briefs the aristocrats, announcing that they are now targeting mid-sized pirate groups. Mateo finds himself assigned to the Arabia County team, and realizes he has a strained relationship with them. The head of this county, Huang Tianli, is hosting a reception, and Mateo accepts the invitation when he finds himself there. Zhang Jinzhu turns to Huang Tianli and points his finger at Mateo, saying that this is the man everyone is talking about. Huang Tianli praises Mateo's achievements, noting that he is already in the top 20 as a rookie. Mateo notices Huang Tianli and Zhang Jinzhu approaching, and hopes to somehow avoid a confrontation with them. He explains that he was simply lucky to stumble upon a pirate group, but soon after, his position quickly declines. Huang Tianli states that excessive modesty borders on hypocrisy, and he intends to rely on Mateo in the upcoming operation. Mateo declares that such a high honor obliges him, and he does not dare to refuse. He also says that he has one condition, to which Huang Tianli replies that he is ready to forgive him anything. Mateo asks for a little friendly competition between him and Zhang Jinzhu, and Huang Tianli immediately agrees. Mateo smiles and says he will look forward to their competition in 10 days. Meanwhile, thanks to a level 5 radar with short-range detection capabilities, Mateo identifies the desired base in advance. Taking a closer look, he realizes that the enemy has managed to turn the asteroid into a full-fledged base. The aristocrats' fleet gradually arrives at the location, and Mateo decides to hold a meeting before the battle. Zhang Jinzhu suggests that the giant monitor lizard group will avoid direct confrontation and opt for a defensive strategy. However, after a few moments, it becomes clear that the giant monitor lizard pirates are choosing an active attack tactic. Mateo says such anomalous tactics may be hiding some kind of agenda and urges caution. Huang Tianli claims that they have absolute superiority in battle, and they just need to maintain their courage. He gives the order to all fleets to move forward, freely covering the flanks. The headquarters notes that Huang Tianli wants to achieve advancement, and therefore the true strategy will be hidden. When approaching an enemy, they release special particles to create radio interference. A fierce battle begins between pirates and aristocrats, in which there is no clear winner yet. Zhang Jinzhu mocks Mateo's success, claiming that it is only through his strength that he is able to seize the initiative. After this, he gives orders to Shi Junho to fire with restraint in order to draw the enemy towards himself. Shi Junho carries out his orders, and the subsequent battle is relatively peaceful. After a series of artillery volleys, Shi Junho reports that they have suffered no casualties, while Zhang Jinju's pirates have suffered serious damage. Sima Junda expresses doubt, claiming that there is something wrong with the pirates' actions, as they should have started firing from a distance. Mateo replies that there is nothing to worry about, since only their forces and Zhang Jinju's fleet are currently involved. Huang Tianli notices that the pirate group has suddenly become active and orders them to cover him. After some time, the same small gangs that disappeared during the first stage of the operation appear on the radar. Gaorong declares that everything that is happening is a trap, and Mateo advises to remain calm and not to panic. Mateo claims that the County of Arabia has a powerful vanguard ship that is indestructible. Zhang Jinju immediately contacts the protagonist and informs him that they are planning to retreat. Mateo states that there is no need for this, as Huan Tianli can also receive help from neighboring allies. Gaorong calls this an outright betrayal and adds that he will certainly report such actions. Huang Tianli argues that the threat is insignificant, meaning no one should leave the front lines. He turns to his closest allies and urges them to move forward to destroy the small gangs. After this, a real battle of galactic scale begins. The aristocratic fleets adjacent to Huang Tianli open coordinated fire to destroy the small space pirate formations. Explosions are heard all around, and fire opens on the giant monitor's flagship at the front. Gaorong says that these small gangs have no more than a dozen Spark-class ships in total. The main flagship of the giant Varan faction is level 22 and has blue-quality armor. Zhang Jinju continues to suffer losses and silently curses the pirates for their unexpected resilience. He also realizes that they shouldn't have changed the second row for the retreat, which is why they lose 20 ships. Meanwhile, Huang Tianli continues to fight the daring bandits, seeking to destroy them completely. Having quickly dealt with his opponents, he notices that they are just a rabble, and says with regret that they are losers. However, after some time, his ships are subjected to powerful laser fire from an unknown source. The situation suddenly escalates, but no one knows yet who will decide to attack from the flanks at such a moment. A mysterious group opens fire with laser cannons, not caring who they hit. The enraged space robbers are ready to do anything to put an end to the aristocrat they hate. The battlefield could become a real grave for the nobility, so urgent measures must be taken. Huang Tianli calls on all the lords fighting on the front lines, saying that he needs immediate support. Mateo asks the others to help Huang Tianli, adding that he will delay the main enemy forces. Huang Tianli becomes more reserved and states that Mateo's bravery will definitely be recognized. Mateo receives new information about a squad of pirates who represent a group called the White Robes. Mateo orders to keep their distance, as the enemy's main tactic is artillery deterrence. The ships change their formation to return fire and provide support to Lord Huang Tianli. After adjusting the coordinates, they prepare to open fire with the beam railgun. Shi Junho states that after 5 volleys, all of the giant monitor lizard pirates' assault ships have been destroyed. Huang Tianli receives information that during the battle, his fleet receives 10 hits and loses about 50 attack aircraft. Huang Tianli angrily demands that Zhang Jinju move faster and attack the enemy from the flank. The White Robe pirates decide to turn around and engage the flanking groups, cursing the giant monitor. Huang Tianli decides to take advantage of the moment to break out of the minor skirmishes and quickly regroup. The remnants of the giant monitor group are talking among themselves, believing that they need to change tactics due to the changed situation. Having lost the initiative, the White Robes decide to retreat in order to regroup and strike again. Mateo manages to plant a mark on the White Robes pirates' flagship to track its movements. Immediately after this, they concentrate all their efforts on destroying Varan's group. With the help of certain maneuvers, they manage to dock in order to land a boarding party. Steelbone reports just a few minutes later that the entire ship has been captured, and all resistance has been crushed. The battle ends, and Gaorong continues to carefully document all the events that took place. He also receives reports that Mateo is taking first place in this competition. Mateo notes that for nobles, interests come first. But when it comes to life, it's more important to maintain reputation. Gaorong agrees with him, adding that despite the victory, the fleet suffered heavy losses. Mateo receives information about the imminent start of the 3rd stage of the operation, and asks to be connected with Huang Tianli. Mateo contacts the Duke to arrange a short trip home to check on crew rotations. Huang Tianli says that he will allow this without any problem, and will also allocate the necessary batch of supplies. Mateo notes that some of the ships in his fleet are very old, and Huang Tianli assures him that this is not a concern. Mateo tells Gaorong that the barony's fleet needs repairs and asks for further instructions. Gaorong states that 3 ships with ion cannons are enough to maintain the Foundation's combat capability. Mateo announces the start of the inventory of trophies and asks his comrade to hurry. Mateo entrusts Steelbone with the captured Varan ship, after which he says that he will carry out his master's orders. Mateo also addresses Shi Junho, saying that he is no longer a prisoner, but a full member of the crew. Shi Junho bows before him and swears that he will never let him down. Mateo notices that among the trophies there is a high-quality energy crystal and 6 titanium crystals. After some time, they finally arrive home, and this feeling of return fills Mateo's heart with joy. Mateo is warmly welcomed by his family, and he tells them how he specially selected the war trophies for them. Wang Guangbei replies that she does not need gifts and adds that she would like to perfect the art of body hardening. Mateo says that he brought her a special box of wonderful fruits that speed up progress. The Baron greets his son joyfully and asks him to come into his office after dinner to tell him everything. After telling the story of his adventures, the Baron remarks that Mateo has done a good job. He also says he's curious why Mateo is hiding the facts of his recovery, noting that he appears to be carrying out some sort of plan. Mateo understands this and nods, realizing that everyone has their own secrets, and the Baron does not want to drag him into his affairs. A few days later, he again has the opportunity to board his ship. His last 2 flights into the past were not very effective, but this time he hopes that luck will smile on him. Mateo requests that the auxiliary system be activated and the advanced civilization level limit removal feature be enabled. With these restrictions removed, he can now choose which civilization level he will encounter. Following standard procedure, he activates the cloaking system and opens a portal to the interdimensional battlefield. He finds himself on a battlefield against a second-tier space civilization that has been around for quite some time. Mateo rates this civilization's performance as extremely low, as they have almost nothing for a second level. However, after some time, uninvited guests invade, who, as it turns out, are a parasitic civilization. Mateo realizes that the civilization he plans to destroy will, in any case, become an incubator for parasites. Without much hesitation, he prepares the main cannon to raze the entire planet to the ground. The peaceful cities of a civilization that is just taking its first steps are experiencing its last seconds. A few moments later, a powerful explosion is heard, erasing everything in its path. Just one shot causes an explosion so powerful that it can be seen even from outer space. Mateo continues to fire at the peaceful planet, saying that 3 volleys are needed before complete destruction. After he completes his plan, the entire surface of the planet is scorched to the very ground. Mateo receives a decent module that provides protection against 3rd-level parasitic forms. He realizes that this is a very valuable find and decides to add the module to his ship as an additional slot. Mateo decides to go and retrieve the module on a mining ship himself and dons a protective suit. After this, he heads to the additional ship and orders the main ship to prepare to receive the module. He asks to isolate the 4th compartment and immediately install the received modification, as well as further improve it. It only takes a few hours, and the purple spore-like membrane is successfully installed. Mateo realizes that now is the perfect time to return to his universe. This time he takes with him only 3 ships that carry the spark to fight the pirates. Gradually, they rush forward and approach a large orbital base. Gaorong reports that he has come to inform him of the receipt of the 3rd order. He also states that in the 3rd stage, all fleets will be under a single command of the operational headquarters. At the banquet held to introduce the other participants, Mateo meets a colleague. He praises him for his achievements and says that he always dreamed of such an heir. Mateo reveals that he has a purple concentrate of biological energy that prolongs life. The old man immediately perks up and declares that he is ready to exchange it for his family purple engine. Mateo replies that 1 engine will not be enough and offers 5 more units of titanic crystals. After the deal is made, Mateo goes to his ship as a hologram and orders the engine to be replaced with a new one. The system asks for confirmation to replace the module, and he quickly agrees. Now he has a much better chance of successfully carrying out the plan, and the 3rd stage of the operation gradually begins. Mateo learns that the final goal of the operation will not be disclosed for now, but he already understands it perfectly. Some time passes, and they begin to gradually approach the goal of the 3rd stage. Gaorong says that according to intelligence, one of the largest concentrations of pirate groups is located somewhere around here. Mateo states that their fleet must take up a position on the flank and not attract unnecessary attention. One of the ships slows down and follows cautiously behind the rest of the squad. Mateo notices a strange detail drifting through space and realizes that the Northern Duke must have taken action. After some time, this part, which turns out to be a powerful bomb, crashes into the hot planet, leaving a hole behind. A powerful howl is heard that pierces the length and breadth of space. People find themselves in the space of a sphere and try to figure out who angered this monster. Some ships try to escape from the trap they are caught in, but it turns out to be futile. They hear a dark voice that calls them fools and orders them to die immediately. They encounter a young form of planetary life and decide to immediately open fire in a coordinated manner. Some ships turn on their star shields and try to stay closer to each other. Mateo can clearly see that some of the ships in the center of the formation were destroyed instantly. But their fleet was not damaged. The enemy temporarily ceases its attack, and the human forces decide to respond with a powerful counterattack. They simultaneously direct a huge number of star volleys towards the planet. But this does not cause serious damage. The Northern Duke orders the bombardment to continue, as the protective glow on the planet's surface has almost disappeared. The planetary life form becomes enraged at the mere sight of the pathetic humans, and prepares to attack. People wonder if a young planetary life form could possibly possess such a level of power. However, it is too late to retreat, so Iskra's cruisers rush forward to cover the retreating forces. Assault ships are also sent forward to block enemy attacks at all costs. Gaorong wonders if it's time for them to retreat, but Mateo states that they are in an advantageous position. This is the protagonist's first time participating in such a large-scale battle, and every inch of space is covered in blood. Mateo receives information that the entire fleet's shields are overloaded, and their hulls are suffering serious damage. He is surprised that just one attack destroys half of his allies' fleet. Shi Junho discovers that the protective glow on the surface of the planetary life form is disappearing. The remaining ships receive information that the target is already at the limit of its capabilities, which means it is necessary to open fire. Coordinating their efforts, they once again fire everything they have to deal a crushing defeat to the monster. The planetary life form suffers severe damage and decides to retreat. The Northern Duke suddenly discovers that a giant planet is attempting a planetary leap. They continue to fire at the giant creature, but are unable to inflict enough damage. A bright flash becomes the answer to the arrogant Duke's prayers, leaving him with nothing. The Northern Duke, consumed with anger, bares his teeth, realizing that victory is literally slipping from his grasp. He signals the start of a search and rescue operation, and counts the losses in his fleet, adding that they will search for this life form. Mateo reports that his squad accepts the order, and will immediately begin searching and rescuing allies. He smiles, and is glad that during the battle his ship manages to mark the creature as a pursuer. Several days pass, but none of the naval houses rush to carry out the order to search for this colossus. Mateo realizes that apparently the desire to evolve the flagship into a battleship is completely taking over the Duke's mind. Gaorong reveals that information about a loophole in the trophy accounting system has leaked, and now everyone is starting to buy up works of art. He happily announces that they can now emerge from the shadows and try to exchange all the accumulated resources. Sima Junda states that intelligence indicates that a majority of the Restoration Council believes the exchange should be allowed. Mateo says that he will blame everything on those very crystals, since he has already accumulated a lot of trophies. Gaorong receives his instructions and goes to his cabin with a satisfied look. Sima Junda looks at him with disbelief and tries to share her concerns with Mateo. Mateo says he values keeping his word far more than he might think, and that's why he has confidence in Gaorong. Sima Junda asks if he is worried that the Grand Duchy might reveal the truth, and Mateo reassures him. He states that under the cover of Gaorong and his acquaintance, they will not fall into the sight of the new duchy, and that is enough. Sima Junda is impressed by his master's principles, and says that he is ready to accept this point of view. Mateo receives information that the Duke is returning, but loses half of his fleet and comes into conflict with his vassals. As troubled times begin in the galaxy, the action shifts to the Feng Huang star system. Mateo shares with his comrades his plans to create an academy to train specialists for all key positions on Iskra ships. He also reports that the Feng Huang star system is one of the most prosperous places in the star region. Mateo realizes that thanks to the duchy's generosity, they are receiving the resources they need to evolve their ship. He takes Shi Junho with him as his main assistant. When connected to the giant ship, Shi Junho wonders what this object is. Mateo lets him onto his flagship and tells him that he is always welcome here. After this, he hands over a contract appointing Shi Junho as chief artilleryman. Shi Junho is surprised that the contract consists of only one clause: not to disclose any information about the ship. He immediately drops to one knee and takes a sacred oath, which Mateo immediately accepts. Shi Junho is allowed to explore the ship's capabilities, and is surprised by the presence of a golden cannon. The young man understands that this weapon alone is worth as much as an entire squadron of 10 Iskra ships. Mateo reflects on how, after delivering the titanic crystals to the duchy, his reserves now exceed 100 for the first time. He reports that his target is now a planetary creature that has escaped the Duke's fleet. Shi Junho realizes that this is a serious enemy that has destroyed an entire squadron, and that a long battle lies ahead. Mateo recalls that in his past life, the Duke succeeds only on his second try and receives the core. However, now it is they, armed to the teeth, who begin the search for this prey. They fly among the bird-like monsters, which surprisingly do not react to the ship, thanks to its excellent camouflage. Shi Junho notices that almost nothing surprises him anymore, and therefore the camouflage abilities seem ordinary to him. Mateo orders the new cannon to be removed, and a deadly scorpion ray installed on it to combat the monster. Shijunyo is delighted to see the orange-quality weapon, and Mateo is surprised by this reaction. After some time, the system detects a marked subject surrounded by destroyed ships. Shiyunho finds a capsule containing survivors, but Mateo states that they will be dealt with later. Taking proper aim, the ship fires a deadly scorpion beam forward. The powerful weapon hits its target, and the giant planetary life form begins to experience incredible pain. Mateo smirks as the damage from this gun cannot be healed for an entire hour. Now all that remains is to prevent the enemy from recovering and to wage a war of attrition. A planetary life form shoots out powerful clouds of toxic gas mixed with space debris. Mateo's ship is hit, but there isn't even a scratch on its hull. Shijunho is surprised that the shield's durability is instantly restored. Mateo asks the ship to upgrade the scorpion beam to produce a more powerful attack. An entire hour later, they continue to attack the vile planetary life form, but it still does not die. Mateo examines the upgrade he received and realizes that this life form is in trouble now. He orders his gunner to continue the attack even after 2 hours, when the effect of the scarlet bleeding begins to take effect. 2 hours later, a huge chunk breaks off from the planetary life form. The giant creature experiences severe attacks of pain and tries to fight off its attackers. Mateo reports that the creature's life source is damaged, meaning a little more pressure is needed to finish it off. The protagonist's cruiser fires another powerful, deadly beam that pierces the planetary life form through and through. Mateo happily notes that the threat has been eliminated, meaning they can prepare a special drill to extract the core. After they evacuate all possible resources, the team decides to run away in all directions. Shijunyo wonders why the battleship evolution hasn't happened yet, and Mateo explains that it's a gradual process. Mateo receives signals from the cruiser, which is showing a powerful desire to absorb the core. Unexpectedly for Shijunho, Mateo gives permission to absorb the planetary life drop. After some time, mysterious lights of flaring flames begin to emanate from the ship. Mateo receives a notification that the ship's evolution has begun, and authorizes the activation of the characteristics selection function. A list opens in front of him, but it doesn't contain many useful options. He decides to choose the resonance of the source, so that he will more often come across planets with a large population, suitable for destruction. The remaining modules of the ship evolve, and it turns into a battle cruiser, which surprises the protagonist. Mateo studies the new ship upgrade requirements and realizes that they have now been doubled. He plans to legalize the status of his ship, but due to an unconventional evolution, these plans have to be postponed. Suddenly, they discover a rescue capsule that is being hunted by the mountaineers and bird beasts, and decide to come to the rescue. Inside the capsule is a girl they know from previous space travels. However, suddenly the huge bird beast that tried to attack her is destroyed by a direct hit from the main gun. The girl looks up and notes with relief that she was saved by the same ship that helped her earlier. Mateo picks up a damsel in distress and is surprised to realize that she is none other than Gao Luanxing. Luanxin walks on, feeling that her suit is getting pretty worn out. Mateo activates stealth mode to return to Ravenstvo undetected. As they approach the space station, the robot politely addresses Luanxin and informs her that she should prepare for landing. Luanxin thanks him for saving her and caring for her, then gives him an identification tag to contact later. Mateo realizes that she now owes him her life, and wonders how she would react if she knew who saved her. He tells Shijunho that they are approaching the station where their fleet is located, and asks him to return to his ship. Left alone, Mateo decides to open an interdimensional battlefield to choose a battle with a second-tier civilization. His opponent is the interdimensional civilization of Krone. Mateo carefully studies the enemy, and decides to use a spiritual scan to take into account all the data. He asks to activate the Black Hole Wanderer and prepare auxiliary weapons. After a while, he breaks through the ranks of enemies, shooting everything that comes his way. Moving further, he activates additional shields to avoid further damage and opens fire on the base. Mateo finds that numerous projectiles are flying towards him, but they do not cause him any damage. He hopes he has enough time to assemble the ship modules and leave this place. Once it has obtained everything it needs, it turns around and engages its afterburners. Having retreated to a safe distance, he decides to charge the supernova cannon to continue firing. After a precise shot, a cosmic flash occurs, destroying the enemy base. Mateo gains a massive amount of source points and activates space shields. Looking at the ruins of civilization, he decides that he should first head to the central area of the ship graveyard. Taking a closer look, he realizes that he has an amazing chance to collect a huge number of modules. Now he can have a lot of fun pulling several modules towards himself at once. Time flies pretty quickly, and he doesn't have time to collect absolutely everything he planned. He manages to assemble 83 ship modules, which is enough to unlock access to the elite store. Some more time passes, and he finally returns to his home planet. Sima Junda greets him after the victorious campaign and informs him that the staff has already started work. Mateo states that the amount of materials from the previous procurement list needs to be doubled. Sima Junda replies that they don't have enough budget, but Mateo clarifies that he brought a whole ship full of modules. Sima Junda is amazed by such a great catch and realizes that he is facing a truly outstanding fighter. 2 days pass, and the fleet returns to the barony's domain at full speed. Mateo is happy to finally be back, and now has the opportunity to properly rest. The Baron orders him to come to the street shuttle, which is docked at the spaceport. The protagonist wonders what the Baron is up to and why he decides to meet him in such a private setting. At first glance, the Baron seems quite cheerful and invites you to come with him to show him something interesting. Mateo tries to find out the reason for such secrecy, but gets no answer. It turns out that in a remote sector near the Baron's planet, there is a huge mobile version of the ship with complete sealing. Moving further, he discovers an intact cruiser that was evacuated after being seriously damaged. The Baron says that his son should not act as if he doesn't need anyone, and that he can handle things on his own. He recommends that he go down to look at this ship, clarifying that only trusted people are here. Mateo admits that the surprise his father had planned was indeed a great success. Mateo asks if this is related to the grand plan his father spoke of earlier, and the Baron confirms it. He says that in his youth he made many friends while traveling. Several years ago, at a meeting of their comrades from the Federation, someone reported that he had a lead on the possible location of crystals there. He says that they actually found the birthplace and mined almost 100 crystals. Then a betrayal occurs, during which the Baron falls ill, and the traitor uses the obtained crystals for selfish purposes. The Baron is already losing hope of recovery, but unexpectedly receives treatment, which means he can now repay his debt. He notes that they not only capture the traitor, but also take his ship. The Baron also says that he is giving this cruiser to Mateo as a gift for everything he has done. This news is truly surprising, because the father suddenly decides to hand over an entire cruiser to his son. Mateo sheepishly says that he already has a perfectly suitable ship, and perhaps he should leave the cruiser to the Baron. The Baron loses patience and declares that all the current ships that can suit Mateo are inferior to what he is offering. He also says that despite the urgency of the situation, a couple of days won't solve anything, so Mateo can think about his decision. Mateo reports that he owns a first-generation ship with a gold-grade hull structure module. The Baron asks in surprise if this is really true, and the protagonist can only confirm it. The Baron grins, realizing that the gold module of the structure means phenomenal quality of characteristics. He grins and says that they will first return to the planet and then come back here again, so that he can take this ship for himself. A few minutes later, he finds himself in a large hall where a capsule is located containing the very same trader who previously owned this cruiser. The Baron reports that he had great difficulty obtaining a high-level silencer on the black market. Having adjusted the silencer properly, he attaches it to the life support capsule. He also decides to turn off the life support capsule to take revenge on the traitor for everything he did. Exuding a powerful and insidious aura, he gains control of Iris's cruiser. The Baron also says that he can be contacted for resources, and Mateo asks for 100 units of energy crystals. The Baron indignantly remarks that in order to obtain such a quantity of crystals, one would literally have to rob someone. Mateo replies that this is exactly what he intends to do, and the Baron recommends that he rob the pirates in white robes. Mateo agrees that it sounds like a plan, and the Baron warns him that he doesn't realize who he's getting into. The Baron says he will announce that Mateo has gone into seclusion for training, to back him up. Mateo quickly jumps into his ship and invites Steelbone on board to appoint him as captain of the stormtroopers. Steelbone is surprised that this ship contains epic-level structure modules. He grins and says he thought he would spend his whole life in this place, but hope came in less than a year. Immediately after this, he bows down and takes a solemn oath. Mateo accepts the new captain's oath and asks him to rise to his feet. Thus, the crew of the new ship consists of 3 people, including intelligence officers, artillery officers, and an attack aircraft captain. Mateo turns around and commandeers the ship to rise and head for another galaxy. After some time, they find themselves in the possessions of the Northern Duke to resolve some issues. The Northern Duke receives information that, by order of the king, his territory must allocate some personnel and ships to support the knights. He reflects that this will not last long, since Yartsuf will not dare to oppose the crown. The Northern Duke snorts in anger, realizing that he does not want to obey this order. He says he needs the last battleship to maintain order, otherwise he fears a mutiny. The king's messenger claims that the northern fortress is the fruit of the Duke's efforts over centuries. To dispel the commotion, the Duke declares that he simply wants his words to be conveyed to the king. After some time, he finds himself before the king, who asks if he really demanded a battleship. The enraged king says that the Northern Duchy is unable to ensure the security of the region and therefore loses its status. The aristocrats at the ball chuckle, saying that the status of Guardians of the North is the basis of power. Upon learning this news, the Duke angrily declares that the entire North is now becoming an independent state. He also announces that he is going to announce a new mobilization so that all the nobles of the North send their spark ships. Meanwhile, the heroes continue their journey, discussing where the White Robe's lair might be. Mateo claims that these pirates have chosen an excellent location for a base, as the perimeter is covered by radiation nebulae. However, this is no problem for Mateo's ship, and they rush forward at an unsatisfactory pace. Once inside, they suddenly discover a completely clear area of space. Sima Junda immediately decides to make a report that 2 military bases have been discovered on the perimeter of the minor star system. It becomes clear that there is only one habitable planet in this system. They are surprised that the white-robed Emperor's lair turned out to be an entire star system. Shi Junho declares that this is a real find and that they must take control of it. Mateo reports that the scanners have picked up something interesting and asks his allies to be careful. Precise scanning shows no signs of mass human activity. After some thought, they come to the conclusion that this group is using extremely powerful artificial intelligence. Mateo realizes that if this is truly the case, they need to retreat and come up with a plan. It takes several days to develop a plan, but they form 2 key components. According to the plan, they must quickly take control of the situation and destroy all the pirates. Their ship is capable of piercing up to 4 enemy ships with one shot, so they have no worries. Sima Junda expresses the opinion that it is advisable to destroy the remaining pirates with one precise blow. They decide to lie low, and after some time notice that the pirate ships are going out into open space. Continuing their observation, they discover that a meeting is beginning between the pirates, which must be urgently interrupted by an attack. The White-Tooth pirate leader, whom they know, suddenly notices that an unknown person has entered the system. Mateo makes an evasive maneuver, leading the pirates to assume he is simply scared. The leader of the white-robed pirates, named Ube, orders them to be taken prisoner alive. The pirates rush forward with enthusiasm, glad that they will be able to get rid of boredom. Accelerating as fast as possible, they activate their shields in advance to catch up with the enemy. When they get within striking distance, they declare that they will crush the worms. However, moments later, one of their comrades finds himself in the sights of a powerful laser weapon. Mateo quickly turns around and prepares to open fire on the pirates. Shi Junho comments with surprise on the fantastic results achieved with the new gun. The pirates, watching but unable to see the events in the nebula, hope for their share of fun. However, an alarming message soon arrives recommending that they prepare for battle. Word leaks into the White Fang command center that the operation has gone wrong. White Fang suggests that either the enemy was lucky enough to escape, or they entered this system by accident. His comrade suggests that they either need to throw their forces in pieces or run, and White-Tooth decides to retreat. Mateo receives information that the pirates are retreating despite engaging in battle. Shi Junho wonders why the pirates are so cowardly, and Steelbone remarks that all the brave pirates have long been killed. Mateo suggests using the new cannon to clear the area of the remaining enemies. Thanks to the instant change of modules, he is able to open fire immediately. The supernova cannon fires deadly lasers, leaving no one with a single chance of survival. The pirates continue to flee, activating their shields, but they will probably not be able to escape. Panic arises among them, seizing even the bravest. Captain Belozub admits that he will most likely not be able to escape. Finally, he decides to turn off the engine to become less visible, and warns that he will hit anyone who disobeys. Mateo takes careful aim and destroys the retreating pirates. Wu Bei is shocked to find that his subordinates are a complete and insignificant bunch. Realizing that escape is impossible, the remaining ships turn to counterattack. The White Robe's capital ship makes swift maneuvers thanks to its improved engine. Shi Junho proudly notes that only the White Robe's flagship remains, which must be destroyed. As soon as he fires a powerful weapon, the enemy ship evades the hit. Taking advantage of the moment, he decides to open fire from the main gun, but only slightly reduces the strength of the shields. Ube can't believe what's happening, claiming he's never encountered such power before. Sima Junda admits that their plan was too conservative, and that they should have destroyed everyone at once. Mateo continues firing at the pirate ship, which, despite this, continues to skillfully dodge. Ube decides to capitulate and tries to convey a message to the heroes about his surrender. Shi Junho prepares to continue his plea, but he is greatly distressed by the news that the enemy is surrendering. Under the laws of war, pirates are to be treated as ordinary prisoners of war if they surrender. Mateo is impressed by Ube's abilities, who has been skillfully disguising himself for a long time. Ube is surprised that his opponents managed to find out absolutely everything about him, despite the fact that they are seeing him for the first time. He also tells them his story about who his ancestor was and how he became a pirate. Finally, He asks to hand over control of the artificial intelligence to him. But in exchange, he wants the opportunity to serve on this ship. Sima Junda says that Ube is a calculating and cold-blooded person who should be accepted into the team. Mateo comes to the conclusion that this may be the most honest operator he has ever seen and questions his usefulness. Ube claims that his intuition skill has reached the purple level, which is a significant feature. Shijunho asks if Ube performed all of the ship's maneuvers himself, and Ube replies that he still has a lot to learn. Mateo accepts Ube's request and hands him the contract so he can agree to the terms. After the interrogation is over, Sima Junda hands over all the information he manages to obtain. Sima Junda also reports that they are extracting current data from the White Fang's onboard computer. Mateo studies with interest the mobilization decree issued by the Duke of the Northern Star region. Mateo speculates that the time frames specified in such a document are more of a recommendation. However, now he does not consider himself obliged to obey the orders of the capricious Count, because on this ship the entire galaxy becomes his home. After some thought, they set course for another star system. Once in this system, they look around and notice a voluminous cosmic nebula. They end up in a place where the very same powerful AI that controls other space stations is kept. Mateo moves further after Ube and orders the powerful AI to reveal itself. After these words, a powerful artificial intelligence begins to gradually materialize. After some time, something strange shrinks to the size of a human palm and descends into Ube. Ube reveals that the AI's host is a biological brain, and Mateo suggests placing it in the cargo bay. Ube notes that there was indeed a deposit of titanic crystals in this system, but it has been completely depleted. Mateo says that in that case he will take everything that is in the storage facilities without any problems. He also asks Ube to remain in the star system for now and prepare for the possible reception of refugees. After some time, the Baron is surprised that the leader of the white-robed pirates comes under Mateo's command. He also says that this is amazing news and the only positive sign in recent days. The Baron reports that internal purges have begun in the duchy's holdings, which is connected to his previous visit to the capital. The Federation is providing military support, and 3 battleships are currently in full combat readiness within the Northern Duchy. Neither the kingdom nor the ruling house can tolerate either the Federation's intervention or a rebellion by the Northern Duke. The Baron declares that in parallel with the mobilization, secret envoys will be sent to the Northern aristocracy. From his point of view, the news from the message is comforting, since the Northern Duchy continues to dominate the region. The catch is that the Star Gatekeeper is a key transportation hub under the Duke's control. Mateo says that, as a last resort, they can always retreat to another star system and begin developing. He emphasizes that all this is nonsense, and he does not intend to give up the fight that he built with such difficulty. He is adamant that this is his home and he will not back down for anything. Mateo argues that if you save the Earth at the cost of people's lives, you could lose both. The Baron says that before retreating, they must give battle so that everyone understands that they are leaving the land of their own free will. Mateo states that unauthorized surrender is a grave crime, and the Duke is unlikely to want to deal with it. Mateo offers to evacuate civilians, but he and his allies will remain to continue the fight. After thinking for a while, the Baron says that he will entrust this job to Mateo. Mateo meets with his comrades and tells them that he needs to learn to delegate, handing over the evacuation responsibilities to them. Entering his ship, he says that they will now go to a spatial battlefield. Shijunyo thinks it's impossible, but Mateo gives the command to teleport. A few moments later, a bright flash occurs, which dissolves the ship. An enemy appears before them, the Dendron Tree civilization. Mateo's comrades are amazed by the enormity of the anomalous sector. Shijunyo wonders how this is possible, and Mateo states that it is the effect of his ability. Shijunho says that this incredible ability completely compensates for the shortcomings of the spark ships. Steelbone is also surprised by this and asks if the ability has any limitations. Mateo says that entering the normal sector is only possible for a short time, and Shijunho showers him with flattery. From his point of view, this giant is invulnerable to both the supernova cannon and kinetic weapons. He also activates a spiritual scan to see what can be gained from the provocation, and the results satisfy him. Steelbone claims that the fruit of this tree can be used to create an evolutionary elixir. Mateo gradually approaches the tree civilization and prepares to collect all the fruits. His ship, like an arrow, pierces space, attracting all possible fruits. The tree tries to prevent such a brazen robbery, but its strength proves insufficient. Immediately after this, the gravitational anomaly intensifies to prevent Mateo from moving. The pressure on the ship gradually increases, and the tree's roots dig deeper and deeper into the solid rock. Mateo accesses the East Wind's engines and activates boost mode. After some time, the giant ship manages to escape from the trap. The spectacle that can be observed from the outside looks truly magnificent. Small petals charged with strange energy follow the heroes. They gradually gain speed, wanting to touch their target as quickly as possible. Mateo believes that this tree uses some rather elaborate methods. The petals catch up with their target, and a powerful explosion occurs, which, however, does not penetrate beyond the shield. Shijunho laughs and claims that such hurricanes are not even a light breeze for their ship. Mateo understands that the power of each petal attack is between 20 and 30 units, and his shields are capable of absorbing everything. They decide to continue harvesting, gradually accumulating even more fruits that they can use. The tree tries to prevent the robbery and begins to suck the life essence from its own fruits. Mateo realizes that he needs to hurry and orders Shijunho to act quickly and decisively. With a powerful shot, she cuts down the trees so that the poison stops flowing to them. Each branch, which contains many fruits, is pulled up by him with the help of a gravity beam. The tree continues its desperate attempts to destroy those who disturb its peace. Mateo realizes that time is running out and gives the command to return to his home universe. Shijunho excitedly says that with these trophies, they need to find a competent alchemist and create an evolutionary medicine. Mateo, meanwhile, is trying to figure out what to spend the high-quality crystals on. He faces a choice, whether to invest in breaking through his own body and the bodies of his allies, or in developing the ship. Mateo calculates that he still needs over 98,000 points to reach level 2 evolution. After some time, he decides to return to Barocha and meet with the royal ambassador named Lady Evelyn. The Baron welcomes his guest and introduces his dear son to her. Lady Evelyn claims that if the Baron accepts the rebellion against the Duke, then all the other nobles will follow his example. Mateo listens carefully to her words and comes to the conclusion that things cannot go on like this. He interrupts her and informs her that her proposal is unacceptable because they do not have enough forces. From his point of view, the inevitable death of fighting in this case will not help the king, but will only demoralize his forces. He firmly orders her to leave the barony's territory, as her demands are unacceptable. The Baron sits down the overly excited young man and says that he is behaving inappropriately with the messengers. He also apologizes to Ms. Evelyn, explaining that the young man is simply going through adolescence. Ms. Evelyn apologizes and admits that she misjudged the situation and conveyed an inappropriate proposal. After this, she states that in the current situation, the king hopes that nobles loyal to the crown will slow down the consolidation of the north. Mateo understands that if it is only a matter of distracting some of the Duke's attention, then it is quite possible. Ms. Evelyn says she wishes to retire to another room to rest, and is always ready to provide any information. Mateo hands the Raven the evidence they received from the White Fang pirate group. He also states that he wants to bring out his fleet in 2 days to take revenge on the Viscountcy of Highland. The Baron offers him more interesting plans, and after some time, Mateo informs his subordinates about a terrible assassination attempt. He says they have irrefutable evidence that Highland tried to kill him with the help of pirates. All the barony's fighters declare that they demand retribution for what was done. After this, they all board the starships and set off forward. The action moves to the residence of Viscount Highland, where the atmosphere becomes tense. The head of this Viscounty wonders if some puny barony dared to challenge him. Viscount Highland, named Jin Qingwen, gives ships to his sons so that they can fight Mateo. After some time, the ships are equipped and rush into space to give battle to the main character. Zhang Jinju receives an intelligence report that Mateo does not have many warships. After some time, he receives notification that an enemy fleet has been detected ahead and opens fire on it. After 30 minutes, Zhang Jinju's army was completely defeated. The protagonist decides not to kill Zhang Jinju, as he will now live as a disgraced prisoner. After some time, a ransom is paid for him, as he leads to the organizer of the assassination attempt. After interrogating the person who ordered the assassination, it becomes clear that in fact it was Jin Qingwen who organized the whole thing. Mateo states that this changes little in their plans, as they must press on. Jin Qingwen is trying to request help from allied houses and mobilize all available forces. He rushes forward, claiming that he will personally lead the operation to defeat this upstart. Mateo decides to focus his move on luring his opponent into a trap. Mateo relies on his ship's stealth mode and high-precision radars. He continues to monitor everything that happens, and at some point decides to attack from ambush. Jin Qingwen tries to fire in the direction of the shots, but finds nothing but asteroids. His body is permeated with fear, and he begins to feel as if they are being played with like predators with prey. He decides to withdraw his troops from the asteroid belt, but they continue to come under fire. With great difficulty, they manage to reach the planetary shield, and Mateo decides not to continue the pursuit. Sima Junda reports that 4 ships were destroyed and 6 were seriously damaged. Mateo states that it is necessary to organize the transfer of equipment, resources, and ships to the Barony planet. He also says that he is going to return to the Barony planet, but no one should know about it. Returning to the Baron, he tells him that he needs to find a master in preparing the drugs. The Baron notes that he wanted to say this himself, and claims that he knows an excellent pharmaceutical specialist. Mateo reveals that this person is Luansin, and the Baron adds that it will not be easy to come to an agreement with her. Mateo realizes that only he can convince her, and decides to quietly go to the mining planet. After just a few days, the action moves to a mining planet, to a special estate. Mateo puts on a camouflage suit and goes there with his friend. The security guards stop them, informing them that entry is prohibited without membership status and prior registration. Mateo claims to have heard that Luansin is an outstanding master of preparations, and wants to show her something interesting. One of the guards says he will send photos to Luansin to get permission. Having taken all the necessary photographs, he sends them personally to the lady's email address to obtain approval. A little time passes, and a special car drives up to them. The maid informs that Luansin will be here soon. After this, Mateo gets into the car to go to the right place. The guards are closely monitoring what is happening and passing this information on to someone. Suddenly the scene shifts to a small room where an arrogant aristocrat sits. This aristocrat's name is Dingliang, and he is being given some important inside information. Rising to his feet, he says that they need to gather the people and visit the arrogant beauty Luansin. Meanwhile, Luansin meets with Mateo and clarifies the terms of the deal she is being offered. She also considers that it is time for her to stop pining for her husband, as she has not appeared in public for a long time. Mateo promises her a very generous reward if she agrees. Suddenly, Mateo receives a message from the ship, according to which the estate is surrounded by a detachment. The signal turns out to be accurate, as the area around the estate does indeed become crowded. Dinglian and his henchmen claim that access must be provided for a search. One of the guards opens the doors and announces that the Zhang family has surrounded the estate and installed communication jammers. Luansin stands up determinedly, trying to understand what is happening. Possessing a fighting spirit, she declares that no one on this planet will dare to contradict her. Mateo notes that they need to watch what's happening, since the fate of the drug depends on this girl. Luansin speaks of Dingliang with disdain, asking if he has already forgotten how he was so scared last time. Dingliang remembers how severely his father punished him for his past misdeeds, and now he is sure that everything will be different, because Luansin is defenseless. He calls his interlocutor arrogant and demands that she stop pretending, because her late husband can no longer protect her. The bodyguard claims that they will detain the attackers at any cost, and asks Luansin to run away. One of Dingliang's henchmen rushes forward to crush the bodyguard and get to Luansin. A disguised Steelbone decides to intervene and delivers a powerful blow to the attacker, sending him flying. Immediately after this, he makes several feints to get to Dingliang. After knocking him to the ground, he orders everyone to move away and turn off their jammers if they don't want him to kill someone. Mateo feels that communication has been restored, and states that now is the time to contact the authorities. A connection is quickly established with Dingliang's father, who knows nothing about his son's actions. Upon learning of this, he wonders how his son dared to act behind his back and promises punishment. Luansin apologizes, saying that she won't be able to help them as she needs to leave the planet. Mateo invites her, if she has nowhere else to go, to settle on his ship. Luansin recognizes him as her savior and asks him to prepare a laboratory with appropriate conditions. The bodyguard recognizes the traitors, but Luansin tells him that now is not the time and asks him to transfer all the equipment to the ship. Having gathered herself, she declares that she is leaving this estate under their management. After some time, a ship arrives, and Luansin is surprised at how huge it is. Luansin climbs onto a gravity ski to find herself on a giant spaceship. Luansin also notes that Dingliang is beginning to forget the consequences of his limiting decisions. After signing the contract, she wonders if she can see her captain's face. Mateo takes off his mask and notices that he and Luansin haven't seen each other for a long time. After this, he introduces her to the commander of the assault squad, adding that he is one of the best warriors. Luansin chuckles and remarks that Mateo has truly fooled everyone masterfully. Once on the ship, she explains that the evolutionary drug has a rather short lifespan. In just 6 days, she creates this medicine thanks to ideal raw materials and good equipment. Mateo recommends that his friend take the medicine first so that he can help him if anything happens. Stillbone takes the ampule and carefully pours its contents into his mouth. After a while, his body begins to pulsate, and a powerful energy quietly manifests itself in his armed gaze. Mateo notes that his comrade has made a good start, so now it's his turn. After he takes the medicine, literally the same transformations happen to him. It becomes clear that Mateo surpasses everyone in the degree of hardening of the body, since he concentrates more cosmic energy. Mateo realizes that he has a lot to do, so he can't stop right now. The revolution becomes a true embodiment of perfection. Immediately after this, he begins to test his body's strength by lifting huge barbells. When the art of tempering reaches an advanced level, the body is capable of awakening divine abilities. They soon reach the Hyla star system and look forward to resting. Having reached his star system, he meets with Sima Junda to hear his report. According to intelligence, the county of Arabia is supporting the Highlands in this confrontation. He also reports that there are many boarding party captains in the fleet of the Arabian dominions. Mateo grins and notes that now everything depends on his father. All this is part of his plan, since the nobles participating in the war will not be subject to mobilization. A few days later, Sima Junda brings another official statement from the county of Arabia, condemning the barony's behavior. He also adds that many nobles are joining forces and sending several warships. From his point of view, the investigation conducted by Ding Ling's father was completed, and he had proven himself to be a worthy person. He has 3 sons and 4 daughters, the eldest of whom has the most dissolute character. Mateo comes to the conclusion that this was all a planned provocation to improve his position in the barony. Meanwhile, the ships engage in battle, firing huge laser projectiles at each other. The 3rd son of the Count of Arabia, Juan Tanzi, is informed that engaging in an artillery duel with Mateo is a bad idea. Juan Tanzi immediately snaps at his assistant and calls him a complete idiot. He also notes that given his relationship with his second brother, Huang Tianling, he simply lied to him. Huang Tanzi speculates that Huang Tianling immediately refused the assignment and foisted this mission on him after learning about the enemy. The tense duel continues, although it remains tense only for the protagonist's opponents. Mateo is surprised that Huan Tanzi decides to engage in an artillery duel with him, as this is a sure path to defeat. He also adds that the Count's sons, Huang Tianbei and Huang Tianling, are far superior to Huang Tanzi. Huan Tanzi, realizing that the situation on the battlefield is not in his favor, decides to retreat as quickly as possible. The Viscount tries to challenge this decision, but Huan Tanzi claims that it is an order, threatening to leave him without protection. Jin Qingwen feels his head begin to spin and calls his interlocutor shameless. Huan Tanzi smiles, realizing that despite the dire situation on the battlefield, things are not that bad for him. Sima Junda receives information that the enemy has retreated, but all the fallen ships belong to Jin Qingwen's fleet. Mateo delegates further matters to his comrade, informing him that he is heading to his ship. After some time, they enter an interdimensional battlefield. Their opponents are the Bird People, a high-level civilization. Steelbone reports that while studying at the Golden Flower Federation Academy, he came across an interesting report. According to this report, there was a clash in the past in which the fleet performed special rituals and invoked magical power. Luanson admits that she has little experience in interdimensional combat and knows little about faith and mysticism. Shi Junho claims that while serving in the Adventurer Squad, he heard rumors of such powers. Mateo thinks carefully and comes to the conclusion that if they win, they will take possession of the Saint's crown. He claims that this colonial star system is not the homeworld of the Bird People civilization. This is why he believes that they must be pursued to their homeworld, which must also be destroyed. After some time, he activates the Black Hole Wanderer module to proceed further. Having reached the home planet of this civilization, he prepares to activate the weapon. The Bird People claim that today they will witness a manifestation of sacred religion. A few moments pass, and one of the lasers destroys a large memorial to the deity of this people. Shi Junho states that there is only one remaining wound site on this planet that must be destroyed. One of the main inhabitants goes to the military base and raises his people to resist. Realizing that they have run out of victims, they decide to take extreme measures. One of the aliens states that the descent ritual has been activated. The true believer Birdman takes a few steps forward to be absorbed by the energy. He realizes that for most people they are just a tasty snack, and the more sincere they are, the more delicious they seem. A powerful beam of energy breaks through the sky, piercing everything in its path. Mateo gives the order to retreat until they can discover the true power of the deity that is about to appear. Thanks to their outstanding maneuverability, their ship immediately turns around and rushes on. After destroying the reinforcements that stood in their way, they turn around to find the deity spreading its wings. The giant birdman decides to use the skills of divine power. It is very difficult for them to cope with this screaming, since their psyche is under serious strain. Mateo realizes that if this mind-altering effect continues, they will die. His abnormal ability is instantly activated in a stressful situation in order to pull others out. Mateo informs her that it is just a projection, meaning she won't be able to manifest her full power and cause real damage. Steelbone and Shi Junho are still under the effects of the psychological attack, but they are fighting it with all their might. The ship raises its shields again and heads back on course. Mateo claims that this civilization will no longer be able to provide the deity with its faith, so they can only wait. After some time, the creature begins to slowly disperse across space due to its fading power. Mateo decides it's time to collect the trophies and uses a gravity beam to take everything he needs. He suggests that it would be better to tow all 3 modules outside of this system. After some time, the portal opens and they are transported back to their galaxy. Mateo receives source points, as well as a powerful artifact that protects against psychic influences. Mateo praises everyone for their hard work, and decides to return home to rest. Luanson asks him if he wants a massage, to which he politely declines. After contacting the Baron, he receives recommendations and returns to the mobile version. Having parked their ship there, they descend and are greeted by an enthusiastic crowd. Mateo's relatives are also among the delighted townspeople and come out to the square. Mateo comes out to them, saying that they haven't seen each other for a long time, and spreads his arms to hug them. Meanwhile, he switches to his ship using the new control module via brain signals. He orders his ship to begin evolution in order to upgrade its modules. The great time of incredible upgrades begins, and the ship begins to glow with energy. In order to evolve and move to a new level, an incredible amount of energy crystals is required. A real tornado appears around him, capable of scaring away all the onlookers who happen to fly past. The ship begins rebuilding its hull, and after 8 hours of evolution completes the upgrade. Mateo happily explores all the new features he has received, knowing it was worth it. Mateo realizes that it is time to properly enjoy the festive banquet. At the celebratory banquet, many dishes were prepared especially in honor of his return. Mateo suddenly receives a notification that an emergency has occurred. He turns to his sisters and informs them that he needs to leave urgently. He contacts Sima Junda, who tells him that the County of Arabia has sent a second wave of reinforcements. Mateo notes that he already has a plan to neutralize the fresh reinforcements. After this, at an audience with the Baron, he learns that the new cruiser is carrying out his secret mission. Mateo takes his place on his ship to rush into another battle. This time he faces a more experienced opponent, who, nevertheless, is sure to lose to such a skilled pilot. Mateo has been monitoring his opponents for several days now through a system of unlimited control. The eldest son of the earldom receives information that he is approaching the borders of the Viscountcy. The eldest son, Huang Tianbei, states that he is on his father's flagship, so everything should go smoothly. After some time, he is informed that an attack has been carried out and their ship is under massive fire. When asked who is attacking them, he cannot get any clear intelligence information. They try to return fire, but it is too late as Mateo decides to disrupt their formation. Shijunho receives orders that the remaining ships are placed under his command. Having concentrated his efforts to the maximum, he decides to destroy the steles that power the shields of these ships. Not a single ship manages to strike back and is destroyed. Suddenly, Huang Tianbei receives reinforcements, which gives him new hope for victory. This is why he makes a rather unwise decision. He rushes forward instead of confirming the order. Huang Tianbei also detects an assault ship approaching him, assuming it is a mild threat not worth noticing. However, after some time, the ship makes a curved jump to break the distance. Only a few moments pass and they encounter a large battleship. Huang Tianbei receives notification of enemies on board and orders his squad to move out. Stormtroopers arm themselves to repel advancing enemies despite their vulnerability. However, they encounter Captain Stillbone, who is already cutting through their ranks with his axe. Quite quickly, Stillbone moves forward with his comrades. The county's elite stormtroopers offer him the chance to surrender in exchange for a quick death. It is noted that all of them face inevitable defeat, since no one can compare to Steelbone. The assistant informs Huang Tianbei that the ship cannot be held, and suggests that he immediately go to the escape pod. Huang Tianbei replies that it is useless because the escape pod will not be able to break through the blockade. Sima Junda informs Mateo that they have captured Huang Tianbei's entire fleet at the cost of heavy damage to 5 destroyers. In the vicinity of the planet, Huang Tianzi continues to be angry because his older brother always loves ostentatious pomp. Suddenly, he sees ships approaching him, which signal, indicating that he is right there. He receives notification that the barony's fleet will soon appear here and decides to engage in battle. After some time, he finds himself in a dungeon next to his brother and begins to scold him. Huang Tianbei says that he now understands why their second brother flatly refuses to participate in the war with the barony. The Viscount, lying in his hospital bed, wonders how it happened that all his defenders fell. Zhang Jinzhu is ordered to evacuate by ship and head to a neighboring county. The planetary shield falls, and the remaining humans surrender, saying their leaders have abandoned them to their fate. Sima Junda states that the fleet of one of the brothers loses 5 ships, and 8 were captured. Sima Junda also happily notes that under his command they achieve only victories. Mateo credits the team for this, calling them the best. Meanwhile, Mateo's old friend Rabbit continues to read the news with growing interest. The news reports that Mateo is an incredible conqueror who wins one victory after another. The rabbit is very surprised to see his friend on the news. She listens carefully to the report to find out where her dear comrade is. Meanwhile, the Baron notes with surprise that his son actually destroyed the lair of this scoundrel. After this, he asks his son what he plans to do next. After some time, Mateo finds himself back on the ship with his confident crew. He asks to activate stealth mode to enter the interdimensional battlefield. On his way, he encounters an interdimensional civilization of the second level. But again, he encounters something very complex. Mateo immediately switches the ship to maximum stealth mode and tries to slowly avoid collisions. Ube is informed that he understands the order perfectly well and is trying his best to carry it out. It is noted that their opponents are among the most dangerous pests in the universe. Mateo carefully watches the planet near which these creatures appear and realizes that everything here looks gloomy. The system reports that the first space power has been destroyed in an unequal battle against these insects. Shijunyo wonders how such an absurd civilization could have survived for so long. Simajunda says the endless hatred that fuels the mother planet's atmosphere has become an incubator for a new clan. He also notes that if they prevent the incubator from appearing, it will bear good fruit. Simajunda comes to the conclusion that they just need to wait. Then they will only have to deal with the innate clan. Mateo suggests waiting for the mother nest to leave and destroy the incubator. The special property of the weapon that their ship possesses is that it is effective against all hostile means. A giant insect detects hostile biomass in its field of vision and decides to attack. Mateo approaches his opponent at full speed to engage in combat. Shijunho states that the distance to the target is several kilometers and looks up at the insect queen. Upon closer inspection, they discover a purple mycelium that is sucking energy from the planet and transferring it to the queen. The first thing they decide to do is weaken the giant insect with auxiliary weapons. After the giant insect receives a powerful charge of plasma, it begins to scream loudly. As a defensive measure, it fires an energy beam from its mouth. Shi Junho easily dodges while controlling the ship. He is warned that next time he may not be so lucky, while the insect prepares for another round. Ube loses the ability to use intuition to predict the enemy's next attack. Mateo immediately turns to his robot assistant to inform Ube about the need to administer additional stimulants. The medical robot is immediately activated, and the crew members are organized to maintain the same efficiency. Luanson claims it is a tonic solution and claims it restores strength without side effects. Scorpion's death ray is fully charged, and maintaining the current speed is all that is required to ensure the optimal attack angle. Ube says that his wish comes true without any problems. They also decide to engage the sequential acceleration of all maneuvering engines. This gives them incredible maneuverability, allowing them to effectively evade air attacks. From the outside, it looks like a giant queen is fighting a huge ghost. Taking careful aim, they decide to use Scorpion's deadly beam to penetrate the insect's defenses. Of course, no living creature has a chance to resist this, and the queen dies. The characteristics of the Scorpio ray fully meet all expectations. However, after some time, the creature rises to its feet again and prepares for another attack. Shijunho expresses surprise that such a creature is able to stand after suffering such severe injuries. The queen grows in size and strikes the spaceship again, trying to recover. Mateo realizes that he needs to use the supernova cannon to destroy the mucus surface. Taking proper aim, they fire another annihilating beam. Thus, the entire biomass of the planet is destroyed, and the queen can no longer recover. The giant queen grows even larger and shoots a laser straight from her mouth. Mateo makes another dodge to reach the final one-on-one confrontation with the queen. Mateo turns on his shields at full power and approaches the queen, entering close combat. Her claws grow even larger and try to tear apart the shield, reducing the hull's strength by 7%. Shijunho shouts loudly, claiming that without the slime to restore the queen, she will be doomed. Taking proper aim, they pierce it with another volley and receive a large number of energy sources. Mateo lets out a tense breath and says they've finally dealt with what he calls the cockroach. Ube is completely exhausted and deserves a rest after such an intense battle. Simajunda states that it is too early to relax, as it is necessary to destroy all the eggs of these parasites. Mateo lowers his ship lower, and after a while, only a deepened crust remains of the planet. Suddenly, a strange agitation appears, which cannot be explained by anything other than spiritual fluctuation. Mateo watches closely as they are captured, and they manage to capture the golden totem. Mateo and Simajunda realize that this find is an extremely valuable specimen and decide to take it for themselves. The gravity beam descends upon the planet again and pulls up a valuable artifact. Mateo suggests continuing the search with a spiritual scan to get the most benefit. After a short search, they discover another light green artifact and take it. Having dealt with all the problems, they finally return to the calm of their home universe. Mateo says that there are countless powerful races in the universe like the one they just destroyed. Captain Stillbone states that he now understands why state civilizations in the human plans revere captains so much. Shijunho says that they have returned from the battlefield against a powerful civilization and now truly deserve honor. The guys start laughing and point out that no one will believe them anyway, so there's no point in even trying. After some time, they return to their home planet and dock at the harbor. Meanwhile, the Viscount remains furious, declaring that he will give his lands to whoever destroys the barony. Jin Qingwen understands that he must take revenge for the insult inflicted on him. Meanwhile, Mateo discusses with the Baron what should be done next. He claims that his son's first nickname has already spread throughout the world. Mateo admits that the nickname Tiger, which they gave him, sounds awkward, but the Baron just chuckles. Mateo notes that Ms. Evelyn is often around him, suggesting that something more is brewing between them. The Baron merely denies the idea, saying that the love affairs of men and women are not even worth discussing. Mateo also argues that the current defense is no longer what it used to be, and that risky plans are best put on hold. Roth states that Mateo is too young to understand the pleasure of an intellectual duel and planning. He also says that Mateo must meet with the king's envoy, and a few days later they go to an audience. The messenger solemnly announces that the Baron is being promoted to Viscount, and Mateo congratulates him. He adds with a smile that the king has proven himself to be quite reliable when it comes to awarding prizes. After this, he turns his gaze to his son and asks him how the resettlement is progressing. Mateo says that everything is already ready in the star system suitable for resettlement. Within a few days of the negotiations, 15 noble houses join the county of Arabia, and a fleet is quickly formed. Command of the barony's new fleet is assumed by Count Liu Tianshun, who has recently made significant progress in the exploration of the galaxy. As a courtesy, he organizes a centralized supply system to fully meet the barony's needs. On March 1st, the fleets meet in a grand battle on the border of the barony. Mateo leads the vanguard, and it is reported that events are moving too fast. However, from his point of view, the county of Arabia, despite the existence of an agreement, is acting suspiciously quickly. Sima Junda states that the Golden Flower Federation Civilization Party is likely behind this. Mateo receives information that the leader of this party is a man named Zhong Shengsu. Mateo suggests that in this case the final stage may come earlier, meaning preparations need to be accelerated. As the conflict escalates, the Duke of the North inevitably takes decisive action to avoid becoming a laughingstock. Sima Junda bows and asks Mateo to think twice before making a decision, as someone present states that he should not bow before him. Mateo agrees with this assessment, saying that he let his emotions get the better of him because he is not strong enough yet. On March 5th, after several days of confrontation, the first skirmishes in space begin, but the intensity of the fighting remains low. Cornered, Jin Qingwen is willing to cede 6 lands as compensation, but the barony rejects these terms. After this, a second, more stringent decree from the Duke of Severus on mediation appears. According to this decree, the barony's actions go beyond the limits of acceptable self-defense, and sanctions will be imposed in the event of further disobedience. Sima Junda is angry with the ambassador and prepares to strike him, but Mateo declares that it is too late to retreat. The current Viscount of Highland renounces his title, and the Viscountcy itself is demoted to a barony. Soon, the fate of the coming war is decided on an interdimensional battlefield. Mateo received 277 source points and noted that the loot was quite modest because the enemy was too weak. By the time Mateo returned to his home universe, the third mediation order had finally reached the front. The Baron also read this report and was furious at the insolence the Duke had allowed himself. He ordered a message to be sent out that he had fallen seriously ill and was going to another star system for treatment. On March 25th, the fleet of the Northern Duke advanced towards the barony in the hope of sowing panic. The Baron asked Mateo when he intended to leave, and he stated that he had waited for the Duke's fleet to arrive. The Baron stated that it was unlikely that anything interesting would have happened there, since his deputy would not have gone into confrontation. The Baron added that all these promises and agreements only made sense if he survived and retained influence. Mateo suggested that the royal party had originally intended to provoke the Duke into sending the fleet. The Baron stated that this was true, after which he recommended that he go to the Northern Duchy. He also stated that Evelyn offered to send one cadre to support the royal punitive expedition. Mateo told his father that his flagship had evolved into a cruiser and asked if it could be legalized. The Baron was amazed at the incredible speed of his son's main ship and tried to understand how this was even possible. He added that he had been acquiring his warships for quite a long time, but Mateo had made much faster progress in acquiring them. The Baron wondered how he hadn't accumulated so many source points for evolution, since he hadn't left this system. Mateo decided to tell that thanks to his ship, he was able to teleport freely to different voids of space. On March 27th, the Baron announced that they had acquired a cruiser through special channels, after which he handed over another flagship to Mateo. The barony now officially possessed 2 flame cruisers, which was more than many counties had. Mateo decided that one of the ships should be given to Luanson so that she could become its captain and be able to help if needed. The camouflage of his mothership allowed him to take on the appearance of another battleship, making them a powerful pair. Despite the fact that the Duke captured the Baron's planet, he found nothing on it. But the next day after the occupation, he was attacked. The Duke received notice that his forces had failed to hold the Stargate and called them worthless. He declared that all northern aristocrats who did not help him within 15 days would be declared rebels. After some time, the action moved to the Royal Navy flagship Aurora, where Captain Rabbit listened to a briefing. She stated that her brother had entrusted her with the command of this squadron, that she understood his plan perfectly well and decided to act more cautiously. Her assistant was unhappy with this decision, since Rabbit had great authority, but was afraid to implement it. The Rabbit was cautious, as she still hadn't found out how strong the Golden Flower's support would be. The Duke, meanwhile, accused the other elders of failing to fulfill their obligations despite the agreement. The elder replied that this step by the royal family was unexpected for them, but it did not affect the overall situation. The Duke thought that at this critical moment, the Golden Flower Federation was his only hope. He told Elder Samson that the consolidation of the northern region had become a necessary process. He replied that in fact, the early arrival of the Royal Squadron might even have been for the best. The Duke stated that the breakthrough of the Royal Squadron had given some advantages, but their defenses were still very strong. He also stated that the commander of the Royal Squadron turned out to be a princess, who showed amazing caution. The Duke expressed his intention to begin a general battle, and Samson said that he could count on their support. The Duke thought that only with reinforcements from the Federation in the form of 5 battleships would he have a real chance of winning. After the fleet was assembled, it took time for training and coordination, and the Royal Squadron spent all this time sitting out in the Star Lorata system. On April 11th, Matteo, maintaining the camouflage of his battleship, decided to arrive on the battlefield to support his comrades. Matteo carefully examined the vastness of space and noted that it was too far away and nothing could be seen. Shi Junho said that according to their intelligence, the Grand Duke had gathered 6 battleships of great power in the system. Matteo said that the royal family was not made up of idiots and was well aware of the Golden Flower Federation's interference. He was also informed that this was not the first time the princess had led a fleet on a campaign, and Matteo looked at her in surprise. Shi Junho said that he knew that it was the Valkyrie from the Shito Galaxy, and Luansen also remembered her. He said that if she really turned out to be so extraordinary, it meant that he had his own ideas regarding strategy. He ordered his ship to exit stealth mode, as they had already moved away from the Grand Duke's line of defense. Sometime later, the princess received notification that they had received intelligence from a battleship of one of the baronies. The Rabbit found out who had passed on this information and said that this barony had helped the royal family before. She ordered an audience with the man, but one of the nobles contacted Matteo and accused him of lying. Matteo thought that there was real malice coming from this man and decided to respond to him with the same aggression. He called him a representative of the minor landed gentry who dared to tell him what to do, and then stopped communicating with him. A few moments later, the princess's lady-in-waiting contacted him and apologized for the incident with the temporary employee. Matteo realized that this girl named Margaret had done him a great favor and decided to repay her later. Immediately after this, their ship headed towards the royal fleet in order to obtain an audience. Matteo also addressed Sima Junda and stated that the man, who was a temporary employee, should have been punished. Immediately after this, he put on a special mask and walked onto the royal battleship, accompanied by Steelbone. On a temporary ship used as an escort, they headed towards the giant battleship Aurora. Margaret stated that it turned out to be a gold-class battleship, which was one of the most powerful ships. Matteo thought that the area where the kingdom was located on the very outskirts of the Flame Supercluster. He recalled being told that conflicts between states in the region were like village clashes. He remembered his sister saying that she really wanted to get out of there and see the power of human civilization. The power of human civilization appeared before the eyes of the protagonist in all its splendor right then. Matteo wondered if his threat-sensing ability had been able to warn him of danger. Suddenly he came to his senses and realized that he would never behave so stupidly again. After a while, several guards stopped Steelbone to wait outside. Margaret said that according to the rules, chaperones were required to remain outside the room. Matteo went inside and realized that he expected nothing less from a battleship, since there was even a reception room inside. After some time, he reached the very room where the princess, who was also wearing a mask, was already waiting for him. Matteo greeted her and told her his name, adding that he was the heir to the barony of Highland. He decided not to give the full salute, as the situation was not suitable at the time, and the princess responded favorably to him. She finally said that her name was Lara and that she was glad to meet you. Lara asked him where he had learned to fly a ship so well, and he told her that he had previously been taught by a student at the Royal Academy. Mateo remembered that he had been very busy lately and had not visited his friend Rabbit for a long time. Lara suddenly started laughing loudly, and her giggles echoed like loud bells throughout the room. Immediately after that, she said that everyone needed to leave because she wanted to talk alone with Mateo. As soon as the servants left the room, she addressed him by his game name, which is why he immediately understood who was in front of him. He looked at his friend in surprise and asked if it was really the rabbit in front of him, and Lara continued laughing. They exchanged jokes about lying to each other about their origins and smiled through their masks. Lara admitted that she was indeed a third-year student at the Royal Academy and showed her student ID. Mateo realized that he had no answer to such frankness, but he had gained a valuable ally. Mateo asked her why she wore a mask if they already knew each other, and Lara replied that he was in no hurry to show himself either. Mateo said that in his case, secrecy had been justified, and the princess only smirked as she looked at him. After this, she decided to take off her mask and showed him her face, which had turned a little red from such frankness. Mateo showered her with compliments, and Lara said that she didn't really like it, after which she asked why he came there. Mateo said that he worked hard for his family, and Lara was surprised that Terrible Tiger found himself in such a situation. Mateo asked her why she called him by that nickname, and what she thought about others calling him that too. Lara said that they were facing a battle, and that as long as their flagship was in action, they were safe. Mateo said that she had a very difficult life, and then offered his help in this battle. Lara blushed a little and asked him not to delay, stating that she would officially include his ship in the squadron. Mateo left the office and realized that he really should have been more careful, because there were a lot of people watching the princess. Margaret asked him what they had been talking about for so long, but Mateo stated that there was nothing particularly secret there. After some time, he returned to his ship, and Simajunda stated that they had already been included in the Royal Guard. A few days later, both squadrons, by mutual agreement, lined up in battle formations within the Stargate system. After this, a fierce exchange of fire began from the main guns of these cruisers, with the aim of destroying the enemy. Stillbone said it appeared the enemy fleet was commanded by an experienced general with extensive combat experience. The team discussed options for what they could do best, and how they could help the Royal Navy Guards. Stillbone said that when the flame ships reached battleship level, they gained special abilities. He added that ships with flames had been studied by their civilization for over 10,000 years, and they were well aware of it. Mateo stated that he appreciated his ally for his straightforwardness, as it was what helped them. After some time, the Duke's general said that the Crown Princess was definitely not an easy opponent. He added that he believed her fame had been exaggerated, but the foundations of her skill were incredibly solid. He also said that with such a ratio of losses, it seemed that their forces were equal, although this was not the case. The Duke gave the general complete carte blanche for strategy and ordered the squadron of battleships to move forward to the first line. After some time, they received information that they had lost 5 destroyers, while the Royal Navy had lost 50. Meanwhile, the heroes looked at the battle using the galactic map to understand what they should do. Shijunho and Steelbone concluded that the battleship's power was incredible, as they were almost impossible to penetrate by destroyers. Mateo said that the eldest princess would surely give an answer soon, hoping that she had some kind of plan. Simajunda said that one of the main knightly orders was tasked with developing the territory in the south. After some time, they discovered that the ship Aurora was preparing to use its ability. Thanks to this ability, all ships received a buff from the ship skill, which reduced the damage from shelling. Shijunho said that this reinforcement lasted for a full hour, and it was enough to turn the tide of the battle. Mateo reflected on how he had yet to learn exactly how ship skills developed. He also realized that his past achievements played a significant role in this, but the battle still continued. Simajunda said the current casualty ratio was 50-0, which was absolutely amazing news. Mateo said that it was not that simple, because the enemy general also saw this information and knew how to respond to it. Simajunda noted that the fleet had indeed begun to retreat, and the battleships had formed a shield wall. The Duke joyfully praised his general, saying that he had not expected anything less from his comrade. The general stated that the key question then was what trump card the princess still had up her sleeve. Stillbone said the Duke's fleet exposed the battleships to heavy fire, but it was unlikely to change the course of the battle. Mateo mused that if the fleet didn't destroy enough ships before the ultimate ability wore off, it would all be over. Stillbone stated that the enemy general was very experienced, and that the eldest princess still lacked some training. The princess transmitted the message that now she alone had centralized control over the fire of the main guns of all ships. Simajunda said that in previous battles, Mateo had also done something similar. Shijunho stated that he could shoot very accurately, but only if someone gave him the necessary coordinates. However, Princess Lara suddenly said that she had ordered fire to be opened in 30 seconds, at the specified coordinates. Mateo said that it was indeed an indication of accurate data, and Shi Junho stated that this was exactly what he was waiting for. Mateo reflected that the probability of hitting the shooting coordinates was comparable to the probability of winning at a casino. At that moment, time seemed to stop, and the enemy's energy shield collapsed in less than a tenth of a second. Even after the damage was absorbed by the energy shields and armor, this battleship still survived, and this greatly surprised Mateo. Mateo said that the person's name might not match the nickname, but everything else about Valkyrie was exactly right for the princess. The princess again gave the order to strike at the coordinates, and Sima Junda assumed that she had a special tracking ability. Stillbone stated that even if the nature of her ability were revealed, it was virtually impossible to counteract. Mateo stated the fact that the enemy squadron had nevertheless decided to retreat, having suffered heavy losses. The enemy general, meanwhile, accused the representatives of the Golden Flower Federation of retreating. After this, he ordered a change in formation in order to show the capital's sissies his power. Despite some hesitation, his subordinates still decided to follow his order. They told him that they were ready to spearhead the attack and lined up in a special formation. The general said that it was better for the Duke to abandon ship, since the chances of victory there did not exceed 30%. The Duke said he always thought he simply hadn't had the chance his older brother had, or he would have done better. He suddenly said that it would be better if he stayed, since he had already failed to live up to his relatives' expectations. The general praised him, and also noted that the rest of the staff felt a surge of fighting spirit after this. Immediately after this, the battleships gradually formed a turtle-shaped formation to protect the main ship. Lara gave the order to all ships to open fire again at the specified coordinates in 30 seconds. Sima Junda said that according to observations, the miniature formation was heavily damaged and was disabled. The soldiers who went into the attack did not hesitate for a second, despite the fact that they were in mortal danger. Sima Junda said that 6 accurate salvos had finished off the last 6 cruisers of the enemy fleet, and now they were damaged. Lara said that she would lead the fleet into attack on her own, to repay the enemy's valor with valor. Mateo listened carefully to this command, and then decided to follow her in order to help if necessary. Mateo received orders not to engage in combat, and to take up a special position to observe the escaped battleships. Stillbone said that not fighting at the decisive moment was a disgrace for any military man, and Sima Junda reassured him. Mateo said the cluster had already died down, but the kingdom's fleet retained the vast majority of its forces. Lara ordered not to stop those fleeing, to destroy those who resisted, and to help those who decided to surrender. After that, they rushed forward in the hope that the final attack would go very smoothly. Thanks to the excellent security measures of the command compartment, the main members, represented by the Counts of the North, remained alive. The Duke, meanwhile, said that they lost because they chose the Federation as their ally. The general said that the eldest princess's ability to fire pinpoint volleys was indeed too strong. The Duke said he was very happy to fight such an opponent, as it was a great honor for him to be there. The general advised him to remember these feelings and in the future, change his name and live like an ordinary rich citizen. After that, he turned around and activated the ship's ability called Falcon, soaring in the sky. Everyone received notification that the Northern White Wolf attempted to counterattack before dying. Mateo noticed the preparation for this ability, and decided not to let the enemy escape under any circumstances. Lara ordered her fleet to immediately begin searching for traces of the Northern White Wolf, in order to capture the Duke. Mateo stated that the Crown fleet would inevitably fail to catch up with the Duke, but his ship was much faster and could keep up with it. Lara felt that the mental strain from overusing the ability was simply unbearable. The Duke asked his general how he had managed to develop the ship's ability, since he had never known about it. The general replied that this ability was only intended for escape, and the Duke looked at him in surprise. He asked him where they were now heading, and received the answer that they were returning to the northern fortress. The general also said that he would ensure that the Duke could escape, and that his pursuit would cease completely. The Duke said he would follow his orders and asked him to take care of himself, thanking him for his incredible service. Mateo, meanwhile, continued pursuing, and wondered if they had a chance of catching up with the enemy. Shi Junho said that they would most likely have to engage in combat with the enemy, but he was prepared for it. Mateo said that he was the one who had to deal the final blow and emphasized that they needed to capture the Duke. After some time, the general received an alarm signal that an enemy ship had appeared near them. Sima Junda stated that the Northern White Wolf had a good level of emergency recovery work. Mateo declared that there was no time to waste and ordered that fire be opened on the ship before it could get too far away. The enemy attempted to load the main gun number 1, but the power of its engine was too low. Sima Junda said that the enemy's counterattack was insignificant and only slightly reduced the shield's strength. Mateo realized that his ship had undergone an abnormal evolution, but it still wasn't as durable. He realized that his ship was only on the 2nd level, while the battleship was on the 3rd level. He realized that the base stats of the battleships were at least a third higher than those of the second-tier ship, and this made him worry. The enemy captain ordered that loading of guns 1 through 4 be suspended and power rerouted. However, once they opened fire, Mateo's ship's shield strength only dropped by 15%. Mateo told them not to relax, and noted that the attack power of the main guns was only part of the battleship's basic stats. After a while, they were hit by another energy blast, and Wu Bei wondered how they had recharged so quickly. Mateo realized that the double shot took a long time to reload and ordered Steelbone to follow him. Steelbone promised his commander that he would do whatever it took not to let them down. Before this, the captain asked the chief of security if he was confident in his abilities if they went aboard. After some time, another officer ran to the security captain and said that they could not contain the onslaught. The captain dismissed him, saying that he must see this enemy with his own eyes. After some time, Steelbone began to approach them, methodically destroying every single opponent. The captain carefully analyzed all his fallen comrades and realized that they were all quite strong. Nevertheless, he rushed to the attack and said that he would finish him off with his gloves, and that he did not need any other weapon. Steelbone praised his fighting skills, advised him to surrender, and said that such fighters should live. The soldier said he refused to surrender, and Steelbone threw him aside, knocking him unconscious. Seeing how badly the fighter was feeling, he ordered him to be immobilized and taken with him to the ship. After some time, they reached the Duke and the captain and asked them who they had lost to. Mateo also asked if they wanted to say anything before they were arrested and taken to the princess for trial. The general asked the protagonist why he came here alone, assuming that he wanted to talk. Mateo said he was willing to pay for the wealth accumulated by generations of dukes, and also to ensure that he was treated with dignity. The general also asked him why he had not intended to take him, and had limited himself to just the duke. Mateo stated that he grew up on his exploits, and was eager for someone of his caliber to join him. General Chen asked him what would happen if he refused the offer, and he said that then everyone would be killed. General Chen said that he would join their command if they guaranteed the duke's safety. He also stated that he would take the team with him, and Mateo said that with some complications this could be done. General Chen said that he had not seen such an outstanding young man for a long time, and agreed to the terms. After some time, they returned and realized that the news of the defeat of the Northern Fleet had spread throughout the galaxy. He realized that when the Great Empire was collapsing, people sought to distance themselves from the Grand Duke's domains. Returning to the Baron's home planet and finding it in disarray, he asked General Chen why these people had behaved so disgracefully. They discovered that the main treasury had already been looted and rushed to the secret vault. Sometime later, he brought the Duke to meet the Baron, and he stated that his son never ceased to amaze him. He also said that he did not expect General Chen to decide to join their domain and emphasized that it was a great honor. Mateo reflected that the flames aboard his ship had completed their buffering, and that a battle needed to be fought immediately. He considered giving his crew a day of rest and then heading out into the interdimensional battlefield. After some time, the system notified him about the formation of a new characteristic of the hull structure module. He now had 100 upgrade options of varying quality, including orange and gold options. Mateo realized he needed to improve his body to reduce the damage he took by half. After some time, he found himself on the battlefield of a civilization from another space that had existed for a long time. Mateo discovered a giant colony ship that was likely equipped with advanced resource production systems. Mateo received notification that a fierce battle was currently underway between this civilization and its competitors. This battle had been going on for several years, and gradually its scale and bloodiness only increased. Mateo and his comrades tried to figure out whether they should attack, or whether it would be better to watch the battle unfold. Mateo carefully analyzed the race that belonged to this planet, and realized that they looked like humans. Mateo realized that in that case they didn't have to choose who to support, since according to the rules, they couldn't attack peaceful members of their own species. Things were not going well for this civilization, and its generals were preparing to repel the final blows to the death. The leader of the civilization said that he would not meekly wait for his death and would fight at all costs. He also added that he would not give up any hope, no matter how slight, for the salvation of his people. Shi Junho said that the leader of this civilization, named Reinhard, was a very extraordinary person. Mateo asked if there was any information about the enemy of this state to understand who they were dealing with. They discovered that wolfmen were waging war against this civilization, and they immediately realized that they were not human, and therefore had to be killed. Wu Bei said that according to the actions of both sides, the pursuit fleet would collide with another fleet in 12 hours. Sima Junda asked when they would start, and Mateo said they should wait until the people became desperate. He did this for his own mutual benefit, and at that time Reinhard boarded the newest ship of his civilization called the Hurricane. He also realized that with these 2,000 escort ships, even if the pursuing fleet caught up with them, they would be able to fight back. Mateo, meanwhile, had finally finished installing the gold module on his ship and realized that the time had come. He was told that the number of enemies varied around 20,000 ships, and this was a very serious figure. He was also told that their ships were significantly outnumbered by the enemies and that they had to leave. Reinhardt declared that under the circumstances, many words were not necessary, and he launched into a long-winded tirade about the warrior's death. Reinhardt also speculated that their enemies had no intention of accepting the human race and were trying to destroy them. He said that when the vanguard of the kingdom's fleet entered the asteroid belt, an ambush should be carried out according to the original plan. Mateo decided to make contact, saying that he would like to offer them help, considering that they were human. Reinhardt said that their civilization was destroyed as a result of the war with aliens, and they needed help. Mateo said he would be happy to help them, but they didn't have much time to deal with the enemies. Mateo decided not to hesitate, and immediately destroyed a large number of opponents with one powerful volley. Reinhardt and his comrades watched this display of military might and were amazed at how strong Mateo was. He was also told that the vanguard of the enemy fleet, which numbered 5,000 ships, had been destroyed. Mateo also decided to finish off these opponents by firing another aimed volley and destroying them one by one. Reinhardt ordered them to move forward so that he could personally thank him for his help. Mateo accepted their gratitude and then said that, if fate decreed, they would still be able to meet. Reinhardt asked how one could join their human alliance, and Mateo stated that they didn't have strict regulations. Mateo also asked that they share some artifact as a keepsake, as he loved collecting them. Mateo stated that he would like to receive the military merit medal that was pinned to Reinhardt's chest. Reinhardt realized that he owed this man everything, and said that this medal would represent respect and friendship. Mateo received a notification that he had unlocked the latest feature of the assistance system. Now, being inside the anomalous space, it was possible to record information about the current space and save it. Shijunho said that ships like the one they were sailing on played the role of saviors, not reapers. Mateo said it was just a rough sketch of his idea, and there was one thing he needed to look at first. Mateo and his team found a group enhancement module that could significantly boost their performance. Mateo ordered the item to be installed in the ship's extra module slot, and found that he received few points. After taking a closer look at their stats, they realized that they were too high level to receive full experience from weak enemies. Mateo noted that he had overlooked this, and recalled that such systems had not been taken into account before. From his point of view, the main data for entering space was the ship's combat rating level. Now he realized that with the new hull characteristic, his survivability had increased, and he was now almost unstoppable. After some time, he climbed onto the bridge of the battleship Aurora, and Lara noted that his ship had behaved heroically. After some time, he went to the gaming capsule in the internet cafe to meet his girlfriend there. Mateo asked her where the armor had gone, and Lara noted that it was none of his business, and he should have been thinking about something else. Lara also said that the last few days had been very exhausting for her, and Mateo invited her to join his side. Lara said she wasn't ready to carry his burden yet, but Mateo said he had already made incredible progress in a year. Lara smiled and said that she had never heard him boast, so she would give both him and herself a chance. She also stated that her brother had hoped that they would have a marriage of convenience, but she did not wish for such a sad fate. Mateo said that the father of this second son would soon die of old age, and Lara said that this was indeed true. Mateo said he knew of a nutritional supplement that worked very well for older people. Lara expressed skepticism about this, but Mateo noted that it was a level 5 biological essence. Lara said that he had surprised her greatly, and tried to find out where he had gotten such an amazing supplement. Mateo smiled, then mentally hoped that they would give him time to develop his ship. Lara asked him if anyone in his family needed the supplement, but Mateo stated that no one needed it. Lara said that the likelihood of success in this matter was high, and decided to meet with him the day after tomorrow to discuss everything. On April 26th, Mateo was again invited by the princess to go explore the galaxy. This matter met with no objection from His Majesty the King, and was supported as a good direction. After some time, Mateo learned that the Viscountcy's trade caravan had disappeared, and the Baron outlined the situation to him. Mateo remembered that the leader of this caravan had always supported him, which meant that this problem needed to be addressed. After some time, Sima Junda told him about the Phoenix star system they were heading to. Mateo also realized that this system belonged to the Phoenix family, who were in a neutral relationship with them. Mateo added that first it was necessary to find out where the people were and save them, and then discuss everything else. Mateo also realized that it was better to first upgrade the main cannon to level 5 to reduce the charging time. After some time, his ship quietly arrived in the Phoenix star system and scanned the area. Sima Junda said that the Phoenix family attacked their caravan, after which the personnel fled to another galaxy. Mateo stated that there was no room for rash action, and that saving people had to come first. Stillbone said that if they could capture one of the family members, he could interrogate them and learn all the information. Now Sima Junda has found a man named Roden Phoenix, adding that he was first in line for the inheritance. Mateo chose him, adding that their time was limited, and they went hunting for him. Roden Phoenix thought that he would soon meet that very princess and take her as his wife. He was told that they had left the Phoenix star system and was asked to raise his alert level. Rodan Phoenix agreed to this, when he suddenly received notification that the ship had come under fire and was seriously damaged. Rodan Phoenix asked the others how this had happened, and ordered that a distress signal be sent out immediately. He was told that there was only one enemy ship, and this surprised him greatly, since no ship was capable of such power. He ordered return fire and a call for backup, but was told that the enemy was jamming their distress signal. Shi Junho, meanwhile, happily said that they had broken through the Phoenix Omen shield. After some time, Stillbone announced that he had loosened the prisoners' tongues and obtained valuable information. He also stated that they did not appreciate the Viscountcy of Highland because of its insignificance, so they decided to attack the caravan. Stillbone added that he had found one of the missing caravan staff who had disappeared after the attack. Mateo also remembered that this man had found some kind of module in his past life and decided to meet him. He realized that going ahead in such a situation was a bad idea, because there were many monsters in the place where this artifact was located. Luanson said that this map contained parts of a region of the galaxy, and it contained a lot of valuable data. Mateo also received the opportunity to upgrade his Mirage system from level 5 to level 10. Shijunho said that now it was possible to create one's own adventurer group, and it became one of the best. After 3 days, they reached the maximum depth of exploration of this galaxy, and arrived in a place where there were no longer any traces of humanity. Mateo notified all the creatures around that he had arrived here, and would be circling the region, guaranteeing safety. Meanwhile, Daoud and his expedition reached a strange place that looked like a cosmic lair. He assured his partners that there was nothing to fear here, but he was told that they had ended up here. He was also asked how long they intended to hide in these places. He was told that they had received a message from Mr. Mateo, who was using their estate's code. Daoud said he didn't know who it was, and added that it was probably some kind of trap that should have been avoided. Also on that ship were Li Jin and Zhengyang, who immediately recognized Mateo by his voice. Daoud looked at them in surprise, and tried to understand why they were going to head towards Mateo. Zhengyang said that they probably weren't familiar with the man's background, but he had to be sure that he was okay. Meanwhile, the Phoenix family's ship was also drifting in the star sector, searching for the fugitives. Monet Phoenix said he wasn't naturally insensitive, he just didn't want to be in that environment for long. His assistant Philip said there was nothing to worry about, emphasizing that they could only return after completing the task. An argument broke out between them that ended in nothing meaningful, and was just a waste of air. Suddenly, one of the assistants brought him a notification that they had picked up some strange signal. Monet Phoenix said that he had now changed his mind about going back and had to investigate this strange signal. Luanson said that they had been traveling for quite a long time, but no one answered them. Sima Junda said that it was necessary to ensure safe passage to his ship, so that the survivors could approach. Mateo decided to spray the pheromones of a large star shark they captured from the Phoenix family's ship. Luanson said that space radar had just detected an unidentified fleet heading their way. Mateo looked at the radars, and realized that members of the Phoenix family were probably approaching them. Sima Junda recommended that he improve the radar, but Mateo stated that there was no point in wasting time on the radar now. Philip wondered where the 5-star owls came from, and then prepared to engage the monsters. He was told that these were not monsters, but an enemy that could not be shot at without being destroyed. Li Jin said that in this situation, sending another message would clearly not make things worse. Sima Junda received a distress signal and relayed it to Mateo, saying that they had found the people they had come here for. Mateo said they needed to put the engine on full power and get closer to save their friends. Upon reaching the giant monsters, Mateo opened fire and quickly destroyed the creatures. Daoud said he had never encountered such striking power in his rather long life. Mateo came on board and said that it was very difficult to find them. He had to kidnap one of the phoenixes. All those present on this ship immediately expressed a desire to take command of him. Mateo said that his ship was sufficient to deal with such a small enemy fleet. After some time, Monet Phoenix wondered where his assistant Philippe had gone. They told him that the adjutant had gone half an hour ago to interrogate those prisoners from the merchant class. Meanwhile, Monet Phoenix detected an alarm signal that indicated the approach of an unknown warship. The fight ended very quickly, as Mateo had superior forces. They soon captured Monet Phoenix, as well as all the members of the caravan who were on that ship in the wedge. Philip gave in and said that he had foreseen Mateo would be coming here, judging by the message he had intercepted. Mateo realized that this man was completely devoid of human emotions and was extremely rational. Mateo realized that Philip had deciphered the message and asked him why he had decided to surrender. Philip noted that it would be pointless to resist, and Mateo said that he accepted him into his ranks. Afterwards, he told the others that the Phoenix pursuit fleet had been destroyed and said that they would be moving on. Philip said he had information about a treasure, but Mateo said he was not prepared to bargain. He also stated that the Phoenix family likely knew much more about it than he realized. Mateo also surprised Dodd with his serious knowledge of this very artifact that Dodd had been looking for so long. Mateo stated that they should have escorted the trade caravan back first and then returned here, as the artifact would not have escaped. Mateo thought that 7 days was still too much, and since there were less than 10 days left before the discovery of the ruins, it could not be missed. Mateo also said that he would like to demonstrate his ship's capabilities to him. He told him in detail about everything that this ship could do, and brought him into complete delight. Mateo also asked to tell his father not to rush, as the situation in the north had not yet stabilized. He also stated that they were going on a small expedition and would return in just a few days. Mateo also emphasized that he had hired additional staff, so there was no need to worry about this. 2 days later, he returned here again to finish what he had started and obtain the artifact. Dodd said that civilization existed in this sector thanks to some kind of subspace technology. Mateo asked him how long it would be until the ruins of the civilization they were looking for appeared. Daoud said they were supposed to show up within those 3 days, but the problem had to be resolved first. The problem was the giant star monster, but Mateo stated that it wasn't a problem for them. After some time, they reached this monster and instantly destroyed it with volleys from their cannons. After that, they occupied the nest of this monster in order to spread shark pheromones that repel monsters. Mateo also received his meat, and Luansin made an amazing dish out of it to boost the others' progress. Shi Junho said that it looked disgusting, and Luanxing immediately began to scold him for his ingratitude. Mateo noted that after 3 days of waiting, high-frequency space and rifts appeared everywhere. After some time, they saw a giant planet, which was a temporary ruin. Dodd said that it was a small space fortress of the very civilization that they had been looking for all this time. Mateo remembered that there was an artifact in these ruins that could be very promising. Mateo said that Steelbone was supposed to go scouting, and if anything went wrong, they were supposed to retreat. Mateo realized that the danger level inside these ruins was probably not high, but it was better to be on the safe side. After some time, Dodd and Steelbone landed on another planet, saying that it was necessary to go down to the lower level. Daoud also said that after the long isolation, there was quite a lot of different junk here that was worth exploring. Steelbone, in turn, said that all defensive systems on these ruins had long since been destroyed. After 2 hours, the general exploration of the fortress's ruins was completed, and the loot turned out to be rather meager. The only thing they were able to find was the Eye of the Abyss, and Steelbone claimed that he had been given instructions in advance to find it. Mateo noticed his comrade holding the artifact and told him that it was simply wonderful. Mateo also said that if the opportunity arose to work with Dawood again in the future, he would agree. This artifact was an incredibly powerful innovation, but many conditions had to be met in order for it to be installed. Mateo realized that the mutant's ability wasn't that simple, and that once the amount of absorption reached a certain level, the artifact would improve. Dodd thanked Mateo very much for saving him in this operation, and stated that he would stay at the estate for some time. Mateo returned to his ship to once again take to the battlefield with other civilizations. He activated the Star Hunter Crown's tracking mark to find new opponents. The system told him that he would be fighting against a civilization of star primates that was quite young. At first they decided to observe them, and were surprised that in 2,000 years, the civilization had risen to the 3rd level. Simajunda said that the sphere of influence of this civilization was only 4 light years. He also added that it was a legendary main civilization in which individuals like the Chosen Ones were born. Mateo's comrades asked him to immediately activate the spiritual scanning function for this planet. It became clear that by destroying this planet, it would be possible to significantly improve your ship. Mateo realized that this legacy of civilization was defined as a disposable module of orange quality. This seemed quite practical to him, since with the auxiliary system in place, he no longer had a shortage of source points. He realized that the advantage of this battlefield in anomalous space was that there were many targets living on the planet. Ube said that if you destroy a planet that was very densely populated, it would convert into a large number of upgrade points. After some time, a patrol ship approached them and ordered them to immediately leave the space of civilization. Mateo tried to deceive them by saying they were conducting a training exercise, but the star primates refused to believe it. They immediately opened fire on Mateo's ship's systems, but were unable to even scratch his shields. Mateo stated that their combat level needed to be tested first, so as not to drive them into despair. Mateo also stated that over the countless years that this civilization has evolved, it has accumulated a lot of experience. Meanwhile, the space primates decided to change tactics in order to break through Mateo's shields. They began to fire at him with various weapons, but were quickly destroyed. The commander of these star monkeys said that they had never seen high-tech weapons before, so they had a chance. Mateo said they had to back off because otherwise he would not be responsible for all the damage. They refused and continued to fire at him no matter what. They stated that the unidentified ship was at least a level 3 civilization and could not be dealt with. The Monkey Council said that an emergency signal for help needed to be sent out immediately so that they could be supported. A siren began to sound across the planet, warning that it was necessary to evacuate immediately. Mateo realized that the fleet of 17 civilizations had begun to retreat in order to have a chance to survive even after defeat. Mateo said that their main goal was still only the heritage of the civilization that they were protecting. After some time, the star primates attempted to evacuate the last valuables that could be carried away. Sima Junda said that the star primate civilization responded exactly as Mateo predicted. He realized that if only his ship could demonstrate overwhelming combat power, these treasures would be destroyed. He gave the order to completely destroy all the creatures here, so that they would not have time to come to their senses. The escort ships were destroyed fairly quickly, and the outer armor of the ship carrying the legacy was also penetrated. They stopped the ship and decided to send a raiding party there to capture it. Stillbone completed the capture operation quite quickly, and confirmed the complete destruction of the primate civilization. Mateo was delighted that he had acquired the civilization's legacy by completely destroying its owners. Over the past 2,000 years, the star primate civilization has quickly adopted its legacy, but it hasn't helped. Mateo saw the belated support ships and realized that if it weren't for their intervention, these primates would have had a chance to survive. After this, he decided to move on, ignoring the attacks from the primates, and decided to destroy the planet itself. Taking proper aim, he opened fire with his main gun on the surface of the planet. He failed to break the planet's surface, but he did cause many natural disasters. After the entire civilization died a cruel death, Mateo was overjoyed and decided to return to his territory. Sima Junda said it was best not to rush into the legacy of a civilization they had just conquered. He added that they still have 2 free slots for primary weapons, and it would be better to exchange this legacy for something good. Luanson said that this civilizational heritage led directly to the 7th level of civilization development. Sima Junda said that by the time the ship returned to their universe, this legacy had already undergone changes. After some time, Dodd, fulfilling his promise, brought him an energy crystal that he had obtained during the expedition. After some time, he spent 60 source points and changed the radar to the Eye of the Abyss. The Eye of the Abyss, which he placed in place of the radar, absorbed its characteristics and acquired a new feature. After some time, he finally had the opportunity to spend more time in the Silver Castle. The Baron also told him that a guest had arrived here whom he should meet in person. The girl bowed before them and said that she had heard about his exploits and was glad that he was her cousin. The girl introduced herself as Charlie and told him about the high-born status of his mother, whom he hardly knew. She also told them that the Federation was planning to take action against Her Highness in the near future. Charlie emphasized that her aunt had a lot to do and had been on the move all these years. Mateo realized that this girl was quite cunning, and he believed only some of the things she said. He told the Baron that he believed in the coup that was being prepared, emphasizing that his intuition told him so. The Baron said that Charlie's identity was beyond doubt, and her connection to the Civilization Party was also confirmed. After that, he asked him about his mother, and told him that his mother did not live very well after she gave birth to him. Mateo said that he just needed to keep in touch with this girl to get clues about his mother's fate. Mateo had already placed a tracking beacon the moment Charlie left the room, and now he could watch her. After some time, he was transported to the Northwind Fortress to talk to Lara. He looked closely at the princess and realized that he still needed to work a little to become her equal. Lara said that she had gathered everyone on a specific secret order from the royal family. She assembled another fleet to find traces of one special module, emphasizing that it would not be easy. Mateo noted that on the internal communications, everyone was discussing a high-profile espionage case that had been solved 3 days earlier, thanks to Mateo's words. Wu Bei said the new scanning radar was already incredibly effective, and he couldn't stop using it. After some time, he found himself at another banquet through a teleportation module, which made him feel dizzy. He realized that even his incredibly advanced body control abilities did not allow him to feel normal. This banquet was attended by aristocrats from the Royal Navy and other very important people. 5 days later, their journey continued, and the expedition team went even deeper into space. Frequent skirmishes seriously tested the crew's will and endurance, but there was nothing serious that posed a great threat. Stillbone emphasized that there were still talents among the northern nobles who were able to prove themselves. One of the aristocrats contacted them and said that the power of Mateo's ship impressed him very much and offered a bet. Mateo assured them that they should focus on other things for now, and Luo Chang'e stated that he understood him perfectly. Wu Bei suddenly said that something was wrong here as he saw a wave of 4th-level space monsters. Aurora led the way, and the cruisers took turns covering the rear, swapping out if the shields went down. The main cruiser fired its cannon to destroy the monsters, but Mateo realized that it was bad. Lara said the royal family received a lead on the legendary Witness of the Oath module. She added that it was just another rumor, but that the source of the lead had a certain degree of credibility. He said that with the current intensity of the fighting at this depth in the galaxy, they could still hold out for some time. Lara was inside these dark zones, which they were rapidly approaching. All cruisers, including the main cruiser Mateo, were chosen to explore the dark zones due to the strength of their shields. Luanson said it might have been heavy interference, but she saw ships approaching them. Wu Bei also discovered these ships and noted that they were not just ordinary ships, but real battleships. Luanson said that these were 4 Golden Flower Federation battleships that deserted during the war. Mateo remembered that in his past life he had never heard of Lara as a princess, and he realized that they had been sent here on purpose. Sima Junda said they had cleared the area of heavy interference, and the distress signal for Aurora had finally been transmitted. Mateo realized that the ambush of 4 battleships was a very insidious trap, from which it was almost impossible to escape. Also, one of these ships used a special strategic module that created a delay field. Mateo ordered the acceleration mode to be turned on in order to catch up with the enemies in time and come to Lara's aid. Mateo also decided to use the Death Scorpion, which could pose a deadly threat to battleships. He managed to get around their flank and opened fire from all guns in order to catch the enemy by surprise. They quickly made it to the Aurora, and Margaret asked them for help, saying that their boarding party was not coping. Stillbone went ahead, and Mateo went with Margaret to the princess to protect her. Lara asked him how he ended up here, adding that the Golden Flower Federation had a lot of professionals this time. Lara showed him a photograph of the man, saying that if he encountered him, he should be extremely careful. Lara said that this ship was too important to the kingdom and could not be lost. Mateo tried to calm her down, but Lara said that he was being stupid in such an inappropriate situation. Mateo said that he came to save her from this hopeless situation and provide help. He added that all she had to do was trust him unconditionally, and then they would be able to get out of here. After some time, other warriors of the Golden Flower Federation arrived here, and a brawl began. Mateo fought his opponents with confidence, without experiencing any particular difficulties thanks to his artifacts. He realized that there were only 3 advanced-level fighters left, and the tactical task could be considered accomplished. At the same time, Steelbone pushed one group of invaders back to their original ship and began to counterattack. Mateo told Lara that all that remained was to destroy the flagship that Adolf was on. Lara said that of the 2 captured battleships, she could only deliver one to him, and Mateo immediately agreed. After some time, he realized that even such an outsider model as the one he got could suppress many cruisers. Mateo said that he handed over control of the 2 battleships to Sima Junda, as he was excellent at handling them. He also realized that while repelling the Federation's attacks, many nobles also died on the spot. On July 25th, when the expedition returned to the Northwind Fortress, the news had already spread everywhere. As the details of the ambush unfolded, Mateo, who had played the role of a lone hero, became the brightest star in the north. Mateo came to her to propose, and Lara told him that he should have shown his influence even more strongly. Mateo said she did manage to get him a few reward options that suited his interests. Mateo found that he now had the entire Phoenix star system added to his domain, which was very useful. There were many passages in this system that could be controlled and earned through trade. Also, 2 Phoenix clan cruisers were captured by them earlier, and now the Phoenix clan has become a tiger without fangs. Lara said that another reward was 5 units of high-quality energy crystals. She also gave him 100 units of titanium crystals, which could be used for various ship enhancements. Lara added that she could not give him the life crystals, since they were considered one of the most valuable resources for the king. She also added that this was the end of the awards, but they would be announced together at the Grand Assembly, along with the new title. After some time, Luo Chang'e visited him again, showing him several photographs of his biological mother. Mateo realized that he had no feelings for her, but he owed her because she had given birth to him. The Baron came to his room and said that he had told him the news that his adopted brother would soon die. Mateo said he was a little late, and Baron asked him what he meant. Mateo handed him an envelope and said that the Phoenix star system was already theirs. The Baron laughed and said that if he had known about such luck, he would not have had to fight with the dying old man. He nevertheless stated that he had no regrets, But now the Highland liberation would have to be stopped. Mateo remembered that he had placed 2 marks on the 2 battleships that had escaped after the ambush, but they had returned to the Flower Federation. Mateo studied the map carefully, noting that the beacon marker on the civilization's fleet was still active. On July 30th, the big meeting finally took place, and the awards that Mateo was to receive were announced. He was awarded the title of Viscount, along with countless additional awards and the Phoenix Star system. Over the following period, his nickname gradually began to spread throughout the world. Mateo upgraded another system on the ship, which now worked much better than the previous ones. Now he had the capacity to carry a huge amount of things, and he didn't have to worry about the capacity of his ship. He also decided to increase the armor of his hull using a special crystal. After upgrading the Mirage system, its charging time was only 40 minutes, which was already a very good result. This cruiser's survivability was already quite high, and it was time to start beefing up more complex things. Meanwhile, the captain of the battleship Water Lily Chamber decided to meet with Samson to find out what to do next. Samson simply told him not to panic yet, stating that all was not lost and they still had a chance. He added that the princess was indeed malicious, and her actions were always unpredictable. Samson suddenly said that they now had a new priority target and pointed at Charlie. He said that once they started digging under it, they would discover some secrets that could be used. He also stated that they would target her specifically, and not the Baron's holdings, and this would allow them to act covertly. Mateo, meanwhile, continued to pursue the 2 Federation battleships and finally found their temporary base. He realized that setting up a temporary base in such a place was very profitable, since they were almost impossible to find without beacons. Wu Bei said that according to the observation results, the temporary base ahead had a huge area. Mateo noted that there was likely large-scale power supply equipment at this base. 3 days later, they continued their observation and discovered 2 small ships that had left the area. Samson said that their short hike was necessary to practice sharpness, accuracy, and destructiveness. Shijunho said that the Foxhive battleship had finally been targeted and prepared the Scorpion cannon. They successfully hit the battleship, and Samson wondered what the boy was doing here. During the 1-minute exchange of fire, their ship fired 3 salvos, but their opponents were not sitting idle either. However, an incredible superiority in firepower quickly became apparent, and so the enemy decided to retreat. Samson understood that there was no chance of victory in this battle, despite the fact that they were fighting against a cruiser. Shijuno noted that the enemy ship's shield had fallen, and all that remained was to finish the boarding work. Samson's assistant said that the enemy was approaching to board them. The resistance did not last long, and quite quickly the entire ship was captured by Steelbone. Because of the slightest delay, they took Samson prisoner and decided not to kill him, since he had previously agreed to surrender the flame. After gaining control of the main battleship, they headed for another target to pursue. This target was also neutralized and quickly surrendered, sacrificing its ships. At that time, the flagship of the Duke of the Northern Region was completely destroyed, but Mateo acted smarter. After this, they interrogated their captives and then executed them, despite promises to spare their lives. Mateo received additional gold-grade modules that allowed him to use magnetic grippers more effectively. Mateo realized that such things would definitely come in handy, as he would be able to capture more prisoners. He also discovered a special device, which was an ancient module and required 3 whole slots. The captaincy of Samson's former flagship was transferred to Mateo, and he headed to Northwind Fortress. Mateo received a clot of flame, and now he had to think about how to use it to improve the ship. He decided to take a break from his thoughts, and found his comrades engaged in a lively conversation. There was nothing particularly interesting in this conversation, but some important political details were discussed. Mateo reflected on what he had learned, that the Federation's temporary base in the galaxy was located in extremely difficult terrain. They decided to visit it to destroy it or capture it for its resources. If there were still defenses at the base, this could have ended rather tragically for our heroes. In the prison, they quickly discovered one of the defense cruisers, which had a flame of the 33rd level. The 1st Defense Fleet also decided to deploy additional forces to deal with Mateo. Mateo decided to stall for a bit so that the enemy could gather in a small group. As soon as the right moment arrived, they opened fire from the main gun to destroy them all. After that, he looked at the enemy's attempt to escape and decided to use a magnetic grip. He also noted that opponents of this level can be destroyed with 1 shot. The defense fleet was completely destroyed, and the Federation commanders tried to figure out what to do. Mateo began shelling the main fortress, and despite the fact that he was not hitting anything at night, he decided to continue. Shijunho told them that weapons of mass destruction were not very effective against this type of shield. Mateo said that their current strength, in other words, the will of the weak guns, would still be enough to complete the task. Mateo added that if the quantity was not enough, It was necessary to compensate for this with the level and upgrade the main gun. The turret's durability was greatly reduced after the Scorpion's improved cannon fire. With each such shot, the durability dropped even more, and this base did not have much longer to live. The temporary base had lost power after the shield recharged, but was now doomed to destruction. Mateo offered unconditional surrender, and they agreed on the condition that their lives would be spared. Mateo got a purple supergun with an energy strike characteristic into the module. He also discovered another microplanetary engine and realized that this was a very good catch. This engine could also be taken on long-distance flights in case of unforeseen circumstances. It also allowed him to immediately invest in a module boost source, generating massive power faster. However, the main trophies of this operation were a space map, which was specially saved on the Flower Federation server. On August 15th, the Mateo domain officially accepted the Phoenix star system as its territory. On the very first day after taking possession of the Phoenix system, together with the managing family, the ruling family itself was cleared out, and Mateo happily went on to explore the vastness of space. He realized that with the expansion of the property, the current scale of the original foundation was no longer sufficient. The estate's basic industry developed rapidly, and the conglomerate's active investment drive was assisted. The Baron said that the prospects were excellent, but on the condition that he did not arrange any pranks during this period. Mateo stated that he would go to the Royal Academy, adding that he would like to take his older sister with him. Mateo began to gradually separate himself from the Highland estate, as he instituted a policy of direct non-interference in his father's affairs. The initial development of his ship was complete, and Mateo always aimed for the stars and oceans of space. The goal was clear to him, so he didn't want to waste his time on nonsense like managing other estates. He camouflaged his ship to activate the interception system of other civilizations. After some time, he found himself in a battle with the Hawk Star civilizations. Simajunda said that this was surprising, because space creatures do not have the potential to form civilizations. The migrants, who had followed their destiny all their lives, were striving for an unknown, distant system. Mateo realized that these Starhawks were completely ordinary creatures. According to current scanning data, the flocks numbered around 120 million, which could have yielded great results. Shijunho said that the supernova cannon was still quite effective against third-tier civilizations. Simajunda asked whether they should continue watching or attack now, and Mateo gave the order to attack. However, suddenly the supernova cannon was intercepted by a particularly large hawk. Mateo said that in that case, we need to change tactics and use the deadly scorpion. This time the shot reached its target and caused considerable damage to the giant hawk. Immediately after this, the ship was attacked, and the damage was reduced by only 1%. Mateo realized that the damage was not serious, and ordered another round of fire to be fired at the giant hawk. After this, they decided to switch to other smaller individuals in order to destroy them irrevocably. Luanson said that the target's energy level began to increase sharply. Mateo realized that the number of Starhawks that had survived the cannon was monstrously small. Eventually, they killed the pack leader and hoped that they could loot some interesting artifacts from him. They received a lot of source points, as well as new marks on the map that signaled life crystals. Mateo decided to spend a few thousand source points to upgrade the Horn of the Ancients. After wiping out the Starhawk population, they returned to the galaxy and continued hunting space monsters. Unfortunately, traces of the remaining life crystals were still elusive, and they had to go at random. After some time, they went deeper into the galaxy and reached a cosmic wonder called the Star Vortex. Mateo realized that, judging by the route indicated in the research notes, they had never encountered anything like this before. Wu Bei said that the universe is large, and even in such conditions a complete biosphere can exist. Luanson said that perhaps her parents are somewhere inside this planet, in this cataclysm. They continued scanning the planet and discovered a spaceship there that belonged to her parents. Luanson and Stillbone decided to scout out the situation and went down to check on the survivors. They discovered a black box inside this ship and decided to bring it to the main ship. After deciphering it, became clear that this ship's journey began 15 years ago and was here on a research mission. Mateo learned that the microorganism the ship was searching for lived in the outer zones of space. They also learned that a giant space bat had flown near them and knocked down the ship with a flap of its wings. Simajunda recommended that the protagonist look at these materials, which contained preliminary conclusions and analyses. Simajunda also said that they have monitored the intensity of the ion storms and can now track the bat. Mateo realized that the captain's workload was different with and without a crew, as fatigue was now less. He discovered a giant monster and realized that this creature was unlikely to pose a serious danger to him. Shijunyo said that under such strong ionization conditions, even the firing range of the main gun would be changed. After a while, they took proper aim and fired straight at the head. They assumed that a hit in this case would be fatal. but it turned out that this was far from the case. This creature had the ability to regenerate and now also became interested in destroying its offenders. Luansin noted that over time his interest fades, and they need to constantly attack him to spur his interest. The monster hit them straight on the count, but his blows were too slow to interfere with regeneration. Luansin stated that the monster wanted to give up the pursuit, but Mateo ordered the war shark to be activated. The energy level of this creature was quite high, but at first it was not enough to escape. Mateo felt a serious hit to his account, and realized that this was a really dangerous situation. Sima Junda said that their passive ability of arcane immortality continues to function, but it will not last long. Mateo decided to invest his source points into emergency repairs to finally maintain the energy balance. Once the monster was weakened enough, it was time to act. Shijunyo quickly took aim and hit the monster's heart, which finally died. Sima Junda informed him that the trophy collection of this ionized bat would soon begin. In addition to many life crystals, the monster left behind a lot of essence that could be eaten. Luansin said that, judging by intelligence data, there are other individuals of this species present here. Mateo successfully upgraded only the Eye of the Abyss to level 5 and received much more significant improvements. The Eye of the Abyss allowed them to hunt these monsters further, mercilessly destroying all in their path. Mateo hoped that he would be able to destroy more creatures, since each of them gave a lot of experience. They spent another 3 days searching inside the ionized dust column and destroyed all the bats located there. Shijunho said that he would like to kill more space animals, but Wu Bei said that everything has its time. Mateo checked his inventory and found that he had almost 50 life crystals left in stock. He also received a camouflage effect that will now be 10% more effective. After upgrading 3 modules that required life crystals, the combat strength indicator surpassed level 25. After that, they decided to destroy the 4th level civilization, but only encountered its reconnaissance fleet. Of course, these ships didn't have a single chance, as they were simply shot at like in a shooting gallery. They were given the opportunity to further improve one of their guns to make it more effective. Mateo looked happily at the fact that the charging time had been reduced quite significantly, and now he could use the gun more often. Wu Bei said that if you sell life crystals, it won't be difficult to exchange them for a large amount of titanium crystals. Mateo said it was a good idea and ordered that funding be increased once they returned. On October 9th, they returned from the Phoenix star system to check on the main base, which now needed to be maintained. The Baron said that the development of the estates had progressed, and they had absolutely no time to relax any longer. Mateo said that he had been given a message to find time to visit the North Wind Fortress. Mateo realized that something was clearly wrong here. Otherwise, she would have contacted him in some other way. All this time he was in the galaxy and was unable to contact it, and now he is called to the Fortress of the North Wind. He assumed that this was clearly a hint, and Lara asked him where he had been for the past 2 months, and Mateo decided to tell her. She then went on to say that as the numbers on board increased, some unclassified news inevitably leaked out. Mateo realized that Lara was most likely jealous of him towards Luansin and said that she was one of the key consultants. He also stated that there is no point in keeping each other's secrets, and that it is better to communicate directly with each other without hints. The girl, offended, replied that he was not entirely right, and she would never be jealous. Lara said that she refused a marriage proposal, despite the fact that it had favorable terms. She handed him an invoice, according to which he was able to receive 200 units of Titan crystals. She also said that she didn't know all the details, but using his high level of abilities definitely required money. Mateo pulled the crystal of life towards her, and said that he wanted to give her a gift so that she could use it as she wished. After some time, he returned to the ship and thought about how best to upgrade it in the future. He also received notice of acceptance to the Royal Academy of Space Research. He was contacted by Sima Junda, who said that Charlie, whom he had been following, was leaving the northern region. Mateo decided to follow carefully to find out her true motives. Wu Bei said that the Snow Wind battleship entered the wormhole, and the signal could not be detected by radar. Mateo was well aware that this was a show of force that he would never buy into. Wu Bei discovered the unknown ship and subsequently identified it as the battleship Yaksha. Mateo realized that this was a very famous battleship that had developed very significantly in a short time. He decided to set up a tracking beacon and gave the command to retreat so as not to attract attention. Mateo realized that there was no reason to worry now, and it was better not to take hasty actions. After some time, he decided to enter the next battlefield against a civilization possessing dark matter energy. They once again discovered a conflict between 2 civilizations, each with its own motives and reasons. A brutal war once raged here, turning the civilization's home planet into a poisoned wasteland. Now the exhausted cruiser decided to travel through space, but another civilization had already set out to follow it. Luansin said the virtual image from the surveillance radar had finally been built. The cruiser tried to reason with his opponents, saying that they still had hope for existence. The cruiser Liberty demanded that he surrender, but he refused, so the rest of the fleet opened fire. Mateo realized that the ship's durability was quite high, and it could move forward steadily under fire. Shijunyo said it was time to intervene, but Mateo advised him to take his time and watch the performance. It became clear that the forces they had would be very insufficient to destroy this cruiser. However, one of the ships carried a positron cannon, which had incredible destructive power. Captain Liberty wondered if he was wrong and if the Federation had actually developed a weapon capable of countering him. He decided to retreat, saying that until his spirit faded and his will died, Liberty would never give up. His journey was quite short-lived, as he was quickly destroyed by a precise hit. Mateo said that he assumed that this was how it would be, because the ship never stood a chance. Mateo decided to carefully approach in stealth mode to steal the dark matter reactor. They were able to quickly detect the ship's modules using a gravity beam and pull them aside. They were quickly discovered, and the captain of the flotilla said that this pathetic thief needed to be destroyed. Mateo quickly turned around to immediately fight them back and prevent them from firing the positron cannon. Wu Bei said that all this nonsense couldn't even scratch them, and the losses amounted to less than 1% of the bill. Mateo entered the engine room of the spaceship to disable it. The captain of this ship decided to quickly evacuate this weapon so that it would not fall into the hands of the enemy. Sima Junda said that the positron diffusion cannon is located on the Federation fleet flagship. They decided to make a sharp turn and use the Shackles of War module to capture the main flagship. After the capture was completed, Mateo said that the entire crew needed to be boarded. Stillbone dealt with all the opponents quite quickly and said that the resistance had been suppressed. Mateo received that very gun and realized that it had amazing characteristics for overcoming shields. After that, he decided to destroy all the remaining opponents so as not to miss a single source point. Ube said that, unfortunately, they would not be able to destroy the home planets of this civilization, but Mateo was not worried about this. They, meanwhile, found themselves in a secondary star system, which was an artificial formation of different planets. The nearby space fortress had powerful shield generators installed that were constantly active. Mateo reflected that outside warships were not allowed inside, and his team would hardly be able to get into the academy. After some time, he found a girl who offered to buy him a short guide to the academy. He realized that this entire giant space fortress belonged entirely to the academy. He was met by a young man named Lion, who greeted him and then told him a heart-rending story about his life. Mateo gave him some advice and thanked him for helping him in such a difficult hour. He told them that the recruitment of cadets in their class had brought together a whole constellation of talents. Mateo asked him about how the training method for becoming a ship's commander differed from the others, admitting that he was not very familiar with it. Lion took some time to explain to him all the nuances of this profession, so that he would not have any misunderstandings. Mateo said that he naturally preferred calm to action, but he calmed him down. He also stated that he would only take him up to this point, and that he would have to go through the rest of the procedure on his own. Near the entrance to the dormitory there sat a teacher who talked to the students and answered their questions. Mateo said he wanted a private room, but Steven said students in his major couldn't afford it. He recommended establishing communication with students, and also asked what it all meant. He placed the textbooks in front of him, and he realized that he had rarely encountered such a serious presentation in the form of a book. Each exam was part of a level-up system, and if you reached level 6 within 10 years, you could apply for graduation. However, the ship commander specialization recruited a percentage of those who were already captains of flame ships. Mateo said there would be no direct punishment for those at the bottom of the rankings, but their reputation would suffer. Over the next few days, he applied for permission to attend classes with the crew members, and was approved. After some time, his roommates named Sunjin and Anna came and were polite to him. Mateo decided to get to know them and even spent some time with them over tea and heartfelt conversations. In total, there were just over 200 cadets in their class, and each of them was an interesting candidate. Mateo realized that 40 of these people were being paid by the royal house as targeted cadets for the Ministry of War. After some time, he met the director of the curriculum named Peter. He said that at the beginning of each intake, the director was required to give an introductory speech, but this was an informal procedure. He explained that this specialization was meant to train a true elite, so the requirements there were strict. He said that the training there was based on competition and combined a lot of theory and practice. He also said that they learn from their mistakes and try to graduate those who are not ready to risk themselves unnecessarily. He also stated that there is no need to be afraid, since unforeseen circumstances are still the exception. He added that if everyone is careful and attentive, then everything will work out for them. But now they need to grow and reveal themselves to the fullest. One of the students said that he would like to make a public proposal regarding one situation. The young man introduced himself as Erwin, and said that they should get to know each other better and change their destiny. Other students supported this, adding that they would become the best team in the history of the academy. It happened so suddenly that an arrogant student named Vladimir said that Erwin was just an upstart. He was immediately put in his place and told that he was just a nobody with no achievements. Mateo realized that this boy's border post was still being learned. Shijunho said that their family received the hereditary fief due to their services to His Majesty. Mateo stood up and realized that he had wanted to keep a low profile. But in this situation, it was impossible to simply remain silent. After the art of body tempering reached the highest level, he was able to display his aura. Mateo said that it was not worth flaunting these petty intrigues, since it did not befit an aristocrat. He also stated that if a northerner lost, then he lost, but if he won, then he really won. Erwin came closer to him and said that he was very pleased to meet him, and Mateo reciprocated his feelings. Lion helped them get closer to each other, and said that no one had fought during the first lesson, which meant it was a good start for the future. Elective courses covered all specialized technologies, various ship modules, and their analysis. They were promised more than 10 days of compulsory courses, as well as 60 academic hours of study per week. Anna came from a marquise's family and received an elite education from childhood, but Sunjin found studying difficult. After 2 months, he finally passed the first mandatory theoretical exam, despite particular difficulties. Then came the exam on the science of commanding ships, which also took up a lot of his time. After some time, their team took 25th place in the overall standings, which was far from the limit. Mateo realized that Anna was behaving like a true aristocrat in the best sense of the word. He also realized that he and Sunjin had become good friends and complimented each other well. They invited him to a banquet, and after he gave his consent, they quickly dispersed. After some time, the long-awaited evening arrived, to which a large number of guests arrived. Mateo realized that these were all young and hot-blooded guys, and there was a chance to express his emotions on the court. Anna asked him if he had heard the latest gossip, and Mateo honestly admitted that he didn't understand any of it. Anna said that if it weren't for his recent studies up to the 7th level, she wouldn't have thought he was so interested in the subject. Mateo made a few jokes, and Anna said that he should be more serious, since such jokes would not help in a fight. He also said that Lion and Vladimir will probably compete to see who will collect more trophies in another space. Anna explained that the dark crystals were used as bets, and Mateo realized that this was a very serious bet. Anna added that these crystals are as beautiful as the purest night, and she has only seen a few decorations made from their grains. Sunjin said that the life crystal that Vladimir exhibited was obtained precisely from the Northern Star region. Mateo suggested that Vladimir had a brother, and Sunjin quickly confirmed this information. Mateo wondered why, when he felt threatened, his danger sense didn't work, and suggested that Vladimir was too weak. Sunjin and Anna said that 2 witnesses would be needed for their duel, and also stated that bets would be allowed. Mateo said that if he was called as a witness, he would need her help, and Anna was very surprised. After some time, Vladimir approached him and offered a bet, but Mateo said that his stakes were too small. Vladimir was very offended by this, and said that in that case he was ready to lay out 15 dark crystals. Anna announced that she was ready to referee this match and would be a bookmaker, and this immediately gathered a whole crowd. Vladimir was thinking that thanks to his brilliant improvisation, Mateo would fight against Erwin. Mateo realized that with his weapons, he simply saw no reason why he could lose. Luanson greeted his comrades, who said they had finally returned and complained that they had been gone for 3 months. Shijunyo said he heard about the student bet, and Mateo stated that he actually made it. To begin with, he decided to warm up a little and rolled around the battlefield in another space. Mateo turned to his sister and said that he would definitely show her the golden fish in the other world. He then activated the Mirage system to enter stealth mode and intercepted signals from the new space. After some time, he found himself next to a planet and a 4th-level civilization with a very large population. However, it turned out that it was a dead planet, as it was taken over by mutated biological organisms. He took a casual look at the cells of these creatures and realized that there was a serious virus there. Once upon a time, a supernova exploded near this planet, and thanks to the stellar catastrophe, people turned into monsters. Mateo said that thanks to their abilities, they were able to observe the rise and fall of other civilizations. Luanson said it was a truly amazing opportunity and that they could learn from these mistakes. Sister Mateo stated that this is why one must seek a way back to one's home planet, to understand where one comes from. He immediately entered the half-space field, after which Mateo gave a long explanation of the reasons for this decision. He also found an interesting module that was capable of significantly increasing the computing power of the ship's computer. He also realized that he needed to use the soul imprint, since the information could be copied from the deadly creature within its radius of action. Mateo wondered if these mutated living dead could be considered representatives of the new world. Sima Junda said that it was probably impossible, and Ube decided to move closer to observe longer. Mateo reflected that, given that the main problem there was the symbiotic fungus, there was nothing to worry about. As the ship approached the surface, they discovered that the zombies were trying to surround it, acting in large groups. Of course, they had no chance, so the heroes got to a very important artifact. Thanks to the cleansing of the medical bay from biological threats, the protective functions against such fungi turned out to be quite strong. Sima Junda said that there was something wrong with these zombies, and that they acted too harmoniously, as if someone was giving them orders. Sima Junda stated that perhaps this fungus gave birth to some kind of dominant hive mind that controlled all the zombies. Mateo said that it seemed like it wasn't just the Walking Dead. After this, they quickly gained altitude, and the supernova cannon gradually began to load. The ship took careful aim, and then fired a destructive beam straight into the planet's core. Mateo realized that if a large number of viruses were destroyed at once, it would trigger a backlash. Luanson said that a high-energy reaction was forming, and that the energy level continued to rise. After some time, the symbionts took control of a giant dragon in order to leave the planet. Shijunho asked him if it was worth continuing the attack, and he stated that it was not necessary, and that they needed to wait. Mateo asked Luansin where the monster came from, and she suggested two possibilities. From her point of view, the dragon either arrived on the planet after the destruction of civilization, or possessed abilities that allowed it to take control of this virus. Mateo realized that the dragon, as a life form, was originally capable of surviving in the vacuum of space. Suddenly the monster spoke to them and said that they must remember his name, which would bring them death. They fired a deadly scorpion beam at him, but he blocked it with his paw. Wu Bei said that a retaliatory strike could not be avoided, and that they needed to prepare for a clash. The impact was quite powerful, and the strength of the energy shield was significantly reduced, but nothing serious happened. Wu Bei said that the intense biological field around this creature was constantly increasing. Luanson said that bacterial symbionts, which were able to absorb certain types of radiation, were to blame. Wu Bei wondered if this dragon wanted to wear them down with its endless supply of power. Mateo realized that he had to do something, because he didn't want to hang around there all day and mess with this creature. Sima Junda asked him if it was worth using the Avatar of War, but he advised her not to rush. Mateo quickly approached Wu Bei and asked him to test the speed of this dragon to identify its weak points. Wu Bei said that this dragon was indeed quite fast, and that even with the engine running at full speed they were unable to catch up with it. Mateo ordered the Hurricane Head module to be activated to improve the shields and last longer. Sima Junda stated that they needed to use immobilizing skills first, and then wear him down with shots. Mateo said that it was a good idea, after which the dragon grabbed their ship and began to squeeze it. After that, he realized that the level of this dragon was too weak, so it needed to be chained and destroyed. Luanson said the onboard computer had raised the monster's threat level to medium. Mateo noted that even if this monster attacks with its mouth, the destroyed shields will quickly recover. After this, the dragon decided to make his opponents pay for what they had done, and attacked them with psychic energy. Mateo realized that it would have absolutely no effect on them thanks to their improvements. After some time, they loaded the cannon, hit him in the heart, and killed the monster. Thanks to this, they received a module that allowed one of the crew members to extend the life of 35 years. Mateo said that this module would probably cost a fortune, considering that the description stated that the gene structure would not change. Sister Mateo asked what was so important about this, and Sima Junda added that it gave the module great value. They came to the conclusion that this essence needed to be synthesized and used only for high-class exchanges. Immediately after they finished with this dragon, they fired at the planet to finally destroy it. Mateo said that the length of each stay on the battlefield increased by a day each time. Shijunho said that now that their time in this space had doubled, they could accomplish more. Mateo added that he had recently explored this possibility, and that many experiments needed to be carried out. He also said that at the invitation of the eldest princess, they would visit her garden planet. After some time, they found themselves in a star system that was the first to be explored by the kingdom. Mateo thought that his relationship with the princess was still a secret affair, but he wondered what she was up to. He met Margaret and stated that she had done him a great honor by choosing to meet him. Margaret added that each planet in the kingdom's star system had its own unique natural landscapes. A distinctive feature of this planet were man-made seas of flowers that occupied entire continents. She also stated that there was a giant deep-sea whirlpool there with a diameter of more than 1,000 kilometers. Mateo finally met the princess, and Lara declared that his reputation was too great to ignore. Mateo said that for 3 months he had been doing nothing but cramming knowledge into himself. But Lara was jealous of his roommate. Lara also revealed that her potential suitor had been killed for money, and it now became clear why she had been so kind to him. She said that this freedom was very fleeting, but Mateo said that he was ready to take the moment to define their relationship. Lara looked at him happily and said that she congratulated him on receiving the title of Knight of the Elder Princess. After some time, he came out to his friends, and they asked him if his relationship with the princess had begun. He told them that he saw nothing wrong with it, and Sima Junda warned him about the coming storm. Mateo realized that a storm was inevitable, since the princess's status was special and problems awaited him. He realized that he needed to prepare so that when the time came to reveal the relationship, it would not come too suddenly. Thanks to the high tax revenues from the Phoenix star system, all the Highland holdings prospered. After some time, the second stage of the course for ship commanders began. Mateo said that very soon the fate of each of them would be inextricably linked with this ship. He told the others what tasks they were to perform, and they listened to him obediently. A qualified captain required strong skills in personnel management and coordination. These cadets did not see these modules, as he had restricted most of the systems to prevent leaks. The first stage began, and he asked the others to relax, and said that they just needed to follow his orders. Sunjin and Anna supported him, saying that he had immediately switched to a shift schedule, and that it was commendable. Anna said that after midday practical training, they could be transferred to shifts to increase their stress tolerance. On March 15th, after passing through several star systems, they finally reached their destination. A long escort walked alongside them, and the student commander himself said that he was glad to see that the vast majority of them had been able to pass. Mateo said that, according to the proverb, the true value can only be known when it is tasted. He stated that once they were in another space, they were to serve as his team and wait for the signal to attack. He also said that if anyone disobeys him and the result is bad, then that person will be expelled. After some time, they found themselves on the battlefield against the Barbarossa civilization. He realized that there were 8 planets in this star system, but none of them were uninhabitable. They detected the enemy, and the enemy also detected Mateo and his ship, after which an adequate response followed. Mateo said that if the ship is disabled, then real death will occur there, so we need to try. He gave out a gigantic number of commands, realizing that they didn't necessarily need to prepare so seriously for the fight, but for the effect it was necessary to continue the dramatization. The defensive structures prepared by the enemy side were not limited to just the military base and the fleet. The think tank was brainstorming about what would be best to do now. Different ideas were put forward by different people, but no one could come to a common denominator. Mateo meanwhile ordered the first mate to open fire with the auxiliary gun on the armed platforms. Anna also closely watched what was happening and ordered her ship to counterattack. Mateo received an order from the Knight Commission, according to which the instructor's ships were not to participate in the battle. He ordered the Supernova's main cannon to fire to destroy the shields. This proved incredibly successful, and destroyed much of the enemy fleet. Mateo noted that the enemy's formation had been broken, meaning that this battle should have been a fairly easy walk for the cadets. However, after some time, the ships again lined up in battle formation, and prepared for a counterattack. Mateo stated that the close combat phase was beginning, and advised the cadets to prepare for difficulties. Anna and Sunjin said that the situation had become not very good, and that something needed to be done urgently. Mateo said his primary weapon of mass destruction had finished reloading. The other cadets told him that they were ready to cover for him, volunteering to help in a difficult situation. Mateo realized that his decision was the best choice in the current situation, so it was better to continue following it. He reported that the position of the enemy flagship had been marked and shared the coordinates with his other comrades. Together they decided to coordinate their fire to cause maximum destruction to the enemy. Mateo understood that after the command's decision, even a numerically superior enemy would behave worse. However, after some time, a reinforcement fleet of 20,000 arrived. Mateo realized that this time he would not hold back and decided to open fire with his cannon at full power. The battle in another space was completely unequal, and the outcome of the battle was predetermined from the very beginning. He also decided to spend 1,500 Dark Source points to upgrade the medical bay to level 5. More than a month later, the fleet finally returned to the fortress, and its crew received the highest score without any doubt. In theory, studying and watching a lot of footage of real battles could help, but nothing could completely replace real experience. On August 15th, after completing the single combat stage, the specialization cadets moved on to the next stage. From that day on, they went to the Southern Star region to hunt. Sunjin and Anna said that, according to the established procedure, assignments are issued by the evaluation committee, but that is where problems began in the districts. Shijunyo assumed it was Erwin's doing, but Mateo said that this man was definitely not one of those. Sima Junda said that this task was given by the Knight Committee through connections with the Southern Region garrison. He suggested using the local forces, and Mateo wondered if he should talk to Sunjin about it. He outlined the situation to him and said that he too felt that something was wrong. Sunjin stated that Viscount Remington had always positioned himself as a supporter of the princess. After that, he came to the conclusion that the reason was that someone had spread rumors that Mateo had cheated in the fight. Sunjin said that the Marquis of Greenwood also owned property here, so permission had to be sought. Mateo stated that they were carrying out tasks from the Royal Academy, so they didn't have to ask anyone. He added that the final stage task was necessary so that the cadets could become familiar with the situation. Sunjin and Anna supported him, saying that the only criterion for evaluation here was the number of creatures destroyed. Sunjin still emphasized that they would have to worry a little about safety, but Anna reassured him. After some time, his friend said that he would submit an application on his own, so that there would be no problems. Viscount Remington said after a while that this opponent was indeed very interesting. He added that the task was fraught with considerable risk, so it was not worth interfering with these people. Meanwhile, Vladimir was inciting other students to somehow ruin Mateo's life, claiming that he was going to cheat. Erwin continued to watch this, not understanding what he should have said in this situation. He stated that he had heard of a small space creature called a starfly. The other students started laughing at the problem, but he mentally called them idiots, not believing what they were doing. After some time, the protagonist's ship was damaged by an unknown liquid. Sunjin said that this had already crossed all boundaries, adding that such methods were too much. While other students tried to appeal to the student council, Mateo realized that the problem needed to be addressed now. The whole point was that the starfly's liquid attracted other monsters, so it was necessary to act quickly. He stated that they were unlikely to find enough evidence to convict the culprits, but Sunjin decided that he had to join Greenwood. Mateo said that they didn't need to fuss now and just needed to do their job, because the ill-wishers' plot would fail. After clearing all the liquid from the room, they placed it in special containers and continued on their way to the purple clouds. It was only on the 6th day that they discovered many more grouped flocks of monsters, meaning they had completed their task. After some time, they destroyed all their opponents and returned to the academy with first place. Remington received notification that Mateo had completed the mission with distinction, and we knew he had the right equipment. He was also told that the Royal Academy had entered into strict confidentiality agreements with students. He added that based on the information collected so far, it could be said that Mateo was in possession of weapons of mass destruction. He added that the briefing for this mission included information about the supernova cannon, which Mateo supposedly possessed. Remington said that this pumping speed seemed unrealistic to him, because it was too high. The assistant said that he also gave an explanation on this matter, emphasizing that it was all about him. He stated that Mateo's current ship was a ship called the Arabia Stella. The assistant also stated that they were having a very difficult time containing Mateo's inexplicable growth spurt. Remington said that the situation in the Southern Star region was quite peculiar, as there were few high-level creatures there. He said that it was just necessary to wait until the others got their bearings, because there was very strong competition in this department. Meanwhile, Erwin was trying to figure out why the starfly liquid had no effect on the task completion process. He said that he was also to blame for this matter, and added that they needed to try harder next time. One of the participants said that now was not the best time because Mateo was the center of attention, and it was better not to attack him. She said that it was necessary to act to the end, and under no circumstances should Mateo be allowed to return from the next mission. For Erwin, the key preparatory stages of this assignment required the highest level of performance. Simajunda said that their early mission areas were always coordinated with Remington's adjutant. Mateo said that they were to blame for these malfunctions on missions, but for now it was just a guess. He also said that the next mission was in the Wheelflower system, and decided to go there. Anna was angry. She said that they were being sent on a suicide mission again, and they didn't even hide it. Mateo asked her how they could deal with this, since it was wrong to start a fight. He asked her to calm down, and said that the more they tried to harm them, the more traces they left. He also added that as long as they are on guard, it will not matter how insidious the trap turns out to be. He said that there were 5th and 6th level monsters in this area, emphasizing that it was some kind of primeval system. Wu Bei said that it was a complete deception method, and just as stupid since they had faked the map of the star systems. Mateo noted that these rascals were completely out of control and could not contain their impatience. He decided to end the game early, and 5 days later the Royal Academy Committee engaged Remington's fleet. After this, the trial began, and all those involved in the case were stripped of their nobility. Anna said that the Southern Star region was enemy territory, and they would return. Sunjin said that the pricing committee did everything they could, but even the Star Knight's order, where the prisoners were sent, acted as a third party. The next day he received notification that all these rascals had died during the assault mission. It became clear that this was a staged death, which meant that much more serious forces were behind it all. Lion said the evaluation committee would try to find a solution for her and asked them not to worry. Luanson told Mateo that the scoundrels were going to frame them by pouring the horsefly liquid and that they were innocent. Stillbone also stated that the Marquis's estate would definitely take action, but this time it would be directed against Remington. Mateo's sister asked him if he wanted to take part in these political intrigues, and he clearly hinted that he did. 2 days later, military action actually began in the Marquis's domain, and the target was Count Remington. The Marquis accused him of murder, and although he did not understand how it could be done, the fleet was already moving towards him. Remington said that it was nonsense, and he himself understood it. But he could not come to terms with the fact that someone dared to use dirty methods against him. He ordered an investigation and wondered if Mateo was involved. He noted that this was most likely the work of other deputy commanders, after which he decided to go to the capital. Meanwhile, Mateo met with Irvin, who apologized to him for the behavior of his classmates. He also handed him a list of gifts, saying that it was the least he could do in the situation. Mateo realized that he would accept these gifts, but would still keep a close eye on him. Among these gifts were 30 units of titanium crystals and 30 units of dark crystals. After some time, he increased the level of the dark matter reactor to 10 to be even faster. He also decided to upgrade the biochemical medical bay to make healing faster. On September 30th, the Royal Academy of Space Research completed the hunting competition and took first place. He decided to activate the Mirage system and go into stealth mode to begin intercepting other life forms. After some time, they were pitted against a second-level civilization, and they were surprised by this fact. However, this time they were confronted by the mutated Zerg they had encountered before. Mateo said that now they were truly not afraid to face them thanks to their increased fighting power. Mateo, however, decided not to attack, but to first observe the planet properly. He noted that the planet was nearly overrun and that the measly second-tier civilization was no match for the Zerg. Observing the enemy, they realized that these Zerg were at level 4, and the civilization they destroyed had level 2. They slowly approached their enemies and prepared to load the supernova cannon to destroy them all. With one salvo, they wiped out a gigantic number of opponents from the face of the universe, turning them into dust. However, on the outskirts of the blast zone, some Zerg still remained alive and retained their combat capability. Mateo ordered that the fire not be stopped and that they continue to spray the creatures with molten plasma. The Zerg tried to attack them back with a combination of energy beams, but this did not cause any damage to the shields. Mateo ordered his little sister to take care of the cannon fodder and aim her main weapon. They decided to give those damned Zerg a hot bath so they would know what they were up against. After some time, they obtained Zerg totems, which were a universal souvenir. They decided to spend a whole 500 source points to improve it and get serious buffs. Thanks to these improvements, they were able to increase the power of attack modules by 10 units. Shijunho said that if this totem was upgraded to level 100, the supernova cannon would become invincible. Mateo realized that the next time became a time of battle for the ship, as they destroyed the enemies one by one. Shijunho said that there was only one nest left, and that another volley from the supernova cannon was needed to completely destroy them. This battle with the Tier 4 Zerg offshoot was fairly easy, and the ship's power was enough to kill everyone. On the other hand, some of the opponents were tough enough to survive the salvos of auxiliary guns. They continued to move tirelessly towards the ship, hoping to destroy it with their fangs and rays. Mateo realized that their attack speed was decent, but too slow to break through the shield recovery speed. After some time, the Zerg hive they were upgrading finally reached level 10. He asked if there was a way to communicate faster than light between this line, and Luanson said that it was possible through the nest. Mateo noted that in that case they could get a lot of trophies, although it depended on the luck factor. After some time, he decided to meet Lara, and she admired his recent successes. Mateo said that he had not achieved much, and was not used to bragging about having achieved anything. Lara grabbed him by the cheek and said that she would teach him a lesson for pretending to be an innocent lamb. On October 20th, the 5th stage of the 3-month advanced training course officially began. Mateo noted that it broadened his horizons, and he learned a lot more new information about different races and countries. He met a smart man who told him that in his youth, he had crossed the cosmic void. Mateo, meanwhile, was deep in thought about how much of a Star Destroyer-class ship it would take to do something like that. On December 30th, the certification of the in-depth theoretical training stage was completed, and their team once again took first place. The adopted system of team comprehensive rating severely limited individual potential. After the certification, a month-long vacation period began, and more than a year has flown by since my admission. It wasn't just him who made progress, but also the other crew members who didn't waste time and were constantly improving. Each of them acquired new skills and competencies, becoming a more and more effective member of the team. Shijunho said that becoming a mercenary hero was one of his previous dreams. He also said that the tasks he had done before were not as fun as the ones here. After some time, Mateo offered them a task of cleaning up the mining area, saying that no one had taken it on. Sima Junda stated that what made this mission different from others was that the culprit was a ghost ship. Mateo remembered that a ghost ship was a vengeful creature that arose after the destruction of a high-level ship. It was common knowledge that mystical-type attacks were the most difficult to defend against, and almost impossible to survive. However, the modules that were on these ships were almost always very valuable and high-level. Of course, someone has used inhumane methods to artificially create such ships before. Mateo found himself in a mining area in the asteroid belt of one of the star systems, and looked around carefully. Sima Junda said he had discovered Vladimir's flagship, noting that his family had been in charge here. Mateo turned on camouflage mode, and decided to watch as they dug up some artifact. However, a few moments later, the same ghost ship appeared out of nowhere next to them. This ship carried out a special spiritual attack towards the other battleships. Mateo discovered that after half an hour of brutal fighting, 5 of the 10 destroyers had been destroyed. Mateo also said that they should have waited until the enemy team was defeated and then rescued them. He also realized that this flying corpse was still a threat, despite the fact that he had fought for a long time. Vladimir talked to his brother, saying that they could not abandon him in such a sad situation. One of his brothers said that if he soon left him forever, he would generously resolve his perplexity. He added that his choice proved his wisdom, and that he would receive the richest reward in the form of modules on this ship. He destroyed some of the systems, hoping to then return Vladimir's flagship and modules to his family. So he decided to let him die so that he could later take his ship and become stronger. Vladimir carried out this feint and tried to escape, while his brother claimed that he had asked for it. His comrades asked if they should intervene yet, but Mateo said it was better to wait. He said the plan was actually a diversionary tactic to deceive the enemy. Mateo said that none of this had escaped the high accuracy of their radar. Vladimir's brother discovered the ghost ship and hoped that he would be able to destroy it. The crew of the ghost ship also discovered a new victim and prepared for destruction. Mateo thought that their defense would be enough to challenge this opponent. Meanwhile, the ghost ship destroyed one of its enemy's ships, and Mateo realized it was time to act. The flying corpse's energy shield had not yet finished recharging, so now was the best time to strike. However, once the legendary Ghost King came to his senses, it became clear that he only had a few scratches on him. Mateo realized that the ghost ships were not only resilient, but also had no clearly defined weak points. He decided to load a special cannon that had the property of the scorching sun, and therefore was especially effective against ghosts. Immediately after they took aim at the enemy and fired, they managed to inflict serious damage on him. He realized that this ghost ship had already been neutralized, and ordered the boarding party to be prepared. The lifeless robots rushed forward to retrieve some of these very valuable relics. Each such relic was of incredible value, and the modules were especially valuable. After some time, Mateo discovered that he had managed to find a soul-summoning crystal, which activated the ship's regeneration. Mateo said that with this crystal, they would be able to fight even greater battles and survive. After this, he ordered to catch up with the high-speed boat on which Vladimir was escaping. After this, he discovered Vladimir trying to escape, and finally killed him, realizing that nothing would happen to him for it. After some time, Count Moto met him and said that the destruction of the ghost ship saved his life. Shijunho looked at the man carefully, and realized that he didn't seem to be pretending. Shijunho said that the county was currently in decline, and was spending money on who knows what. Mateo realized that the Count's current holdings were still a dead camel, no matter how you looked at them. He said he acted according to certain rules to maintain his reputation. Mateo received a purple-level award, as well as several other very valuable awards. The Count also gave them a planet so that they could develop it as they wished. As expected, completing the orange-level quest directly propelled their team to first place in the current rankings. The team wondered what task they would complete next, and decided to fulfill the heavenly law. Mateo said they would follow this code of honor, which was more than just justice. Sima Junda received an order for the Deputy Minister of War, who was passing human secrets to an enemy race. Mateo realized that the clues about this man were possible because of his simple life, and he tried to keep a low profile. They went to the area where the man was last seen, and methodically examined every kilometer. Mateo reflected that their target was clearly guilty of crimes against humanity. They set off on February 10th and arrived in the Winter Day star system only 2 weeks later. Mateo turned on camouflage again and tried to scan the area to find his target. Sima Junda said that this star system was quite deserted, and even with the new radar it was difficult to locate the flagship. After 5 days, they found a target and had an 80% chance of hitting it. Mateo ordered a message to be sent to the unknown ship demanding that its identity be revealed immediately. He addressed the ship and said that they were on an operation to capture a dangerous criminal, Instead of answering, the enemy ship almost immediately began loading its gun. After some time, they exchanged blows, and it became clear that the enemy ship was significantly weakened. Mateo said that the cannon that was on that ship was more deadly than the one they had. Once the charge hit them, it became obvious that it was doing almost no damage. He ordered that the pursuer's mark be set and preparations made to board the man. The dangerous criminal wondered how a ship with such great power could appear in the kingdom. He thought that even against the Empire's fleet he could fight on equal terms, but the master could do nothing here. Mateo, in turn, noted that even the kingdom's battleships were not as good as his expensive ship. The gap between the sides became increasingly obvious, and this confrontation ended rather quickly. The criminals said that they had not lost yet, so they needed to activate the ability to escape. Mateo immediately noticed their attempts and decided to use the hurricane skill to continue the chase. Luanson said that a communication session was requested with him, and Mateo asked why this was necessary. Mateo said the dangerous criminal held the post of Deputy Minister of War and succumbed to corruption. Shi Junho said that no compromise was allowed for the scum who had committed crimes against humanity. The criminal said that the kingdom had insulted his wives, and that was why he was forced to commit such a crime. Mateo rejected any offers he made to him, and the crew of the criminal's ship agreed to go with him to the end. However, after a few moments, their energy shields failed and overloaded. Shi Junho, meanwhile, said that the main gun had completed loading, but the command module could not be destroyed. Mateo said that there was no point in rushing here, and that it was only a matter of time before they destroyed the ship. Meanwhile, the criminals suggested that the resources on the ship needed to be destroyed so that no one would get them. The criminal left and said that he would die, but after that they could surrender and atone for their guilt. He quickly drew his sword to commit suicide and give his fellow soldiers a chance for freedom. After this, some crew members followed their captain, but some still decided to surrender. Shi Junho said that, unfortunately, this man dragged almost the entire ship and its crew down with him. Mateo wasn't too worried about this, as the total value of the trophies exceeded 1,000,000 coins. The most valuable resource they obtained was neutron pulse stones, which could be used to upgrade the ship. He then received a notification that, according to the quality of the module, he had to spend one of these crystals. Mateo reflected that every time the ship's upgrade panel generated a new stat, he was given 24 options. He realized that they already had a huge number of slots for additional modules, and thanks to the stat effects, there were even more of them. After some time, he finished with all the improvements, and their ship dramatically increased in efficiency. He realized that evolution was still a long way off, since he had absorbed a mid-level space artifact in order to leap to the second level. Sima Junda said that for the overwhelming majority of those present, there were no problems, and it was possible to move on. On March 1st, they returned from the star system to their home port, and made a small detour to deliver supplies to the observatory. Along the way, they found a battlefield in another dimension and encountered an exploration fleet, destroying it. They were also awarded numerous awards and certificates for eliminating a dangerous criminal who betrayed humanity. Then, thanks to their joint efforts, after returning to university, Mateo, Sunjin, and Anna continued to defeat everyone. On May 10th, all cadets entered the final stages of the 2-year course, during which they were required to travel. Mateo, Sunjin, and Anna shared their travel experiences with each other, and heatedly discussed which planet was more interesting. Mateo said that finding a good winery and celebrating properly would be a great idea. After half a month of flight, the fleet of the Royal Academy had already left the territory of the star system. Meanwhile, the protagonist crew began to notice that their life had become too boring. After leaving the Positive Federation, on its way through several similar states, the Experience Exchange fleet visited one principality. At the final farewell ceremony, he also met Grand Duke Sidun, who was definitely not so simple. Sometime later, he was tasked with finding a man who was then working in the space fleet. Mateo reflected that he knew this man from a past life, and that he was a famous robber. He realized that the man they were looking for was actually a psychic, and could be very useful to them. Mateo decided to find this man named Lucas, and no matter the cost, win him over to his side. After some time, the young man entered his apartment, saying that he was taking revenge on a scoundrel named Charles. However, Mateo was already waiting for him, introduced himself, and asked him if he had a minute. Lucas looked at him in surprise and noted that during his time as a dispatcher, he could not remember a more elegant-looking aristocrat. After a short introduction, he realized that he was dealing with a big shot who needed to be treated accordingly. He opened the door to his room and asked them to come in and make themselves at home. Mateo said that there was an opening for a radar operator on his flagship and that he would like to invite him. Lucas realized that his plan for revenge had already begun to take effect, and decided that the stranger was unlikely to be able to dissuade him. Mateo said that perhaps he should have listened to the supposed reward instead of serving the space pirates. He also suggested that he disgrace Charles and ruin his life, and Lucas asked him how he planned to do that. Mateo said that a huge amount of valuable resources had been purchased from this man's secret warehouse in the star system. He added that his ship was equipped with exceptionally high-quality radars, and they would be able to find everything easily. Lucas took a closer look at his interlocutor and realized that if he could defeat a battleship from the kingdom, then he was truly incredibly strong. After some time, he joined their detachment and received all the necessary instructions regarding his further work. Sima Junda decided to become his mentor and told him how everything was arranged here and what needed to be done. Mateo received notification that he had found a warp device in this warehouse that was of great value. Lucas said that his superpower, combined with radar, would allow him to discover real treasures in the ruins. The system also stated that this device was a golden artifact that granted ancient powers. 3 days later, his fleet successfully completed an educational exchange with a national university and prepared to mine. Charles threw all his strength into resistance, but he failed to save his empire, and a road accident ended his life. Meanwhile, in the space age, each star system could have its own unique characteristics. At one of the events, Sunjin and Anna were intensely discussing something and declared that they would definitely visit each other. The situation in the Sidun Principality remained unstable after the palace coup that took place there. Watching her go, Mateo guessed that something big would happen when she returned. Mateo said he had an undeveloped planet, and he could keep an eye on it so it wouldn't be stolen from under his nose. After a while, Erwin approached him and said that he did not know when they would meet again, but he would respect him. After some time, Mateo sent him a message that rumors had reached him about some very suspicious activity on the Federation's borders. He replied that it was indeed better to check this area, and he and his team went there. Having found a secluded place, they decided to turn on stealth mode and activate the signal interception function. They found themselves on a galactic battlefield against a civilization from another space. Luanson stated that in front of them was a planet in the form of a living organism, which was moving in its own orbit. Lucas said that this planet was very uneven in its use of resources to maintain its energy shield. Upon closer inspection, they discovered that there was a race of turtle people on this planet who had begun to expand continuously. Shijunyo laughed, saying that they still hoped to rise from the ashes, unaware that they were finished. Sima Junda asked permission to attack, but Mateo recommended waiting a few minutes. As soon as the timer ran out, he ordered Scorpio to be charged, and he began charging. After some time, a powerful laser shot rushed towards the planet. The planetary shield's strength had dropped by 8%, and the turtles were trying to figure out how to deal with these barbarians. They began to sound the alarm as the planetary shield's strength dropped to 80%. The pitiful race's countermeasures still couldn't even scratch the shields, and that became obvious. This civilization tried to resolve the issue peacefully, but Mateo rejected their requests for communication. As soon as they noticed that one of the civilizations had equipped a fleet of refugees, they immediately destroyed it. Meanwhile, the surviving turtles said it appeared their days were numbered. They added that there was no point in resisting as the planet's temperature had risen sharply. After some time, Mateo watched with great pleasure as he destroyed another planet. Huge volumes of seawater evaporated, exposing rock, and volcanic eruptions began. Smiling, he reflected on the fact that the miracle had not happened, and this civilization had no hope, nor the right to exist. Mateo was overjoyed by the large amount of resources he received after destroying this civilization. They left the capital system and returned to the Phoenix star system to try out the new modules. After some time, they parked in their home harbor to carry out the ship's evolution. Mateo told his father that he was simply lucky to find the right materials. The Baron said he needed to go into the system in order to dock at a dock that would suit his needs. After some time, he began the docking process and noted that he was still a little afraid. His ship, meanwhile, began to be covered in layers of energy that transformed it. After some time, it received an orange-quality characteristic called Dreadnought. Mateo was glad that his Dreadnought now had far more defensive capabilities than the cruiser. Mateo also stated that after completing his evolution, his overall combat rating had reached level 36. Sima Junda stated that the remaining issues could be put aside, but the ship's skill needed to be developed as quickly as possible. Sima Junda added that this can only be done by increasing the level of reinforcement of the module, structure, and body. Mateo looked at his resources and declared that they had enough titanic crystals for the task. After this, he decided to contact Daoud and ask if there had been any progress in exploring the galaxy. Mateo received a small map of the various ruins and realized that they could all be of value. Mateo stated that he would free them soon and could keep Daoud company. Daoud said that they could move out right away, but Mateo asked him to wait a little. After some time, he came to his ship and ordered to immediately leave for another galaxy. Mateo, looking at his sisters, noted that their skills had improved significantly over the past 2 years. They told him that they were gradually mastering other ship control skills and strengthening their bodies. However, he quickly delved into more important tasks, namely the search for valuable artifacts among religions. Daoud said his findings led him to hypothesize that the universe formed from a normal cluster of galaxies. Mateo asked how a galaxy cluster could turn into a star stream. A scientific dialogue arose between them, from which unprepared viewers would hardly have understood a single word. After some time, they came to the conclusion that they needed to find the legendary compass that would help them. After entering the peripheral zone, they destroyed all space creatures that dared to come close. Only after 2 days they had killed hundreds of monsters, but still decided to avoid further battle. Mateo, meanwhile, sometimes coddled his younger brother, telling him that he would soon become a real man. Daoud asked him how he had managed to penetrate so deeply last time, but Mateo decided not to reveal the secret. Daoud suddenly announced that Mateo was the rightful heir to the Viscount Highland estate. Mateo said that he had no real intention of inheriting the estate, and that his life's ambition was to conquer space. Daoud said that if he succeeds in realizing all his plans, then human civilization will become even greater. Mateo and Daoud made a pact to officially collaborate, and Daoud joined the squad. From that moment on, the team was joined by another crew member, who was responsible for the research. After some time, they encountered obstacles that took them a long time to get through. Luckily, they had all the necessary skills and people to extract something worthwhile from this noise. Suddenly they discovered a giant space monster and tried to figure out if they could defeat it. Sima Junda ordered the activation of the corrosion amulet to weaken the Star Serpent's defenses and prepare for battle. They also decided to ignore the snake's counterattacks, as it could not damage the shield. After some time and several successful shots, the Star Serpent was destroyed. They sent a storm troop to synthesize the necessary elements from the snake and stock up on supplies. Ube said that the ruins were located deep within the asteroid, and it was impossible to get inside by normal means. Lucas, however, said that jumping straight inside would be a good idea. Daoud noted that such a direct invasion would not necessarily cause the ruins to activate a self-destruct program. Lucas alerted the rest of the crew that the surge module was charged and would soon be activated. After some time, they found themselves inside, where they immediately activated systems to destroy the defense mechanisms. Mateo's ship quickly returned fire to prevent the structure from being destroyed. After some time, they destroyed the entire defense system and decided to send a squad of collectors down. This detachment was led by Stillbone, who carefully monitored that no one forgot a single artifact. Mateo received notification of a new civilization, and noted that he received a scepter as a reward. Looking at the scepter, he realized that it could be used to combine with another module and improve its quality. He improved the Mirage system, making it much more flexible and energy efficient. Mateo noted that the various functions of these ruins remained relatively intact and did not even provoke self-destruction. They also cooked the meat of high-level monsters so that their bodies would become stronger and tougher. Daoud shared his thoughts on where he should go next, and they chose a new location. Mateo said that if the Mirage system had not been upgraded, he would not have risked trying to get there. After some time, he decided to go into stealth mode and target a level 5 civilization. They encountered a giant planet that was surrounded by a force shield to protect its large population. Sima Junda said that it was a civilization that was nurtured and specially protected. Shijunho said that he felt very sorry for this second-tier civilization, because there would be fewer rewards for destroying them. Lucas said that according to his data, the civilization had built a full-fledged military base on the planet. This planet was the birthplace of the Edenic civilization, and 2,000 years ago, gamma radiation approached this place. The Eden civilization was never able to leave the planet, as the celestial vault simultaneously blocked their exit into space. Great upheavals have become more frequent on the planet, and the situation has become volatile and unstable. Sima Junda realized that this civilization was specially cultivated for sociological research. Mateo asked if this cannon could handle the combat power of ships in a 5th-level civilization. After he received affirmative answers, they decided to destroy the satellites located here. The enemy immediately approached them and opened fire from fighter jets. Mateo said that they are inside the territory of a 5th-level civilization, so there is no need to worry. He stated that their ship had become much stronger than before, and they would be able to cope with such an onslaught. They also realized that the main gun would need several more volleys to destroy the enemy's shields. Sima Junda said the full cycle was 90 seconds, and it would take them a maximum of 7 minutes to figure it out. Mateo realized that they had the main weapon of purple quality in reserve, but its use would not be easy. After some time, they fired 5 volleys, and the enemy fleet was completely destroyed, as were the planet's shields. Immediately after that, they mercilessly destroyed the defenseless planet, and regretted that they received so few points. However, after some time, reinforcements from a 5th-rank civilization approached them. Shijunho said that the supernova cannon would soon be loaded, and they opened fire again. After some time, additional enemy units were discovered. They also received serious blows, but their shield was not significantly damaged by such attacks. They decided to move forward, no matter what, and destroy everything in their path. Shijunho launched his engines at maximum power and retreated from the battlefield to lure his opponents into a trap. After this, he made a sharp turn to destroy his enemies. As a result, absolutely nothing remained of the enemy fleet except wreckage. Luansin said they had destroyed over 90% of the enemy targets, but another wave of reinforcements had been detected. After some time, they fired the cannon again, and noted that it had done almost no damage. Wu Bei said that this was not the case, since if the carrier fleet's shields could be restored during recharge. After some time, the enemy force field completely collapsed, and their attacks lost their effect. The carrier ship's shield strength had dropped to 50%, and their defeat was only a matter of time. Wu Bei began to be very happy about this success, and the others looked at his enthusiasm with delight. Their good fortune was that the enemy civilization still understood them poorly and tried to fight them with ineffective methods. Also, the amount of source points obtained from carrier ships was much higher than from regular combat ships. Mateo stated that there was no need to rush here, and that they should wait until Ube had enjoyed destroying his opponents. After some time, they received notification that the enemy fleet had received even more reinforcements. Mateo also found that their shields were seriously damaged, and noted that the enemy still knows how to make use of this. Wu Bei said that he had reached his limit, and he advised him to take a good rest. Shijunho stated that after the star ring was destroyed and the coordinates were lost, no more reinforcements would appear in this star system. Mateo decided to activate the Mirage system and leave the battlefield before it was too late. The 5th-level civilization tried to pursue them and split up, unaware that they would be an easy target. Mateo's younger brother said it was a good chance to play by their rules and take out their opponents one by one. Mateo asked his sister if she would prefer to put on protective gear and walk on the enemy ships. After some time, they managed to catch another enemy by surprise and destroy him. Mateo noted that they had already destroyed several fleets and new civilizations, almost completely wiping them off the face of the earth. Wu Bei complained that they couldn't use the star ring portals to destroy more civilizations. Mateo stated that in that case, they should simply leave and abandon the star space battlefield. For these sorties, they earned a huge amount of source points and will now definitely upgrade their ships. Mateo noted that there were only 8 stat upgrade options this time, which was odd. However, he decided to improve the characteristic that directly increased the ship's attack power. He received a ship skill that allowed him to temporarily double the damage from weapons. Among the factors influencing the final effect, the quality of the ship skill slot was of great importance. Mateo understood this perfectly well, so he continued to improve his ship at any convenient moment. He also looked at an object that was specially opened for the students, which was a purple vine casing. Thanks to the power of this compass, they could find the necessary targets at a much greater distance. Also, the quality of their navigation had improved significantly, so this item was of great help to him. Mateo said they continued to delve deeper into the interior of the universe to find the next ruins. Daoud told the gentleman that they had arrived in the designated sector and could now act. Stillbone said the conditions inside the stars they scanned were too harsh to go there. Lucas said that the volume of the central ruins of civilizations was quite large, and one could try to teleport there. Mateo received notification that there was a colossal danger inside these ruins, and that it was necessary to leave immediately. He said his intuition told him there was evil inside that they couldn't defeat now. Lucas asked if he had found anything, but he stated that even he couldn't find anything. Daoud asked if it was possible that there was a threat in the central ruins, which were almost impossible to detect. Mateo stated that it was quite possible, and the team began to get nervous from such incredible news. Mateo said that there may have been 8th-level organisms there, emphasizing that the universe is full of dangers. He stressed the need to further strengthen protection against all biological and medical threats. For the next 2 weeks, they simply hunted space monsters to replenish supplies and upgrade the ship. One of the monsters tried to escape using spatial jumps, but they failed. Mateo noted that he received an additional purple quality module and leveled it up almost immediately. Sima Junda said they had received word that the undeveloped planet they had been given had been destroyed. Mateo stated that it looked like they would have to go to the southern star region after all. After that, he decided to meet with Erwin, and he briefly told him the whole story in the star region at the moment. Mateo realized that civil war was starting and wondered how it had come to this. Erwin said the dark crystals, a vein of which was discovered nearby, were to blame. Erwin also said that he was recruiting people to conduct an investigation into the attack on the planet. He stated that this time he suffered on the principle of grass dying during an elephant fight. Mateo realized that he had suffered completely unfairly, like a fish in troubled water, and decided to take revenge on those who did it. After some time, they were transported to the camp of the distant Star Knight Order. One of the employees said he remembered Mateo from that high-profile incident, but that didn't matter now. He stood up and said that this boy was just some Viscount who was inflating his reputation. Sima Junda received notification that the planet had been destroyed as part of the expansion, and was not enraged. Lucas said that it was definitely not worth going after the villains. They needed to be punished. Mateo held a meeting with the princess, and they discussed the latest events and how to respond to them. Mateo said she is currently on a creative mission in the south to contain the civil war. She stated that the commander of the distant Star Order was her son and uncle, meaning that formally he was her brother. He also said that by being declared for the throne, her brother was initially in a dangerous position. Mateo emphasized that if anything happened to the Order's commander, she would be able to take control of the situation. Lara stated that she could do it, and Mateo told her to warn the Order and make them pay for the damages. Lara asked him why he didn't go with her, but Mateo said that he had nothing to do north and that he shouldn't interfere south. Mateo realized that her position was rather awkward, since the girl had a loud reputation. Mateo stated that he had heard that there were some plans being hatched within the Golden Flower Federation. Lara said that the Golden Flower was always up to something, but that didn't mean it was something to think about all the time. She also stated that the States General had considered the possibility of military action, but had changed their minds. Mateo realized that you can't be careless forever, and that sometimes you need to be proactive and intervene. Mateo said that he had detected signs of activity from the civilization's party this year ago, in the Northern Star region. Lara said it could be written off as a coincidence, and Mateo stated that he himself would like it to be so. After some time, Lara said that the Star Knights must pay compensation for the destroyed planet. Mateo understood that once the royal court's decision was made, the matter would be formally concluded. People watching him said it was a disappointing outcome, as they had expected more from the tiger. After some time, Sima Junda gave him the data on the Order's internal reserves. She added that they don't yet know the exact location of this secret storage facility, but they can go deeper. Mateo said that such mediocrities did not pose a threat to them, and for now they would simply gather information. Sima Junda said they needed to increase funding for intelligence, and Mateo was sad. However, he decided that this was a fairly important industry at the moment, so he promised to invest additional money into the development of the modules. After leaving the Southern Star region, they made a hyperspace jump to another part of the galaxy. Lucas learned that there were 1.2 secret deposits of the Order. The first one was located on the second planet of the Solid Tigra system. Daoud suggested that this was done intentionally to confuse people who might try to find them. Wu Bei said that it was actually clever, meaning that a sane person wouldn't have to think too long. Sima Junda said that after confirming the location of the secret warehouse, they carried out a detailed reconnaissance. Mateo emphasized that there were people in the secret storage facility at all times, so the operation needed to be planned. Dodd heard about this, and asked the electronic warfare master what it was all about. Meanwhile, Shijunho learned that the profits from development were incredibly large and proposed to develop the star system. Daoud said that was indeed the case, especially if rare resources could be found, but that was a very rare opportunity. Mateo analyzed the area and realized that this place could be a good source of the necessary materials. Daoud said the civilization's central ruins had guardians who had not yet presented an obstacle, but that did not stop them. Mateo said that this issue could wait for now, and decided to spend 66,000 source points on upgrading the medical bay. The ship now had several enhancement modules that required dark crystals, so he used them carefully. Wu Bei said that now, perhaps only the Count himself had some amount of dark crystals left. Daoud said that to do this, they would have to go through a thorough trade route, but it was too expensive. Mateo said that they would soon earn a lot of money, and decided to upgrade the Mirage system to level 30. When passing through the Phoenix system, he initially wanted to send the younger ones back, but they refused, so he took them with him. Mateo said it became clear that some kind of microorganism was the deadly threat. They also discovered that the dimensions inside these ruins were unstable. Daoud said this meant that images from other dimensions could be seen inside. Luanson emphasized that in this case, even if they wanted to go down for research, they would not be able to. Mateo noted that this could be done with the help of robots, since they completed the tasks quite quickly. Luanson looked at the broadcast and found that it looked more like an observatory than ruins. Shi Junho realized that perhaps this was where information from other dimensions could be obtained. However, after some time they realized that it was too empty for a treasury. Lucas stated that the research was not yet complete, as it was still unknown what was inside the storage area. The external robots completed the first stage of the exploration task quite quickly, and brought back a large box. Inside this box, they discovered, to their surprise, a module of the rarest quality. Mateo realized that thanks to this module, the speed of his communication would increase, and the radius would exceed light years. The new transmitter provided instant jumps in real time, and that was far from all it could do. Shijunho happily said that it was incredible luck that they were able to find this. Mateo said that they shouldn't relax and should continue exploring, because there might be other surprises waiting for them. In the following period, reconnaissance robots conducted a deep exploration of the ruins and brought back some microorganisms for study. Shijunho emphasized that this observatory was of no particular importance, so something had to be done. Having completed their exploration of the central ruins, they went back into hunting mode and fought their way through the galaxy, but with only moderate luck. After several months of this journey, they finally returned to the fortress and sent their relatives home. Under normal circumstances, spaceship captains would grant crew members leave, and Mateo was no exception. However, after some time, this wonderful life ended, because Sima Junda called him with new information. Mateo realized that the butterfly effect was becoming more and more obvious over time, and that global events were about to begin. Sima Junda stated that according to information, a new duke of the server named Licorice has appeared. Lara also said that due to failed negotiations, she has now been removed from her position as squad leader. She added that at least she did not have to enter into a dynastic marriage, and besides, the Northern Fortress was in safe hands. Sima Junda stated that the Golden Flower Federation Parliament has published a plan to gradually open access to the ships. Mateo realized that the Federation must be preparing for a major transformation if it was to open up to ordinary people. After some time, they found themselves in a battlefield and asked questions about what was in front of them. Looking at the planet, they discovered that there were no significant signs of changes in nature by intelligent activity. This civilization had existed for a very long time, and it had no technological progress, even though it was at the 5th level. Mateo realized that this was not their first encounter with the Faith civilization, because last time they encountered the incarnation of a deity that the civilization believed in. He asked the question of which 5th-level civilization in the universe had not captured hundreds of light years. Having received information about this civilization, he realized that it believed in Ragnarok, and its essence was based on this. Lucas said that the Eye of the Poor, in synergy with his superpower, discovered a module for the ship. Sima Junda stated that gods are a type of beings that possess various supernatural abilities. Wu Bei said that this civilization took the concealment of this god-spewing weapon very seriously. Sima Junda noted that the technologies of the source of the peoples of civilization were indeed rare, but they were not technologies and not evolution. Mateo stated that there was no point in thinking about these issues now, since one simply needed to be patient and wait. Wu Bei questioned whether to approach or keep his distance, and said to stay away. Shijunho then inquired about the amplification limit of this module, because if you think about it, the Mirage system could have been pumped up even further. Daoud and the others talked to each other, and realized that they seemed to have seen that the system's limit was the 40th level. Mateo said that the limit was indeed that number, but once the limit was reached, it was still possible to raise your ceiling. He also stated that it still depended on the quality of the module, and the higher the module, the better it could be upgraded. Mateo also realized that the red quality module made his ship a true living legend. Wu Bei suddenly discovered the brave men who had been gathered by this civilization to open the portal. These brave men looked like giant cyclops who looked at the sky and caused a giant funnel. After some time, they took out special lightning bolts to throw them far into the wormhole. Shijunho was surprised that the method of opening the subspace was so straightforward and simple. Luansen raised the alarm and said that a high-energy reaction had been detected. After some time, these cyclops summoned a theoretical cannon that looked like the real thing. Luansen realized that the source energy reserves in their bodies were almost completely depleted, and they must have sacrificed a lot. Mateo said that the great battle was just beginning and it was too early for them to go on stage. The Cyclopes turned to the nameless god from the depths of the primordial chaos and tried to summon him here. After some time, they fired a quick shot in an unknown direction. The projectile suddenly turned around and landed on another continent of this planet. After this, a giant portal opened and a large number of tentacles emerged from it. Mateo said that the nameless deity was born, and the source of its energy was unable to destroy it in one blow. One of the Cyclops ordered the emergency protocol to be activated immediately and the cannon to be reloaded. Mateo turned the engines to maximum power and knew it was time to act. Having approached the large cannon, they decided to take it for themselves using a gravity beam. They were able to transport it to the cargo bay and load it into the main gun slot quite quickly. Mateo noted that this distinctive cannon immediately locked onto the nameless god as a target. Shijunho said that this weapon needs to be leveled up quickly, otherwise the reload time will be too long. Mateo and the rest of the team came to a conclusion and realized that it was time to act. He ordered that no gaps be left in the task and that the supernova cannons be used to the maximum. Wu Bei said that 4 consecutive attacks hit the civilization's planet. He also stated that the dark matter and death shadow reactor was operating at full capacity and had sufficient energy reserves. Lucas said that most life forms on the planet were destroyed, and those who remained saw only the abyss. Luanson noted that after a series of hits, the life of the nameless god was reduced by almost half. Dodd stated that for a life form that could be considered a planetary-level being, this was a normal defeat. Shi Junho said that 333 shots from the source and cannon hit their target. After some time, they finally defeated this god, and he began to disperse along with the planet. As a reward, he left behind a divine shell that improved the quality of the hull module's structure. Ube said that if they didn't have the leap module, they really wouldn't have had enough time to win. Shi Junyo wondered how even their ship could undergo the next evolution. Sima Junda said that they will not achieve this anytime soon, as it will take a long time to achieve this goal. Mateo reflected that this compass was already beckoning to them, and according to repeated measurements, they needed to move on. Mateo ordered a large amount of points to be spent to improve the ship's flame level. After some time, they arrived home to meet at the White Fortress. The Baron said that the new Grand Duke of the Northern Territories, Lycaris, had arrived at Northwind Fortress. They also learned of another aristocrat who had many supporters in the Royal Family Council. The Baron stated that it was necessary to act confidently and progressively so that another strengthened duke could do the same. The general said that this would require mobilization, but at the moment, this was problematic. Lycaris noted that targeted taxation would have a serious impact on their income and reputation. Mateo said that if the data of the White Wolf of the North has not changed, then one can simply attack him. The general said that then their further actions would be simple. They needed to find the Grand Duke's way and use force against him. Mateo realized that he was really starting to enjoy this kind of political intrigue, and was already drawn into this game. The Baron stated that the Duke had already asked him to pay quite large taxes, and in a polite manner. Mateo said that the vast majority of the Northern Territory holdings had few trading caravans. The general said that with this move their Grand Duke was openly redistributing income. The Baron said that if they wanted to use military advantage, they needed to act now. After a while, they moved to the meeting room in the Northwind Fortress, where the Duke in charge of all this was located. He stated that the plan was obvious, and that it was merely a reconnaissance in force without any special camouflage. The Duke said that they did not choose the top strategy to attack, which meant they did not have much resources. His ally said there was really no point in dwelling on the attention, as Mateo was a strong opponent. He also said there was no need to be too afraid, as a group of advisors had spent a lot of time modeling the situation before his arrival in the north. The Duke thanked him for the clarification and then stated that he was glad to have such an escort. The man said that he had simply won the favor of His Highness the Prince. The Duke emphasized that in exchange for such assistance, he would certainly help the Prince ascend the throne. The Baron considered this to be another letter from the Duke and realized that it was, in fact, a declaration of war. Mateo said the Prince hoped they would help the new Duke unite the northern lands. The Baron said that attacking their ship now was risky, but if he wanted, he could take the risk. Mateo said that his ship was currently running low on titanium crystals, so he would be forced to attack. The Baron noted that through the large market in the Phoenix system, they would be able to obtain some amount of crystals one way or another. Mateo realized that this would not be enough in any case, and decided to switch to more dangerous methods of obtaining them. He looked at the holograms of his General Luanson, realizing that they were discussing planned strategies. Mateo said that Count Skyfrost would not be able to compete with the new Duke anyway, because he did not have enough strength. He also learned about a man named Owen, who was distinguished by his origins from childhood. Sima Junda said the man was a master at planning replacement parts, accumulating an advantage. Mateo said that they should strike back just when the enemy was on the crest of a wave. He smiled and declared that no matter what superiority Duke Larson achieved, they would still win. Following the introduction of the new tax system, the Duke's new relics successively unveiled a series of policy measures. In just 1 month, about 80% of the aristocratic estates rallied around the Grand Duke. Meanwhile, while the Great Duke of the Northern Lands was doing whatever he wanted throughout the Northern Star region, Highland stood its ground. Mateo said that on the surface, Larson's attacks looked fast and unhindered, but they weren't. Larson, in turn, was surprised that not many aristocrats responded to his call. He stated that after the suppression of the rebellion in the Northern Star region, a new group of aristocratic domains had been established. He noted that it was not surprising that they dared to sit idly by, since they were absolutely confident in their military power. Owen said that a high-level ship, such as that possessed by some aristocrats, could be contained by the number of cruisers. He stressed that this was an excellent and most likely the only opportunity to act. On July 17th, the next steps and the princes arrived at the northern fortress. Owen read the letters and said the number of aristocrats who responded was still small. Larson recalled that Matteo earned his name through a series of battles, where he defeated superior opponents. However, he noted that there was no need to worry, as he was a much more effective commander. He also added that the arrival of the big-name Tiger accelerated the consolidation of his rule. Owen noted that the gentleman had indeed become much more mature, and perhaps he would be right after all. On July 25th, after gathering the main forces from 120 aristocratic estates, Larson went to war in the Highlands. People who were in the unpleasant place discussed this news and said that, most likely, a massacre had begun. They also tried to figure out which player was the best to bet on, and realized that Highland looked promising. Some added that we just have to wait and see if the Tiger can blow up the conversation again. This did not spread much across the vast number of buildings, as the Tiger's name had already thundered almost everywhere. Matteo, in turn, gathered all his trusted advisors to discuss strategy. He said that for this day, he had hunted deep into the galaxy, gathering vast amounts of resources. The general said he was a little sorry that only 123 northern noble estates responded. The baron stated with a grin that new noble estates had already been established, assisting the former great agency. He also added that he did not gather such a crowd around himself because he did not have good connections. Sima Junda said that the enemy had 3 battleships that secretly returned to the Phoenix system along with the others. Matteo realized that the assault ships were primarily used for training and maintaining order. Sima Junda also shared information that a fleet of 18 northern nobles had already arrived at the location. The baron said that the spirit of the northern nobility still lived, and he understood why the previous rulers did not fight. The general said that such an understanding meant that they already possessed the breadth of soul necessary to become a ruler. They also realized that one of the enemy factions had sent 4 battleships into battle, and they would have to fight them. Initially, the strength of the king's faction and the strength of the prince's faction were quite close, with the king's faction slightly superior. However, on July 30th, the Grand Duke's combined fleet arrived at the Phoenix Star System region. Matteo said he was challenging the 4 battleships and asked if they would accept the challenge. His opponents said the concept of honor was unfamiliar here. Larson accused his opponents of incredible arrogance and noted that they simply did not put 4 battleships into anything. Owen was simply wary of a catch and said that a trap could be lurking anywhere. Larson gave the order to the battleships, except for the flagship, to go out to fight and destroy it. He also stated that this trick came down to one of 3 options, and he played in each of them. Larson said he would send 3 ships to crush it, with the flagship remaining in the center of the formation. Owen said that the gentleman was truly magnificent, and it was no wonder that His Highness had such a high opinion of him. Matteo continued to call his name and challenged the 4 battleships, asking if they were ready. According to an unwritten rule, during a duel of honor, the first volleys were deliberately made blanks. Matteo ordered the release of special particles in order to depend more on the battle. Larson said his opponent wants to exploit the challenging conditions in the asteroid's position. Matteo was actually able to escape his opponents quite quickly, thanks to his improved engines. Enemy battleships noted that communications on the field were interrupted due to the impact of special particles. Owen said the challenging environment was an advantage for Matteo. Larson stated that reconnaissance ships needed to be sent out to clear the surveillance zone. Owen praised his strategic genius and said that the Tiger would soon become his captive. Meanwhile, the pursuit continued, but it was now fraught with serious risks. The Baron asked the old general why he was there if he had been saying all this time that he was bored. The general replied that he had entrusted this to his offspring, so that he could train and prove himself. He also stated that there was absolute information symmetry between the parties in this battle. The Baron thought about this and realized that they most likely had several aces up their sleeve. Matteo, meanwhile, decided to use his ship capture skill to destroy several at once. They wondered why the Golden Flower Federation's combat models of the Shackles were here. They opened fire on Matteo's flagship, but did not realize that they would not be able to cause any damage to it. A few moments later, he returned fire from his main gun and destroyed several ships at once. Larson received notice that the Tiger was clearly not human, but a real monster. Matteo continued to rush forward, firing at everything with his large-caliber laser cannons. Enemy battleships tried to match it, but all they found was disappointment and death. Luanson said that with the power of the Scorpion's death ray attack, it should have been able to penetrate the armor. Wu Bei stated that they could block it better, meaning their armor had a specific resistance. However, he stated that there was no need to be upset, since it did not mean anything yet. He added that this protective effect was still rather mediocre, as the armor damage was quite significant. Stillbone called out to the assault troops and asked them to follow him as quickly as possible. After some time, they opened fire on one of the enemy ships and prepared to knock it out. The people there said that the strength of their ship had been reduced by 80%. The captain of this battleship said that everyone needed to calm down because they had not lost yet. He was informed that the external defense systems of the engine compartment were seriously damaged, and they would die here. The captain ordered everyone to evade, adding that they still had a chance to survive. He was told that it was useless, as they were tightly enclosed in a restraining force field and could not make any maneuvers. Mateo, meanwhile, continued to attack the Jedi with laser weapons as their armor finally collapsed. A powerful explosion threw them to the ground, and the captain's bridge was completely inoperable. One of the managers said that they were destroyed, and for them, this meant the end. The captain jumped to his feet and said that everyone must remain at their posts and not surrender. He was asked how they would fight now that they had lost their maneuverability, and the score had collapsed. Mateo said they had lost their nerve, were no longer able to resist, and opened fire. Shi Junho said that he was confident that he could destroy it within 5 volleys. The captain declared that return fire must be opened immediately, but he was already being held back from some ill-considered positions. The assistants said that they had to surrender, otherwise they would all die here. The captain asked them how they dared to behave like that, since they had completely forgotten about the care that was shown to them. The aides said that the situation was already such that it was not worth continuing reckless resistance. The captain ordered everyone to remain at their posts until the final moment. After a while, they threw him to the ground and said that they did not want to stay there and share his death. The captain looked at them angrily and asked what they were doing, ordering them to let him go immediately. One of the assistants said that they just wanted to survive, so they weren't going to die with him. Shi Junho received an open message that the enemy had chosen to surrender. Mateo said that was great because the ship could be captured and would still serve well. Owen was informed that energy reactions in the asteroid belt were beginning to weaken rapidly. Owen suggested that perhaps Mateo's ship had simply lost in a direct clash with their battleships. Larson ordered the order to be transmitted to his fleet to increase vigilance, as this was certainly some kind of enemy plan. The general said they would be done in less than half an hour, and noted that Mateo's statement against him was hard to believe. The Baron said that if they could foresee the enemy's methods, then the question about him would not be justified. Meanwhile, Larson's ship began celebrating its victory well in advance and did not understand what could happen. The staff inside began clapping their hands and celebrating the Tiger's incredible victory. Larson said he had managed to capture the entire ship, and they could now tow it away. Larson laughed proudly and declared that everyone had done a fantastic job and should be proud of themselves. Owen also extended his hand to him and asked him to accept his congratulations on such an outstanding victory. Larson said that when they returned to the main fleet, he would look at the faces of these people. Owen added that whatever evil plans they had hatched, there was hardly anything left of Highland now. Mateo wondered how brightly they had celebrated their victory, and noted that this surprise would hit them even harder. The Baron said that it seemed that Mateo had managed to capture 3 battleships in one go, and was surprised by his power. The general meanwhile said that it was time to begin the operation they had been planning for so long. A few moments later, a powerful signal pierced the sky, attracting other ships. He said they had received a prearranged signal, adding that this Tiger was simply unstoppable. After some time, a large number of ships appeared out of nowhere and approached them. After this, they suddenly discovered that a whole armada of enemies was approaching the Highland possessions. After assessing these 3 battleships, they asked whether they really wanted to boast of their strength. One of them stated that a dozen destroyers had moved out from the direction of the Count's possessions and were preparing for action. Owen said the situation was getting weird, and they needed to act immediately. Larson said there were 3 battleships, but they couldn't be defeated in half an hour. Owen received information that there was no contact with these ships, which meant they had probably been captured. Larson hesitated for a moment over the question of what he should do next. Owen ordered him to act immediately, otherwise they would throw all their forces into the battle. Larson stated that he was right, and added that they still had a chance if they worked quickly. Then they could take the battleships back. He added that in today's battle they had absolute superiority, so they should not fall for the enemy's tricks. He also stated that after the battle, all distinguished soldiers would receive multiple awards from the Duke. The Baron said that the young Duke seemed to be getting restless, and realized that things were not going smoothly. The general told him that there was nothing to worry about, and that he should remain calm. After this, he gave the order to the entire fleet to form a spear point. They immediately carried out his order and formed a rather threatening formation of battleships. The captain of Larson's ship said that ships of unknown origin had appeared in the rear of their fleet. Larson said it appeared to be the Count's ships, which attempted to attack from behind. He ordered that he be informed of the great number of ships that had come from behind him. The captain stated that due to the large number of special particles, they could not determine their exact quantity. Larson asked where the reconnaissance ship's reports had gone and why he had no reports. Owen said that they needed to remain calm, because these particles were blocking all communication. The captain stated that he had a proposal regarding the conduct of this battle, and he would like to voice it. He added that the ships that entered the battle from the rear were most likely a squadron led by battleships from the Highland dominions. He also stated that it was necessary to retreat, since this maneuver looked like an encirclement. Owen wondered how the Highland states could have gotten hold of so many battleships. Larson stated that even with more than 20 cruisers, they would not be able to compensate for the colossal advantage. They concluded that their fleet was simultaneously freely forming formations without training. Owen wondered whether they should retreat or continue fighting to the last. Larson said the question now was not whether to run or not, but how to run and in what direction. Owen stated that the most important thing was to maintain sufficient strength, and the fact of defeat itself was not so terrible. Larson turned to the captain and asked him in what direction the strategic entry should be made. The captain said that they needed to run along the asteroid belt, and only in these conditions could they quickly break away from the pursuit. Owen asked for an immediate order to return to the fortress, since defeat in the local theater was acceptable. Larson agreed with this, and said that they needed to immediately return to the fortress and defend it. He approached the commander and asked him to take full command of this strategic retreat. The commander told them to remain calm and promised that he would do his best. He ordered the engines to be turned on at full power and acceleration to begin, emphasizing that they needed to be prepared to use shipboard skills. After the ship's crew realized what they had to do, the Duke's main flagship began to behave strangely. The remaining ships also decided to quickly leave to avoid serious damage from the Highland troops. The Baron watched this with a smile and said that they did not even need to engage in battle to disperse this rabble. The generals said that they could not be allowed to simply escape, as that would be too merciful. The general's soldiers said they now understood why they had been practicing pursuit tactics in recent days. After this, they decided to activate their weapons to open fire indiscriminately. Larson's ship's captain, meanwhile, said that he was using abilities that he could not yet fully utilize. Larson said it was outrageous, and added that the information was not classified, and that he would be arrested as soon as they returned. Owen looked at this squabble in surprise and tried to understand what it all meant and why they were acting so strangely. The Baron wondered if they would be able to catch up with this Duke, and the general stated that it would be problematic. The Baron smiled, and said that in that case it would be better to leave it to Matteo. It gradually became clear that Matteo's ship had not lagged behind its targets, and continued to pursue them. Larson realized that the normal speed was not inferior to the speed of the Royal Oak with the skill activated. The captain said he didn't want to admit it, but the fact remained. He stated that when the time comes for ship skill, he might have to try his own path and see what the Tiger is capable of. Suddenly the great Leibniz appeared on the ship and said that he could protect them. Matteo, meanwhile, contacted the enemy and said that he had not managed to break away from them. He declared that the cat and mouse game was over, and it was time to move on to the main battle. He used the ship's cannon fire and hoped that it would inflict much more damage on the enemy. The Duke contacted the protagonist a few years later, and they both exchanged greetings. He said that he had lost this battle, but it would not be easy to capture him and use him as a bargaining chip. Matteo said he was happy to test this in practice and invited him to stay with him for a while. After some time, the Scorpion's cannon was loaded, and the main characters gave the command to fire. The captain stated that the ship's energy shield was damaged by 48%. Lucas was surprised at how badly the shield was damaged and realized things were very bad. The car started shaking and he tried to stay on his feet while trying to figure out what to do next. The captain stated that the energy shield was 90% damaged, and they might not survive the next shot. Owen said that 3 battleships had been captured, and the most important question now was how to retreat. The captain suddenly said that the best way out here would be a counterattack. Meanwhile, the fighters said that the target had been identified and the main gun was loaded. The captain stated that the source of the energy shield needed to be monitored and conducted an assessment. The captain stated that the power of the Tiger flagship exceeded the limits of their ship, so they needed to be prepared for anything. Leibniz said that let them all come, and he would definitely twist off their heads. Lucas was in a desperate situation, so he could think of nothing better to do than trust this man. Shijunho stated that the enemy's energy shield had been breached, and the armor had been destroyed, so it was time to go into battle. The captain stated that the enemy was approaching, so it was necessary to properly prepare for this. Stillbone, at the head of a large detachment, penetrated through the breaches. Wubei stated that the resistance at the Royal Trumpet was quite fierce, and they might need help. They all put on their suits and decided it was time to stretch their bones. Meanwhile, Stillbone and Leibniz were left alone and decided to stage a confrontation. They fought each other, and judging by their incredible and painstaking skills, neither of them was stronger. Leibniz said that he was the supreme commander of the Grand Duke's personal guard, and this was what kept him in the ascendancy. Stillbone stated that he had not met a serious opponent for a long time and offered to fight in earnest. After that, they started fighting, demonstrating their incredible fighting techniques and amazing fighting vibration. Stillbone knew it wasn't the equipment that was the issue, but his innate superpowers. Meanwhile, our heroes reached the battlefield and found Stillbone and Leibniz there. Wubei decided to observe or simply pick his opponents, while Shijunho decided not to interfere. Sima Junda said that Steelbone would most likely win, but punished him just in case. Stillbone declared that his weapon was too weak and that he should change it and return to the battle, but Leibniz refused. Stillbone said he rarely met a worthy opponent, and now he was going to enjoy the fight. Leibniz replied that he would fulfill his thirst for battle and show him what he was capable of. Stillbone repeated that he had not fought a good opponent in a very long time and rushed forward. Mateo also spotted them and said that finding an opponent with equal strength was not easy, and that Stillbone was generally lucky. A few moments later, Stillbone won, and Leibniz wondered how he could have lost to such a nobody. Stillbone stated that in gratitude for Leibniz letting him enjoy the fight, they would work him early and get him out. Shijunho and Wubei turned around and said that Steelbone had finally dealt with all the enemies. Wubei stated that they had acted too slowly, as Mr. Mateo was already making his way to the command bridge,